Well, good morning. Hello there, wherever you are across the globe taking the broadcast. This is the National Stadium at Providence, and the sun's streaming down now in all its glory. A little cat and mouse, a little bit earlier. Should have started at 9 hours 50, but the umpires, because of those drizzle, and then the covers had to come on and off. Delayed play. We are starting at 15 minutes after the hour of 10. So the conditions are superb at the moment for cricket. May I remind you that Barbados Pride 346 all out yesterday of 84.3 overs. As I speak with you, the umpires are making their way out in the middle, and that's Lyndon Rajkumar along with Nigel Dugid, and so too the Pride players. They're making their way out, and soon will be followed by the openers going out in the middle. But 346 all out, some fine innings. Matthew Ford led the way with a fantastic 82, 91 balls, 8 fours and 3 sixes. Jonathan Drake 70, Zachary McCaskey 64, and the two holders, Chimar and Chaim, chipped in with valuable knocks of 29 and 35. In the bowling department, Richie Loknath led the fight, 4 for 69 from his 17 overs. The youngster on debut, and 2 wickets apiece for Pemal. Ali Mohammed with Niall Smith picking up 1 for 60. That's the story of yesterday. Today, of course, is going to be the day when the Guyana Harpy Eagles reply to that 346. With me in the analyst chair, Sean Devers. Good morning to you, Sean. What can we expect today?
Oh, good morning to everyone. We expect today a solid opening partnership from these two, Chandra Paul and Nandu. I'm hoping that Nandu especially can make some big runs. When I say big runs, I mean centuries, not 5 centuries or so on, but consistency. And can force his way into a high level. Tej Narayan Chandra Paul now, he's gone through a bad patch recently. He got only 100 in the last tournament. I think in the second match he got 100, and then he tailed off. Same thing with the local level, but he's got the talent, and he's got to understand that he's not out of form. He's just hitting the ball straight to the fielders, and that frustrates him when he's getting dot balls. So he's got to learn to find the gaps more. If he can find the gaps, he's got the good temperament, almost like his father, but no one can have a temperament like Shiv. So I will expect these two to give Guyana a good solid foundation. The batting is depleted because of the absence of Imlak and those guys, but we can get the runs, not we. Guyana can get the runs, because I'm a West Indian commentator. I look at the bigger picture.
Yes, you have to be neutral.
Yeah.
So, the script was written since yesterday that the Harpy Eagles will be batting this morning, and Tej Narayan Chandra Paul, he's going to be leading from the front. He's going to take the first delivery. 28 years, first class career. This is his 79th match, 4,396 runs, the highest of 207, averaging 34.88 with 800s and 1850s. Jair McAllister. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. It was short onto the back foot and steered it away. Beautiful shot by the left-hander to get it going. He's off the mark with 4. The Harpy Eagles, they're on their way.
Yeah, wonderful start by Tej, showing good intent, hit the bad balls, defend the good balls. That's the way he's got to bat. And that 207 you said, that was in a test innings against Zimbabwe.
Well, in fact, this is Chimar Holder that has opened the batting, and I'm sure that, you know, our score will be up and running on your monitors. Nice run up. Better line delivery this time, just outside the line of the off stump, and Tej is showing good judgment.
Yeah, he played deliberately inside the line. I remember Desmond Haynes, the first person I saw doing that, and then Clayton Lambert a little later, and of course the master of doing it, Shiv Narayan Chandra Paul, playing deliberately inside the line.
And sometimes you do not even know if they're beaten outside the off stump or they deliberately pull the bat inside the line. Very cheeky about that.
I remember seeing him to count the game with Lambert and the off spinner bowling to him. was playing inside the line, and the guy was excited. He thought he was beating Clayton Lambert.
Yeah, so good comeback delivery by Chimar Holder. The first was just a loosener, a short ball outside the off stump. Tage made full use of it, through backward point, getting the boundary. But the other two much more closer to the left-hander. Matthew Nandu, on the other hand, still learning his trade of a batting camp against spin.
Nice
that's
delivery. That one beat him.
Beautifully bowled, Sean, and left the left-hander at the last moment outside the line of the off stump. Tage Narayan there shuffling and trying to get the bat inside the line. He did in the end, but good testing delivery by Chimar Holder.
Yes, Chimar Holder bowling in different conditions to what Smith and Thorne had yesterday. They had more overcast conditions. The ball would swing a little bit. Now it's very hot, sweltering heat, and that's good from a cricket point of view.
Yes, definitely.
Again, playing inside the line deliberately, almost looking like if he's beaten.
Yes, and Chimar Holder is just beginning to hit a spot here. He has to be very patient, especially on pitches like these. Can bowl the away swinger like we've seen previously. So just calm himself down a little and do what he's doing there. You want to exert early pressure. If you can pick up an early wicket, well done, kudos. On the other hand, these two guys will want to bat as long, and they say in Guyana, until the cows come home.
And they've got the backup for the edge to be found, the ball moving away. 3 slips and a gully. That one straightened. Didn't come back, but it didn't move away either. It went straight on. End of the over, 4 without loss.
Yes, Sean, if we can look back at what transpired yesterday, Barbados Pride 346. At one stage, you felt they would have get about 400 runs. While 346 is very competitive for inning total in 4-day cricket, you just don't want to get yourself bowled out on the first day.
No, and that worked in Guyana's favor, because if they had not been bowled out, Guyana would have had to come back. And that's a mental thing. Even if it was 2 overs, the batters had to come back, then they would have gone in back, put on their pads. But because they got bowled out, it started fresh today. The batsmen knew they had to bat since from last night, and they would have prepared for that mentally.
Yes, and while we all enjoyed the batting of Matthew Ford yesterday for 82 on debut of 91 balls, that really opened up some wounds on the bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Good innings. You think they bowled the best to him, or they could have done things differently?
I think they could have done things differently, but he batted really well. You must face the fact that he's picked as bowler mostly, and to score that type of runs, and that's one of the headaches with West Indian teams. Even the West Indies team, the lower order tends to make runs. When they get them down and out, like Clive Lloyd said, they don't have the killer instinct.
Yes, so we're about to witness the start of the second over. That's short of a good length and leaving the left-hander. No trouble so far for Matthew Nandu. We're just trying to sort out who is the next bowler opening from this end. Jair McAllister, he's prominent out in the middle. He's the big boy out there and sporting, a punk. This fellow with some dreadlocks. Four without loss. We're in over number 2. And the first and second slip, they are relatively close to each other, with the second slip a little bit, maybe 3 feet in front of the first. And there's also a gully. Oh, that's a good delivery. Kept a little bit low, but Nandu covered it well.
When Holder was bowling from the northern end, there were 3 slips and a gully. Now there are 2 slips, a 4th slip, and a gully. What does that suggest to you?
Let me get that again, Sean.
When Holder was bowling from the northern end, there were 3 slips and a gully. Now there are 2 slips, a 4th slip, and a gully. What does that suggest to you?
Well, it's a different bowler. You're asking him to bowl short, maybe just outside the line of the off stump, and maybe having him looking for that drive. So he has to watch his length here, because that's the only reason why you're going to have those, a gully and maybe a fly slipper and the two slipper. Get him onto the front foot and look for the drive through the offside field. There's a gap between the square cover and the extra cover. And maybe to Sean, he might not have the pace like a Chimar Holder as well.
Yes, that's the most important thing. Chimar Holder is quicker than him.
Yes, and at one of the seasons I saw Chimar Holder and Akeem Jordan opening the bowling for Barbados. Very impressive. Akeem, he is with the combined campuses and colleges this year. But he's a seasoned campaigner for Barbados Pride.
Last year, Thorne and Smith were arguably the quickest in the tournament, especially young Thorne. Good delivery, left alone. But it's ironic that you see Guyanese fast bowlers now coming through. In the past, Guyanese produced batters and spinners, and Barbados, Jamaica, and those places towards the end, the Leeward Islands produced the quality fast bowlers. Now you see Guyanese and especially Barbadians being the fast bowlers coming through.
Yes, the tide has turned. Tickle down towards the backward square region, the end of 2 overs at the end of 2. It's a good over, it's a maiden 4 without loss.
No, it's not a maiden. Nandu got a single off the last delivery.
Yes, that's right. That actually curtailed the maiden. So it'll be 5 without loss.
Yeah. We're a little bit behind, so don't blame you for looking at the score and saying what you saw. So it's nice to see the sun out, glorious sunshine. But this was the weather for the past 6 months or so. Intermittent rain, but now maybe it has anything to do with cricket being organized. Well, that's a myth. When they have cricket in Guyana, rain falls.
But have we gotten it mixed up here a little? I mean, is it Matthew Ford bowling from the northern end? Well, we've gotten that correct at the moment. We thought it was Chimar Holder, but it's actually Matthew Ford. Our apologies to all our viewers and listeners. That's a good delivery, right on target. And coming forward into the offside field, Matthew Nandu can't score.
He has played 8 one-day internationals, yet to play a test match. This is his first class match in addition to that.
Yes, absolutely so, Matthew Ford. And if he can back this with the way that he batted in the first innings, sparkling knock, he will consider his debut in first-class cricket a dream coming true.
Especially if he can pick up a few wickets here. That would be the icing on the cake for him.
Yes, certainly. Now that was an excellent delivery by Matthew Ford, touching down just outside the line of the off stump, and Tage looked a little bit awkward the way that he not Tage, that's Matthew Nandu, the way that he played it, but maintained the balance of the body. The left leg was sprawled on the pitch way outside the line of the off stump, and he got that delivery not to take the edge of the bat.
Young fast bowler bowling to young batter, both in their early 20s. I think Ford is just about 21, and Nandu is younger than that. I think he's about 20 or 21, 22.
Matthew Nandu is actually 21 years.
Yeah.
This year he's going to be 22.
So I'd like to see the young players performing.
Yes.
But they've got to understand that when they get into the team, if they perform well at this level and they get into the international level, that's where they've got to perform even harder, work even harder, because there's a big gap between regional cricket, especially West Indies regional cricket, and the international cricket. In India, the Ranji Trophy, Australia, the state cricket, Sheffield Shield, county cricket in England, the gap is not so big and they play more matches. We've got the shortest first class season among the top, well, not really the top because we're no longer the top. We're only Pakistan is behind us in Test cricket. But this tournament, it will be good for batsmen to understand that they got to make big runs. Because when you go to Test cricket, the runs are going to dry up.
Yes, there's a huge difference. And I love the way that Matthew Ford is bowling here. Very tight, teasing line and length outside the left-hander's off stump, making him think. And his skipper Raymond Reefer supporting it as well. I think it's a good field to start off with a brand new ball. You're having 3 slips. There is a gully, backward point. There's an extra cover. Wide mid-on. And a forward square, a long leg as well. Could have been a slower ball here, Sean. You see him waiting for it. The end of another fine over by Matthew Ford.
Yes, he's bang on target, making the batsman play. And that's good for the young man.
Yes, you did mention that we have one of the shortest first class season here. There are a number of reasons for that as well.
And this year it's lengthened.
Yes, because we have 7 rounds. We have 8 teams playing their 7 rounds. That's good to see. It's happening. It's still happening. One of the things that has affected countries like, well, we say country in terms of the cricket, West Indies cricket, the lack of necessary funding. I think the time has come when the ICC, I mean, West Indies cricket, in the glory days, these guys used to attract crowds, people through the gates, in all parts of the world where they go to.
And you had to pay to get into the grounds. Now it's free.
Now, that's 4-day cricket. We're talking on the international stage. One of the things that has happened is that I believe an honest level of finance has not been flowing from the ICC to places like Cricket West Indies and some other countries in the world. Until that is rectified, is like, where do you find this money from? Our economies are far smaller.
Well, some people compare ICC to the India Cricket Board.
Well, to be fair to India as well, India has been pulling in roughly 70%. They are responsible for at least 70% of all incomes in international cricket that goes to the ICC. Nobody's saying that they shouldn't ask for something more, but then how do you treat the smaller nations of the world, because they are vital as well?
And you look at teams like Australia, England, India. Those teams are well set, but as you said, the lower ranked teams.
And he's looking very comfortable here, the left-handed Matthew Nandu. It's a good feeling to get the ball coming off the meat of the bat. This is Chimar Holder operating from the southern end of the ground. You call that a bando across the head, Sean?
Yeah, headband.
Headband. I think the girls call it a bando.
Yeah.
The boys a headband.
Chandra Paul there.
Well, looking for a single, he has to hurry. The return comes in and misses the woodwork. Nandu wasn't going anywhere. He was watching where the ball has gone a misfield, and that golden rule, do not run to a misfield, would have actually informed Nandu not to go. Where was Tage going?
And plus he was squared up by the ball. It left him. He played late and he got squared up. And it went eventually out towards the offside. And no run there. That would have been suicidal.
Yes, has to be careful. Beautifully bowled. That pitched and took off. Going into the gloves of the keeper. That's Richards. And comprehensively beaten all over the place. And no doubt Chimar Holder is going to be encouraged by this.
These two batters both play for Everest in local Division 1 cricket whenever they've got Division 1 cricket. And Nandu actually was born in Canada. So his father, he played a couple first-class matches to Guyana. He played for Guyana youth level. He made the West Indies under 19 team. Arjun Nandu.
This one was a little bit wider outside the line of the off stump. A very good over by Chimar Hold has come to an end. It's 5 without loss.
Yeah, Nandu still plays club cricket in Canada and comes down back and forth. Does his studies in Canada. He's finished his college now. And it's easier to make a Canadian team, but in his mind he says that he wants to play test cricket, and Canada the highest they would play is one-day internationals. Don't know when last they've played a first-class tournament.
And what beauty we are witnessing here.
Yeah, the golden arrowhead of Guyana and the broken trident of Barbados inadvertently hit that into the onside. He's looking to play it a lot straighter, and the ball came back.
Could have been a little quicker one as well, Sean.
Yeah, prodigious inward movement also. And looking to hit it towards mid-on.
Yes.
It hit the inner half of the batter, went down towards the backward square position.
And he kept it all along the ground. That is what is most important for him.
The delivery again. So he's shown the ability to bring the ball back. After in the first over to Chandra Paul, he moved it away from the left-hander, and now he's got the ability to move it laterally both ways.
Well, this is what you want to see. You're not a tear-away fast bowler. You must be able to have a little bit of swing in your armory, the away movement, and if you can work it back into him like we are seeing here from Matthew Ford. I think he's a very, very good prospect. Open-chested.
Again, the inward movement hits the inner part of this time Chandra Paul's bat.
Yes, and Sean, the line that he's bowling here is a perfect one to both left-handers, and he's getting the occasional delivery to swing back into the left-handers. Makes him a real handful to deal with. And if he can consistently pick it off that way, you will be working on the patience of the batter. Well, Tej, he has a lot of that.
Nice delivery again, just back of a length. Jumping defensive shot from Chandra Paul.
Good testing few overs, with the exception of one ball that was spanked away off Matthew Ford off the bat of Tej Chandra Paul that brought him a boundary.
And that was the first ball of the day.
Yes, he's on 4 from 13 deliveries so far.
And this is something he's got to work on also. Soaking up dot balls, even though it's not limited overs cricket, it's mental. It could be mentally frustrating when you don't score runs for so many balls. You bat without scoring a run.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, we do not expect him to do what his dad did. Only Shivnarine Chandra Paul could have done what Shivnarine Chandra Paul did. He would have explored the field. He would have looked for scoring opportunities. Tej is much more conservative than that. While he's looking good out in the middle, oftentimes he's finding the fielders looking good as he plays the shot.
And if you see Tej batting local cricket for Everest, inter-county, he's a pugnacious batsman. Hits the ball all over the place. I remember him in the one-day final against the Windwards, as the total is 8 without loss. At Coolidge Ground, he outscored his father. They both opened the batting together, I think. And Tej played some lovely shots.
Yes, I've seen some very aggressive innings by Tejnara and Chandapal. I
But-
think it could very well be a mindset.
Yeah, because he's not making runs, he's afraid to take undue risk. And if you don't take risk, the higher the risk, the bigger the rewards. But if you don't take risk, then you would just stay there and bat for a long time without scoring runs, and you would get a good ball that dismisses you, and that wouldn't serve the purpose at all. And then you'd get further frustrated because you batted so long and you still didn't make a big score.
Yes, and both these bowlers here, Chimar Holder and Matthew Ford, they have been hitting some good lengths. The lines have been good as well. So they're seriously testing the opening batters for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And Nandu is also a cautious batsman. Of course, when he gets going, then he will put the foot on the accelerator. But that means he's got to bat and get going before he does that. If you could get him out in the first half hour, he wouldn't get much runs.
Well, this is a good battle happening out in the middle. Barbados Pride, they have come out this morning. We've seen some good medium-fast bowling. And we've seen also the Guyana Harpy Eagles openers, both Tej and Machu Nandu. They're up to the task. Nothing extravagant. They just want to ensure they have their eyes in. And I think once the sun continues to stream down the way it is streaming, the pitch becomes drier and drier. I think it's going to be good for batting in this second innings.
And the fielding team will become more and more tired eventually because of the heat. These days the sun is very hot.
Yes, some overnight scores coming in from the various grounds across the region. We're just going to feed you with those. Cricket West Indies Academy at Coolidge in Antigua against the Leewards Hurricanes. The Hurricanes 290 for the loss of 6 with Hamilton, the wicketkeeper. That's Jamar Hamilton. He's on 67 not out. Cornwall on 13 not out. So experience out in the middle. Looking for the on drive this time there. Outfoxed by Chimar Holder. And the ball just sped away down towards that short cover region. And outfoxed by the bowler. Moral advantage for him. Karima Gore made 59 and Kadim Henry 48. Hurricanes 290 for the loss of 6 at Coolidge. The Volcanoes against Jamaica Scorpions at Arnos Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'll give you after this. Another good delivery, right on target. Looking for the run out, but he was well inside that crease. 291 for the loss of 7, the Scorpions. Jermaine Blackwood hits 9th first class 100. 101 not out, still batting off 198 balls. John Campbell 79 and Dar Cyrus picking up 2 for 26. So scores coming in from those two grounds. Interesting battles going on there. That's a short.
Short lifting delivery getting under it. And that's testing delivery to finish the over. It's 6 without loss. 8
Yes.
without loss.
Certainly a good testing delivery, trying the bumper. Not a bad one at all. Machu Nandu, he's a dapper fella. Had no problem going under that one, allowing to go by to the keeper. But good that he reminded Nandu that I'm a fast bowler and I have the bumper in my armory. And then at Brian Lara, Trinidad and Tobago had a very good day in that pink ball match. It's a day-night there against the combined campuses and colleges. 303 for the loss of 2. Jit Gooley 76 not out, and batting with him 75 is Jason Mohammed. Sifas Cooper making a fine 80 and Vikash Mohan 66.
And you see what experience does in Jason Mohammed. He's the most experienced batsman. I think he's got some 15 first class hundreds in regional cricket, and his experience, he's not only experience, he's producing runs. He got a double century recently in a game in Trinidad. The north-south zone. So he's a good batter to have in a team of youngsters.
Brilliant delivery once again here by Matthew Ford. Just moving a shade, not too much movement outside the line of the off stump here. And I think he's hitting the seam well. With these Kookaburra balls, Sean, the seam tends to be a little bit higher
Yeah.
than the juke ball or the, what they call it in India, GS. I think that is what they call it in India. The different mades of ball. And if you can hit those seams, you know, the index and the ring finger across that seam, you can get the away movement.
Well, they're good for fast bowling because the lateral movement when it hits that high seam. But for the spinners, it can tear your fingers because the seam is so high. When you try to spin the ball, your fingers blistered very quickly.
Well, Shane Warne bowled it a lot, and so many Australian spinner. The home of Kookaburra. You know, it's still being made with some level of hand stitching and machine stitching as well. And maybe that's a good delivery, squaring up the left-hander, but he rode it well, and it went all along the ground down towards that third slip position. Maybe because of the machine stitch that is more powerful than the fingers, the seam tends to go up a little higher.
And when you look back in the days, there was a ball called high test. The early days of test cricket was played with that ball. That ball really swung.
As I remember the high test. In England, in English condition, they use mainly the juke ball. That we also use a lot in the Caribbean. The seam is a little bit more flat than the Kookaburra. Tends to take more swing, and especially in English condition. That juke ball is what we play cricket with in the region. So they're experimenting now.
And a lot of these players, in fact, most of these players has never played with a pink ball. I think Pomal on the Guyana team is the only player that ever played a pink ball match.
That may not be so, Sean. Remember, we had a pink ball match between Barbados Pride and the Guyana Jaguars. Then was a 4-day game. So many of them took part with it. So the over's been completed. It's 8 without loss, 7 overs gone. We're going to have a double change here. We're going to be joined by Basu and Liam Mamcha.
Good morning and welcome to the Providence National Stadium. 8 without loss after 7 overs. Guyana Harpy Eagles, of course, they are the defending champions. It is the West Indies Championships 2025. Of course, Barbados Pride batted the entire day yesterday on day 1, amassing 346 with half centuries from many of their players. This young man who's bowling now, in fact, it's not Matthew Ford, the young man who just completed his over, Matthew Ford, one of those getting a half century. Today we're seeing him with the ball in hand. It is a holder from the VIP suites end. And alongside me this morning is Liam. Good morning to you, Liam.
Good morning to you, Jared. And yeah, it's been a slow start for Guyana, but exactly the start that we've grown accustomed to. Zhao Nandu looking good on the back foot there. In fact, that's Chandrapal looking good on the back foot. Yeah, we've grown accustomed to seeing these two start slowly. And it's the way that they go about it. And it usually works for them. I think Chandrapal is one that you'd want to see in the runs a bit more this season, based on his experience. He's got Test cricket under his belt, and Nandu is someone you want to see grow into his career in this season. Let's hold us in again.
Yeah, Tejnarain Chandrapal was 24th last year on the run getters list. And this one getting a boundary here, some exquisite timing of the bat of Tejnarain Chandrapal. Only amassed 323 runs last season, played all 7 matches, batted for 12 innings out of those 7 matches, and he had a high score of 57. But of course, that average that you're highlighting, 24, he averaged just over 24 throughout the season. And for someone who has had a bite at that international cherry, you'd expect a little bit more from him.
This time played into the leg side from Chanderpole, and they get a single. Holder's been a bit straighter to him in this over, and you don't mind that as a fast bowler because you're looking to make him play. Chanderpole likes to leave the ball early on in his innings, doesn't really play at anything that's wide outside the off stump. But on this occasion, Holder being as disciplined as he can, trying to bowl straight, trying to make both Nando and Chanderpole play. And unfortunately for him, it's resulted in a boundary or 2. Score now 14 without loss, 7.3 overs. Holder runs in again. And well fended away from Nandu. Leacock gets around at mid-wicket, does the fielding, and another single added to the total. 15. The score moves on to now.
Chime Holder, just 12 wickets last season. As a fast bowler yourself, Liam, you're probably pretty impressed with how he goes about his work. But of course, there's always room for improvement. I'd like to hear your take on some of the adjustments and improvements that Holder can make.
Well, I think he's coming back from injury as he's in again. Well, that's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty from Chima Holder. Not many adjustments needed there. As this one just touching on about middle and off stump and moving away from Chanderpole. He had no idea where that one passed through. But a good delivery from Chima Holder to end over number 8. At the end of 8, it is 15 without loss. Matthew Nandu is going to take up strike now. But yeah, Holder's been he's been an interesting one to me because he's such a good fast bowler. And you know, he played through a lot of injuries early in his career. Obviously went across to the UK, you know, after getting his surgery done. He was having some issues with his rehab back in Barbados. He went to the UK and worked with Speed Camp and got himself back to a position where he could play cricket again. I think he was at the stage where nobody was sure if he would ever step onto a cricket field again and bowl fast. So it's good to see him back out. He's been back since 2023. He made his return in the regional Super 50 with the CCC team, and now he's back playing for Barbados. Good start there from forward in the over, but Nandu pushes it straight back past Raymond Rifat mid-off, and they pick up 2.
I don't think Ford would be bothered too much by that couple of runs. Of course, he's erring on the side of full. We spoke a lot yesterday while Matthew Ford was batting about his bowling, and the conditions at Providence will suit his style of bowling, mainly in part because of that breeze that comes from the east-northeast. Those northeast trade winds that we have across the region, the Caribbean region. And of course, that's what he's looking to utilize here. Over pitching and nicely pushed down the ground and not stopped. So 4 runs. Good effort by Holder down there, chasing from mid-on. Can't prevent the boundary though.
That was wonderfully played there from young Matthew Nandu. Let's have a look at it again. Angling in onto the stumps, and Nandu just took a half step forward and presented the full face of the bat. Shima Holder tried and maybe could have done a bit better there, but there is no stopping that one. There's 4 runs.
Did the hard work. He got to the ball. There's the execution of the slider. Just a tad off.
Edging and past the slip. Lenico Boucher at 3rd slip. Was diving to his left, could not get there. And the back-to-back boundaries now for Matthew Nandu. Guyana starting to pick things up here, Basu.
Yeah, you can see there Matthew Ford attempting to hone in on those stumps. This time pulling his length back just enough. Almost squaring up Matthew Nandu. This one would have to go down as a chance. Just past the outstretched hand of Boucher. But a couple of boundaries in succession for Guyana Harpy Eagles, and a bit of momentum now into their innings. They will have in the back of their mind that Barbados Pride batted the entire day yesterday. The 85 out of the overs that were allotted yesterday. We lost a few overs because of rain, and then the changeover of innings, obviously. That's the channel.
Still maybe a bit too wide when Nandu was comfortable enough to leave it. But you could see it was angling in and just straightened a bit, going into the keeper's gloves. And Nandu was very comfortable to leave that one. The score now 23 without loss.
And I think we spoke about it yesterday in terms of Kemar Roach being the elder statesman of West Indies fast bowling. And this angle around the wicket to a left-hander, Roach has done so well over the years, and he will give you those balls just holding the line, and then drop that one that comes back into your pads. Matthew Ford this morning, though, in this over, going the opposite direction, going in, attacking the pads, attacking the stumps, and then getting that one just to touch down and hold the line.
Yeah, he's been good thus far. I thought he would have been a bit more effective early on with the swing on offer, but there's not really much today compared to yesterday, as this one straightens a bit on Nandu again, and he just defends it into McAllister at short mid-wicket. There's no run at the end of over number 9, 25 without loss. Guyana was sent into the field, and Barbados Pride ended up scoring 345 runs after 3 good half centuries. Matthew Ford, the pick of those with 82. There was a 64 from Zachary McCaskey as well. But I think those are the 2 wickets that could change this game for me, because Matthew Ford was looking so comfortable. He looked like a seasoned first-class veteran out there batting when he got to 82, and unfortunately missed one when he came down the track and got out. But it was McCaskey really who chased a wide one on 64. That was the one that disappointed me. No ball signal there from umpire Nigel. In fact, that's umpire Rajkumar. No ball for Shima Holder, and once again the trend continues. We've seen a lot of no balls from this presidential Sweet End. To see him in his run up there, just goes a step back, so immediately making that adjustment. Holder runs into bowl from the VIP Suite end. Right on spot again.
I asked you about Holder, and I quite like what I see from him as well. And coming back off of injury, as you said, is never easy, but has a good stable run up, nice rhythm to it. Of course, like so many of the Barbadian fast bowlers, probably with the exception of Malcolm Marshall, he is quite tall, quite strong.
Oh, that's a wonderful shot there from Tishnai Chandapur. Just a push down the ground. McAllister gives up the chase, and that is going to be 4 more runs. 30 without loss now, and Tishnai Chandapur looking good.
I walked past him on the field this morning when they were doing their throwdowns just by the boundary rope. He was looking at me. I said, "You don't have to look at me. You have to look at the guy who's throwing down to you." He smiled as I walked past him. "Am I going to see runs today?" I asked. He said, "I hope so." And with the balance and poise of that off drive, I think we're in for something special from Tish Narayan today.
Yeah, this is a big season for him. I think this is a season that he needs to prove to everyone why he is as good as he is, and show the world that he can score runs still. And he has all the tools to do that. He just needs to get runs under his belt, and sometimes that's the hardest thing as a batsman.
Yeah, and I heard Inderjeet and Sean talking earlier about him not being his dad, and I think it's more of a the mental aspect of the game, the mental side of it. When you're a second generation or third generation player, there are always going to be those comparisons to your parents. We have Tilakaratne Dilshan, his daughter is playing for the under-19 Sri Lanka women's team. In the NBA, you have LeBron James, his son, who's now, and you can't get away from it.
Pulled away, but two guys down in the leg side, and it was pulled to the ground. So well played from Chanderpaul. Controlled aggression almost. There was a man down a deep square leg, and Matthew Ford's down that fine leg.
And ironically, one of the things his dad was known for was that mental toughness. If the great Shivnarine Chanderpaul did not want to get out, you could not get him out. Just like the great Brian Lara. And Tej Narayan now has to show that side of the game as well.
So Holder's going to switch up now around the wicket to Matthew Nandu. The 3 slips on a gully still in play, and a short cover and a backward point on the offside. No mid off. On the leg side is a mid on, a deep fine leg, and a deep backward square as Holder runs in. Straight to McAllister there at short mid on.
A little later in the day, of course, we'll expect to see the likes of Javed Leacock and the spinners come on. Of course, Nandu was part of that group that went to India in the spinning camp, the batting camp for spin. It's going to be very interesting to see how he goes about it. Of course, Javed Leacock, one of the mainstays of the Barbados Pride team over the last couple of seasons.
Going to go straight again, and Holder throwing the ball into the wicket keeper at the end of over number 10, 31 without loss. And yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be interesting to see how Nandu approaches the spinners and how he scores off the spinners. Shane Holder is going to be an important bowler for Barbados. If the fast bowlers can't break this partnership, 2 left-handers out there, it's always important to have that off spinner getting the ball away from the right-hander. And right on cue, we're going to see Jai McAllister replace Matthew Ford from the media centre end. And McAllister, one of the fastest bowlers around in the Caribbean. It's good to see him back in the Barbados team. And it looks like they're going to go with a short leg. I see Jonathan Drakes getting padded up down there on the boundary.
Of course, when we have players who go through the academy setup and these programs that are set up by Cricket West Indies, you want to see the improvement in their game. You want to be able to say, hey, and Matthew Nandu, one of those who had his time with the academy, and you want to see them progress from step to step, progress in terms of evolution of their game, getting better, and then, of course, making a name and staking a claim for international duty in the Maroon. Of course, it is the West Indies Championships 2025 where legends are made, and that's the progression that you want to see from these players.
Here is McAllister for his first delivery. You can already see the ball getting into Chanderpaul a bit quicker, and it's going to take a couple balls to just get into his rhythm and get before he goes full throttle. And when he does go full throttle, he's very quick and can be very difficult to negotiate.
And like Cham Holder, who's bowling from the other end, quite the tall, strapping young man.
Shema Holder, that is.
Shema Holder, I beg your pardon. All these holders out of Barbados. I think the only one we don't mix up is Jason, because he's that much taller than they all are. But of course, Jai McAllister, you're right. I saw him last year during the 4-day championship, and he did have that extra yard of pace. One of the things I felt that he could have gotten better with is a little bit in his run-up, and then last year he had a tendency from time to time, come back to it, that in his delivery stride, he tended to fall over just a tad. And if you're bowling that fast, even with those little things off, probably a little bit scary to think if he's perfect with a run-up, perfect in his load-up, perfect in his delivery stride, what it might look like.
He's got 48 first-class wickets in 16 games. He's into his 17th first-class match here. Season again. Short ball and pulled away. There's a man down a deep square and he does a very good job. That's Javid Leacock, and they get a single. Good batting, good bowling, but I don't think McAllister would mind Chandler Paul fending that ball away with the man in that short leg, and he's there for that exact reason.
I was just talking about his bowling action and how we're talking how fast he is. I remember him seeing him last year. I think at the University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Centre, bowl some really searing short deliveries at some batters. Of course, I think if he's going short, he has to probably get a little higher against Tej Narain. That one previously just easy for Chandler Paul just to bring his hands around and guide it down to Javid Leacock to square leg. But you want to have him fending a little more than just playing the shot. That's where you're going to bring the forward short leg into play. If he's going to be playing that pull shot, you have a fine leg and a deep backward square leg in place for the miscued pull or hook.
That one rushing on to Nando again. A bit better from McAllister at the end of over number 11. 32 without loss. McAllister, as I was mentioning, 16 first-class matches, 48 wickets and an average of just over 27. Picked up a 5-wicket haul against Bangladesh A when the West Indies A had that series back in 2023, I believe, or early 2024.
So say a pleasant good morning and welcome to all viewing around the world. It is the West Indies Championship 2025, and if you're just joining us, 3 games are presently ongoing. The 4th game is a day-night encounter that will get going at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's give you a little update on the progression of the scores in the other 2 matches. Windward Islands Volcanoes versus the Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions have since been bowled out for 337. They batted a total of 96.4 overs. Of course, the highlight in that innings for the Scorpions, former West Indies vice-captain Jermaine Blackwood getting the first 100 of the season. And in Coolidge, the West Indies Academy and Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Hurricanes have since been bowled out for 358. And they batted a total of 102 overs. The other game still to get started. Trinidad and Tobago on combined campuses and colleges. Trinidad will resume on 303 for 2.
And just as we mentioned, Shame Holder is going to replace Chima from the presidential suite and the off spinner, and I think this is a good move considering Nando and Chandler Paul both left-handed. But another thing to note is that these boys can play spin very well, so you'll have to see what goes on. As right on spot again is Holder.
Sometimes we talk about that bloodline of cricket in the West Indies and all the legends that come out of the game. And you mentioned being able to play spin is almost like with the various territories in the West Indies, you kind of associate a certain type of bowling or a certain type of batting with each territory. Almost like you expect that the Trinidad batters and the Guyana batters should be able to play spin, having the more spin-friendly conditions in those territories. And Barbados and Jamaica, you should be able to play fast bowling, having those type of conditions. A little bit of drift here from Holder.
Well, ball is still a bit new. We're just into the 12th over, and those Kookaburra balls out there aren't gonna get damaged too easily. Mid on and mid off. cut away from Chandapur, but straight to Leacock. It's a mid-on, short cover, extra cover, backward point, slip, short leg, short mid-wicket, and a deep square leg for Shame Holder, sorry.
The sound of the bat from Chandapur. He's middling the ball, but just not finding the gap. End of the 12th over, and the score remains at 32 without loss. So a maiden over to start from Chime Holder.
Yeah, it's going to be McAllister to continue. And yeah, I think with Shame Holder as well, he's been in this Barbados team for some time and has become the main off spinner, the go-to off spinner since the days of the Ashley Nurses and those guys who are gone now. They graduated out of playing regional cricket. Holder 16 first class matches, 51 wickets and an average of 24. The best 5 for 69 against the combined campuses and colleges just last year.
And I did mix up the holders when Shamar Holder was bowling. Chime Holder took 12 wickets at 23 apiece last season.
It makes me feel so good to see Shema Holder back playing cricket. He was such a good talent that was picked up by the West Indies very early, as McAllister is in again.
Yeah, almost like Shama Springer as well, who's had his injury problems, and then we saw him CPL, Super 50, different formats and tournaments in and around the Caribbean, and it's good to see them getting back. We spoke about it at length yesterday. Good to see them getting back into full fitness, or whatever full fitness looks like, granted.
Especially for someone like Shima, he made his debut very early on for the West Indies in New Zealand, and after that it was just downhill for him. And it was no fault of his own really. It was some injuries that he didn't even know that he had, and then just got worse and worse as time progressed. And then now back to enjoying his cricket. And one thing about him, you look at him bat late yesterday evening, you look at him bowl today on the field. He plays cricket with a smile on his face. He's just very happy, and he's appreciative that he can be back out on the park. Pulled away, there's a man out there, 2 men out there, but no one is going to be able to cut that one off as it goes over them. 6 runs, Matthew Nandu taking on the short ball and putting it away.
I think Jai McAllister will count himself a little unlucky, just a victim of his own pace maybe, because Nandu was not totally in control of the shot. In fact, Chandapur wasn't in total control of the shot, and getting the top edge. So Matthew Nandu not totally in control of that shot, but he'll welcome the result. 6 runs, and against the wind no less.
It was just a pick-up really, and as you said, he was a victim of his own pace there, McAllister. That ball just flying off the bat. Nicely forward this time. And you could see the short leg has now gone into almost a leg gully for Nandu because of the extra pace. The ball is going to go a bit finer. So good thinking from Raymond Reefer. And Raymond Reefer, another one of those players who's been around for years and years. He's very experienced. He would have played for the Guyana Harpy Eagles for a number of years as well. So it's good to see him back in a role where he's captaining a young Barbados team and he can use that experience to help the likes of McAllister.
Always the hard worker when we see Raymond Reefer. Always, he was never the flashiest or the classiest player, but he was always just a workhorse and worked really hard at this game. And he produced so much during past regional tournaments. He's been a great servant, Raymond Reefer, to West Indies cricket.
He's been in and out of the West Indies Test side for years.
I think it's difficult though sometimes when the type of player he is an all-rounder, and it's difficult when you have a plethora of all-rounders.
Oh, beauty. That's a beauty. An appeal from Jai McAllister. Not out, says umpire Nigel Duguid. And I don't think there was much in it. I thought, let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, Jerry McAllister, again, there's that extra pace you spoke about, and then that short delivery, really far from the bat. But we spoke about it when Matthew Ford was bowling. Coming around the wicket to a left-hander, you wanted touching down and leaving them. Almost reminiscent of his countryman, Kemar Roach, who we speak about so often. End of another over, at the end of a 13 in the Guyana Harpy Eagles first innings. 39 without loss. Of course, they're still behind by 307 runs on first innings, 346 all out, the Barbados Pride. And it is Shai Mulder's going to continue from the Presidential Suites end. And we talk about the West Indies Championship, Liam, being where legends are made. Who is your legend of legends?
Swept nicely there from Chanapol. That's a good looking shot. And it's going to run into the boundary for 4. Beautiful there from Tijan Chanapol in full control of that sweep shot. And a clinic on how to play spin here.
Yeah, nicely forward and bringing the hands down rather than going up and under the ball and rolling those wrists. And spoke in the last over, he was middling the ball, just not finding the gaps. And that's the importance of those wrists as a batter. Something is mentioned over and over that his dad was so proficient at. This one just guiding again, using the wrist, just past the outstretched hand of the first slip fielder, getting a single. Who's your legend of legends in West Indies cricket? Such a great bloodline we have in cricket in the West Indies.
It's difficult. I think the greatest ever to do it, for me, is a toss-up between great Sir Vivian Richards and Brian Lara. But I think one of my favorite players to look at and get back to you after this is my all-time favorite batsman in Test cricket for the West Indies has been Shivnarine Chanderpaul. From the time I was a little boy, he was the man that was consistent, and I love the way, his style of batting. The way it was a bit strange. It was, it was never orthodox, and the way he just batted for days and days without looking troubled. And he will always be, I think, one of my favorite Test batsmen that I grew up looking at. I didn't get to look at Lara as much, and obviously Sir Vivian Richards is way before my time, but
of course, being able to see some of these players live, I don't think, even though we are in the digital age and we can pull those videos of Sir Garfield or Sir Vivian, I think it doesn't really do them justice.
driving nicely there's Nandu past the man at point, and Nico Boucher, and they pick up an easy 2. And this has been a good start to me for Guyana. I don't think they've been known to bat a bit slowly, these two, but I think in this situation they've scored at a good rate. So that's going to bring us to the end of over number 14, the end of the first hour of today's play. There's going to be a short break now as the players have a drink. After this, we'll be right back.
Well, wherever you are, welcome back once again to the National Stadium at Providence. The Harpy Eagles, after the first hour of play this morning, 44 without loss. And of course, let me remind you that Barbados Pride scored 346. Matthew Nandu is there in 22 from 40, and Tejan Chandapal 20 from 43. Has been a very sound start by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And the match should continue. Sean, 44 without loss.
Yeah.
Solid start. Tucked nicely into the onside field for a single. I was saying it was a solid start.
Yes, they now have reduced the target to 300 runs, and they're batting pretty well, showing good intent.
Yes, certainly. And if you're going to get as close as possible, even past that 346, you'll want to ensure that your openers give you a solid base. And this is exactly what the two Harpy Eagles players are doing.
Yeah, the two of them have got to bat as long as possible in the first session, even bat out the first session to give Guyana a solid chance. Guyana, the defending champions. Barbados, the only team to have beaten them the last time here at Providence. So it's a big battle between two top teams.
Certainly it is. Nicely tucked off the body once again by Matthew Nandu, and they'll get the single. So the singles are just beginning to come as a no ball is signaled by umpire Nigel Dugid. Just breaching that bowling crease, Jair McAllister. He's in his third over. Are you surprised that he wasn't given the ball to open the bowling, seeing he's the fastest in the Barbados Pride setting?
I was a bit, but they've got some quality fast bowlers, and no, I was not surprised.
Good looking shot, played with soft hands off the legs down towards a short square leg, and they collect another run. So it's good to see that the singles are definitely coming between these two with the field. Two players on the boundary, that's the forward square on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, some open territory. Now we see for the left-handed Matthew Nandu, the square leg on the boundary is coming in further, just at the side of the umpire standing at square leg. So giving him maybe a few short balls, encourage him to go for the hook shot or the pull shot.
Well, before he top edged the hook and it went for 6, but he wasn't in total control of that shot. So the short ball poise maybe can work.
Another short delivery, but this was down the leg side, and he played it well, Matthew Nandu, getting inside the line of the delivery and allowing it to go by to the gloves of the keeper. No doubt these things play on your mind when you're out in the middle. That top edge that went for 6 could have easily gone to hand. So you feed him there and hoping that he makes the mistake. He must be smart here, Matthew Nandu, know where the fielders are. Oh, that's a good looking shot. This is going to run pretty close down towards the boundary. Will it have the leg to get there? It does. And that's 4 good looking runs. Opening the face, not all power. The timing was superb. The placement was even better.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. Well timed, didn't look, as you said, for power, just placed it. And it raced down to the boundary for 4, and it found the gap. That's the shots that these two have to play. Find the gaps, rotate the strike. They're batting pretty well.
Yes, and our scoreboard is showing it's 47. I think that might very well be 50 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's a little bit on the slow side there. Short and pulled away. That's going to go way down towards the boundary region. That's gone for another 6. This time I thought that he had gotten a little bit more control over it. And he's equal to the task, getting a 6 off the last delivery.
Yeah, continued to test him with that short ball, but he got the better of it on that occasion. And the total going up now to
I think we can ignore this for a little while.
59.
Well, it was definitely a good shot. He was waiting on the back foot for that delivery and got it, pivoted nicely. Good looking shot by Matthew Nandu. And the confidence level of both these guys continue to rise out in the middle. And this is what happened when you spend time out in the middle.
Yeah, certainly the longer you bat, your confidence increases as your innings progresses. And lovely conditions for batting, bright sunshine, pitch which is still good.
Yes, nothing is wrong with the pitch. I think from ball number 1, we have had a good cricket pitch here at the National Stadium. Some dead grass rolled into it. That's going to help to hold the soil together. There's a tinge of greenery on it as well.
And it's going to be important how these two, especially Nandu, bat against the spinners. Yesterday we saw a couple of balls, very few, keep low from this end.
So far we haven't seen deliveries this morning keeping low as of yesterday. There was a little bit more moisture inside of it, a little bit dampened. But today it has played real well.
Yes, and the sun has come out today, so the pitch is drying out. And that helps. Strong breeze blowing the coconut trees, the flags in the distance. So with the breeze and the sun, good ball there though, turned, played with that turn, little jerking shot.
Yes, and Chaim Holder, the right arm off spinner operating from the southern end of the ground. Just picking off a nice rhythm at the moment. The last delivery was nicely floated. And here is Nandu stretching forward and playing it down towards short cover to bring the over to an end. So they started off this morning, Barbados Pride, with Matthew Ford from the northern end. He has had 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. And Chimar Holder, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Since then it has been Jair McAllister and Chaim Holder operating in tandem.
Well, of course, McAllister, the quickest of the bowlers to be used so far.
And we're going to have a change in bowling because McAllister is going to be replaced by
Reefer.
Yes, Reefer. He's a skipper of the Barbados Pride team. Left arm, medium fast bowler, can swing it. Reefer spent a number of years with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. There's still that 2 slip, a gully. There's also backward point, a short cover. There's wide mid off, mid on, forward square, and a long leg. Pitched up delivery and good looking drive. McAllister is in the way down at that wide mid off region. He collects. There is no run. Good start here by Reefer, right on target. And the left-hander Matthew Nandu, very solid there. Everything coming off from the meat of the batter.
Reefer just one of 2 players in the Barbados side that have played at the test level. And he's very familiar with most of the Guyana players. Spent a couple of seasons here in Guyana. In fact, that's where he made the West Indies team from, playing for Guyana in the regional first class tournament. And in fact, when Barbados won, he was on the receiving end when they beat Guyana.
Yes, and he's striving here. Needs to get it just a little bit outside the line of the off stump. Apparently just bowling a little straight. Nothing wrong, his early days yet. This is his force over that he's bowling. And a little discussion out in the middle. Now let's see what's going to be the field change here. We're having somebody in a catching position at short, wide, mid-off. And now we're having an extra cover as well. So some pressure here on the left-handed Matthew Nandu. Has to be careful how he's stepping forward.
Good delivery again. Moved away from the left-hander, more thick outside edge, but was safe. Landed well in front of the gully.
Was a good delivery and well played by Matthew Nandu. Everything in behind of it, kept it down nicely. Can't score. So Rifa is bowling to his field very well in this, his first over of the match. It's a good looking shot by Matthew Nandu on the legs and turned away down towards backward square.
Didn't try to hit it too hard, just turned it away. Soft hands, got the single. Rotation in strike, and that's important in a partnership, even though both are left-handers. Nandu's a bit shorter than Chandrapal.
Seen Tej this morning play his boundaries, 3 of them. They were absolutely gorgeous looking shot. One cut through backward point. One of them flicked a true mid-wicket for a boundary, and the other one was a spanking straight drive. The over has been completed. Just want to ask our viewers and listeners, no fault of ours, just bear with us a little. We'll have that scoreboard up and running for you. We just don't want to give you false numbers. This partnership now, the opening partnership, Sean, must have some concern to the Barbados Pride team because it's growing and both these openers, Chandrapal and Nandu, are looking set out in the middle, look very solid.
Well, they've virtually seen out the new ball. That's the first aim, box ticked, and now they've got the spin to deal with. Prefer bowling medium pace from the other end, so spin and pace in tandem.
Well, he leapt into the air. They're celebrating here, umpire Rajkumar.
I think Nandu's questioning if the ball is a bomb ball. Hit it into the ground and then was caught.
Well, there's going to be a discussion here, Sean, between Rajkumar and Nigel Dugid. I think Dugid was in a better position to see what happened. We are watching it on the replay. Wow. His back is against us, blocking our view from it. Let's see what decision, if there's going to be any by the umpire. Will that dreaded finger go up or not? Well, he's been given him out. The cotton ball. It was indeed a brilliant catch. In the air, could have been a slower delivery. I love the flight of the delivery by Chaim Holder, and Nandu just couldn't keep it down. Tried to play it down towards mid-on, and the bowler just leapt into the air and brought off a brilliant catch. Congratulations to Chaim Holder. The Harpy Eagles, they have lost their first wicket. Matthew Nandu, cotton ball.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Nandu still thinks that the ball hit the ground because of the way he's walking, but looking at it on the replay, I would feel that's a legal catch.
Well, from my vantage point here, when I looked at the replay, the body actually blocked me. I see both hands going down towards the turf. Whether he had the ball turned up is another story. But Nigel Duguid was in an excellent position, to advise umpire Raj Kumar. He's been given the marching orders. Raymond Perez, with a little bit of a jig and then swinging of the arms, he's walking out into the middle. The Harpy Eagles losing their first wicket, and Pride, they were very, very ecstatic. They were confident that it was a good catch.
It was a good performance, even though it was a short one by Nandu. And when he played his shots, he looked quite good. Unfortunate dismissal for him. But he has to go. A good dismissal on the part of Barbados. They have broken the partnership, which was beginning to look ominous for them.
Yes, and I said they are going to be relieved with that wicket. They've worked pretty hard. Reefer brought in the changes, used his medium fast. He brought himself in, and he's having the off spinner, James Holder, operating from the southern end of the ground. And let's now see, just swinging those arms like a traffic cop. He's asking the extra cover to go a little bit towards his left. Well, Perez is right-handed, so that's two mid-wicket we are having there. One a little further out, one is short and straight. And we are having also a wide mid-on. There's a slip, backward point, short extra cover, and a wide mid-off. So let's see what's the plan here.
First time he'll have the opportunity to bowl to a right-hander. And that's well bowled. Played it with the spin.
And well played too. Just a little forward movement, smothered the spin and played it down toward mid-wicket, can't score. He must have noticed something here in Raymond Perez.
Gets a single because the man at mid-on is just outside where the 30-yard circle will be in a one-day game, so allows the opportunity for the batsman to rotate the strike, brings the left-hander back into contention.
Listen, good to see Raymond Perez off the mark. Ended last season with a fine half-century, played some scintillating shots, but he has struggled in local cricket of recently to get back to top form. Tejas driving, nicely knocked down at short extra cover.
There are two men there for the catch, one at short extra cover and the other one at short cover. There's also a backward point, a slip in place and a forward short leg, and there's the short man at the short mid-wicket position.
Now this is good bowling by James Holder, dropping it nicely, getting a little bit of toe on the off spinner, and Shawnee has been flighting the ball very, very nice.
Yeah, good consistency. Now they've decided to bring the man on the other side to seal him it off.
Not a bad ploy at all. Good on drive, good timing, can't score, so they've kept him there at the non-striker's end. And with James Holder operating from the southern end of the ground and Raymond Reefer, the skipper, from the northern end. They have picked up a wicket and they have checked the scoring. The singles are very difficult to come by with that kind of feel, with the exception if the batters are brave, especially Tage, to come down the track and greet the spinner, go over the top. Whether he wants to take that risk is another story.
Well, the lunch break would be at 12:15, so still enough time for him to get settled in. It's not too close to the lunch break where he will want to shut up shop, but he's got to be careful not to get bogged down.
Yes, that's the last thing you will want to happen to you, blocking balls and not scoring runs. It will take a little while. Well, it's going to be Chimar Holder
Yeah.
to replace Reefer from the northern end of the ground. Well, this is going to run away down towards the third man boundary for 4. Slice of the face of the bat, and bisecting the gully and the backward point all along the ground.
Yeah, Perez looked to hit that a lot squarer. It peeled off the face of the bat, but not in the exact direction that he would have wanted it to go, but the result is a boundary. We'll take that.
Yes, and he was a little bit tentative. The good thing he wasn't looking to go pretty hard at it. So he took the outer part of the bat, and then all along the ground he gets the boundary. The bowler will feel that he has gotten moral victory there despite Perez getting the boundary.
The delivery again. Little movement away from the right-hander as he covered up in behind it.
Yes, and jumping as he played it too, but he read the little away swing very well and played it right down into the turf.
Reefer bowling just a solitary over. He's the captain. Back of a length again by Holder, bowling with that white headband. And Perez looking very cautious.
His first spell, Chimar Holder, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Very economical.
Bowl that from the southern end. Opened the bowling with Matthew Ford, maybe because of his confidence from his innings last night. And that's edged past the slip. And that's going to go down to the third man boundary for 4. But another injudicious shot there from Perez.
Yes, severely tested outside the line of the off stump. The edge found, did it went to hand, just falling short of the second slip fielder. And once again, not looking comfortable. I did mention he jumped when he played that last delivery.
And that was a real loose drive. The left foot didn't really go across.
Zachary McKeskey is at 4 slip. And now they're removing. That's the fielder who was there, Matthew Ford.
Short ball. That one had some pace on it. Well, it was ill-directed down the leg side. Well, that was certainly quick.
Yes, certainly quick, and it's good to see here Chimar Holder. He is a fast bowler. It was a short delivery. He got under it. It was headed down the leg side, but just reminding Perez, and no doubt he'll be looking to get that one up and just moving as close as possible to the line of the off stump. That's the reason why they're having 3 slips and a gully and a backward point. Look at
Loose
that.
shot. No movement of the feet across. Just stood there and swatted at it. Luckily for him, it didn't hit the outside edge. The over is completed.
And
So
that,
another good over bowl there by Holder.
yeah, that's a brilliant over ball by Chimar Holder. We saw him using 2 short delivery, one to the body, one that went above the head of Raymond Perez. One found the edge, just dropping short of second slipper, and one of them looking for an almighty drive to the offside field. No doubt roughed up a little. That was too wide, and very early in his innings to go after that one. So a fine over by Chimar Holder. Chim Holder, the right arm off spinner, will continue with that solitary slip and a silly point. Maybe more of a silly mid-off area. There's also backward point. We are having a wide mid-off and a cover. And he's bowling to the experienced and well-set Tejnarayan Chandapal. That's a very tight delivery on line and length. And Tage looks pretty comfortable, smothers the spin right in front the face of that silly mid-off fielder.
Holder's bowling consistent lines, consistent lengths. And Chandrapal looks to use his feet. When he gets there, he pushes it into the offside. Well bowled again. The bowler Holder saw him coming and fired it in. Chandrapal equal to the task.
Yes, came down the track, pushing the pad, got back onto it, into the offside field, can't score.
Short, punched away, but can't find the gap. And one of the good things about using your feet when they're close fielders, you get past the close fielders. Even if you bat pad it, the fielder's not there.
And he has looked good so far, playing the off spin of Chame. Holder stroked away down towards Matthew Ford at extra cover. Can't get past the fielder. And Pride doing a fine job here. They have cut off the scoring opportunities of getting singles. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Tossed up a little bit more. The line was right. Drawing the left-hander onto the front foot. There is where he wants to get Tage to play, where he bring the short extra cover, the silly mid-off into play, along with the first slip. Oh, that's a delicate shot onto the back foot, opens the face, running away down towards third man, and they will go back and complete two. That was a cheeky shot, well played.
Yeah, waited on the ball, used the pace of the bowler, and just guided it down towards the third man position. Got two, so he's looking good.
Yes, and at the end of the over, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 70 for the loss of 1, with Tage Narayan Chandrapal on 22 from 59. Raymond Perez just come out in the middle, 9 from 8.
Yeah, but Perez is not looking as if he wants to bat long. Got to settle down mentally and technically.
But by nature, he's an aggressive player. We have seen how he has scored his runs over the years. But you have just come out into the middle. You have lost your first wicket. You just want to settle down a little. I like the plan of Chimar Holder. Coming through for a quick single, well played by Raymond Perez. This one was much straighter on the stumps. Just a tickle down towards short backward square and picks up a single. So good looking shot to score a run, Raymond Perez. Back comes Tage Narayan Chandrapal in strike.
So it's good to see rotation in the strike, which gives the bowler another headache, bowling to a left-hand, right-hand combination. You got to set the field a different way. You got to bowl a different line. And sometimes you've got to bowl a different length too.
And Tage is growing in confidence. He has not been bothered by anything around him. If I can recall well, there was just once he was beaten outside the line of the off stump. And that was when Matthew Ford was bowling from the northern end of the ground. But he has looked very, very solid.
So he's 6-1 ball so far in his 24. And he drives nicely down the ground. Gets a single, despite some good movement there from McAllister at mid-off to his left.
Yes, and that was very smart cricket by Tage. Didn't look to hit it too hard. He wanted a single. Just got in behind the ball and a little push on the offside of the pitch and pushed it in that angle where a single is guaranteed.
And if you've just joined us, Guyana resuming this morning, chasing 346 made by Barbados. Had a good partnership of 61 before Nando was caught and bowled by Holder. That's the off-spinner Holder. He made 36 from 54 balls, hit 3 fours, and 2 sixes. The first 6 was a top edge, but the second 6 was more well controlled, both from short balls.
Look, and more than often, Chimar Holder is bowling to his field. There are 3 slips at gully and a backward point. Sometimes tend to get it a little bit too straight. He'll be striving for just outside the off stump.
This time was a much better shot, played very well, opened the face, and it sped across this very fast outfield despite the morning showers and went for 4.
Yes, did it came back a little. Yes, just a trifle, but that was well played by Raymond Perez. Kept his eyes on the ball, took it on the up, and opened the face nicely through square cover. Fine shot.
And that will do the world of his confidence very good, because now the ball has hit the middle of the bat. His previous 2 boundaries, one was off the edge, one was off the face of the bat, but not where he wanted it to go. And this is his first convincing shot.
Just need a little bit time to settle out in the middle. Now that's a lengthy once the ball, bending it back a little. The over's been completed. We are going to take our leave, Sean, and we're going to make way for Liam and his dad, Vinod. A pleasure, I guess, for both of them working together.
Thanks a lot to Sean Devers and Inderjeet Prasad, two of the best when it comes to commentary here in Guyana. And they would have been keeping your company for the last half an hour or so. Spectators coming in, but very slowly. At the end of the day, it's a working day here in Guyana. And trust me, a lot of work going on in Guyana at the moment. Let me say a very good morning to Liam Makja.
Good morning to you, Vinod, and good morning to all of our viewers around the Caribbean and the world. As Shane Holder is set to continue from the media center, in fact, the presidential suite end. And is right on cue once again. He's bowled well, 7 overs, none for 28. Picked up the wicket, obviously, of Matthew Nandu, caught on bowled. Shame Holder, 5 overs, 1 for 10. I've got to say, it was a very soft dismissal in terms of Nandu. I don't think he was out. I think that ball hit the ground. It's very hard to see, but I think the umpire might have got that one wrong. Nandu was looking really good, and he refused to walk until the umpires had a bit of a conversation. Driven nicely there from Chanderpaul, but straight to Matthew Ford, and a bit of antics running in. Perez on the other end has had some chances early here as Chanderpaul hits this one down to skipper Raymond Rifa and mid-on. Former West Indian all-rounder Raymond Rifa.
Outside the off stump. And just allowed to go by. That's one thing.
Two deliveries left in over number 22. Getting closer to lunch. Oh, Chanderpaul on the drive, and he beats the man at cover. A bit of work here for Nico Boucher to do. In fact, it's Leacock, and he can't get there. 4 runs. Stationary Chanderpaul continues to look good.
Well, I think Leacock was just basically keeping the ball company because he knew he had to go and return it. And that goes into the boundary for 4.
That's the end of over number 22. 82 for 1. Chandler Paul looking good. 29 not out. Shema Holder to continue from the media center end. Here he is, runs away from the media center end. And short delivery. Perez was tall on it and got it into the leg side quite easily and gets a single.
I know that Perez's form hasn't been the greatest in recent times, but he's the type of player that I have a lot of time for. I think there's something with Perez that they can work with, and one hopes that he comes good. As far as Guyana is concerned, I have a lot of time for him. So much time I can buy him a watch.
Well, he finished the season quite strongly last year in the regional 4-day competition after a slow start, but he really leaned into his role as a holder. Oh, this time well played from Chandler Paul, but a good bit of fielding from the man there at short mid wicket, forward square leg almost.
Well,
Holder.
You were saying that here comes Holder again, and from the moment he went into that delivery stride, I was about to say Archer because he seems to have mirrored his changed bowling approach and, of course, his style to that of Geoffrey Archer, which is not bad.
Not at all, as he's in again. That high front arm. Gets a quick single this time. Rifa can't get there. And Perez was taking evasive action with another single. This is good from Chandler Paul.
End of it, 84 it should be now for the loss of 1. 83 in fact for 1. It almost makes me want to mirror my singing after the great Lord David Harris. And on that note, I want to say a very happy birthday to my dear friend out of Barbados. And today I think he is finally entered into his 40s. And David Harris, happy birthday.
Well, good pace there. Shema Holder getting the lift off the wicket that we didn't really get to see from Jai McAllister. Let's have a look at that again. And yeah, good heat on that one. Raymond Perez was on the floor before.
I'm really, really impressed with Shema Holder. And speaking about Holder, so today is David Fitzpatrick MacDonald Harris's birthday, and a very dear friend of mine, Keith Holder. And there's a relation with Holder and Chima Holder. We'll take him out for a fruit punch this afternoon.
Oh, good stop there from Matthew Ford at gully, diving to his right. Matthew Ford, an electric cricketer. He's a good man to have on your team, not a good man to play against. Look at that bit of work there.
They're on sound, aren't they? When Barbados are looking like that out there,
you could sense something about to happen.
West Indies cricket is in fine fettle. Let's hope for the best.
And you look at the way that Perez has started. He's played shots, he's tried, but he's not been able to get full control of this innings. One no ball there signaled by umpire Nigel Duguid. And it's been a trend in this game. There's been a lot of no balls from both teams, really. We saw Nat Smith struggle quite a lot yesterday. So far this morning, a couple from McAllister, 1 or 2 from Holder as well.
You know, there's it was reported somewhere that Kapil Dev, the former Indian legend, played his entire career of over 100 test matches without bowling a no ball. That is a feat. I didn't bowl a no ball either, but I didn't play test cricket.
Here is Holder again. Oh, good delivery. Getting some lift. Raymond Perez stands tall and gets it down to Javid Leacock down at fine leg at the end of over number 23. 86 for 1. Teacher and Chandler Paul looking good. He's on 30. And Raymond Perez 16 of 17 deliveries. Chima Holder before.
Do you think there's value in putting a forward short leg in place? With Holder getting the ball to climb menacingly and quickly onto Perez.
But we saw it earlier when McAllister came in to bowl. We saw a fall short leg, but the wicket was not really conducive to what McAllister was trying to do. But Shima Holder seems to be bowling on a different wicket. A bit
And
expensive in his
yeah.
second spell. He was going for 24 in his last 4 overs.
But he's trying to make something happen. And when you try to make something happen, you overextend yourself. There's the possibility that you may, give up some runs as well. But he's trying to get a wicket because Guyana has come back nicely here. These two, they're fighting well. And they're together, looking to push Guyana to close to about 100. It's now 12 o'clock. We have 15 minutes to go to the lunch break.
On appeal for LBW, it looks close. And Shame Holder is looking at umpire Rajkumar and asking a question, but it looks like it may be just going down leg at first glance. Let's look again.
So he was very close to the umpire. I think the doubt was the amount of turn that he got there. He could have easily taken it past the leg stump. Down the legs. There's Perez playing as late as possible.
And that's what you want to see from Perez. Gets 2 more runs. You look at Shima Holder as well, who's bowling on the other end. He's bowling so well. And, before injury, he was bowling in and around 140 Ks. And he looks like he's bowling somewhere close to that today. You can see that is that extra yard or 2 of pace.
Well, he has awoken what I thought was a docile track.
And long forward there, Perez again. Perez scoring at a healthy rate, but a lot of them have been edges. And that's something to note. And that's why Shima Holder's last 4 over spell that went for 24, it's not as bad as it seems because a lot of it has been through the slip cordon. Ooh, that one turned a bit from Shame Holder. And worked into the leg side. Nico Boucher does the fielding. Let's have a look at that. First real sign of big turn.
That one followed Perez like a tout.
Oh, yes. I've liked what I've seen from Shame Holder in this match, not only with the ball in hand, but with the bat as well. And long forward again. Yeah, I love what I've seen from Shame Holder. He's not afraid to flight the ball, and he's trying to get that ball to turn. He's trying to make something happen, but Chanderpaul, as we know, good player of spin, is not allowing anything too easily out there. So it looks like a change.
You would remember Look North yesterday. He was giving the ball air. He was trying to make something happen. He was allowing it to grip on the track as opposed to just pushing it through. As I look to the southern end of the northern end of the ground, there's a very strong wind that is blowing across the ground at the moment, and the Holder is going to continue. Well, there's Amazonia Mall. That belongs to the former West Indies middle order batsman Ramnere Sawan. So when you see that mall, there's a bit of pride that you feel because there's a product of West Indies cricket that is helping a former player basically off the field. He would have used his resources as a cricketer to have this magnificent mall here. I must pay a visit to that mall. I may do that this afternoon.
There is Holder. There was a bit of a conversation. Leacock was going to bowl, but they decided to give Holder one more. Let's see how he goes. Yeah, I think it's going to be the right decision because I could just sense that Shima Holder is going to get a wicket before lunch, the way that he's bowling at this point in time.
Well, 11 minutes to the food van pulling up. So, if Perez is a man who enjoys his lovely Guyanese fare, he may want to get in early If not, he will want to stay until the umpires flick the bails.
You could just sense though, you could really see that the Bajans are on top at this point in time. No ball signaled, but right on spot once more.
Another lovely day in South America. Guyana being part of the South American continent. Holder.
Right on spot once again. And I think Raymond Perez would be looking at the clock and thinking, okay, it's just a matter of time now. I just need to bat 2 or 3 more overs, not take any undue risk, and get myself into lunch. Have a good, nice Guyanese, Chinese food,
Chicken on the rough.
and have a come back out after lunch and start all over again. 3 sips and a gully await him. And a short ball from Holder, just back off a length, and Perez equal to the task. Staggered career so far from Shimmer. Holder, he'd want to get himself a few years and just get himself back into the groove of playing regional first class cricket. Already played 30 games. Oh, taking the outside edge again, but soft hands from Perez, and it goes one bounce to Boucher. He's played 30 first class games now, 91 wickets at an average of 30, just under 31. He'd want to improve on that. And remember back in the 2019-2020 season, right before COVID, he picked up 36 wickets that season and got selected for the West Indies team. He'd look to emulate that.
Probably a little closer to Perez. You want Perez playing with just a couple minutes to go towards lunch. Someone tells me that we're getting Gilbaka. What is Gilbaka?
Not quite sure myself.
Divas tells me it's one of the more popular fish that you can get in the island.
Well, one delivery in this Holder over to go. A bit too wide again, but you can see that he's working hard. And that one got into the keeper's gloves quite quickly. So it's time now 7 minutes past 12. And you've got to think that you probably get 2 more overs in before the lunch break. And I think it's going to be Javid Leacock replacing Holder from the other end. Holder is going to continue from this end. That's Shame Holder, the off spinner.
They may get in about 2 overs or so before the lunch break.
I think if you could get Leacock in the next over, then there is a possibility you could get even 3. This one from Leacock, and maybe another one from Holder.
Are you a fan of Flying Fish or Gilbaka?
That's a loaded question, considering the 2 teams playing here. And I'm afraid I'm being set up.
I tend to like Flying Fish, but the one from Tobago.
Good answer. Raymond Reefer calling for the helmet and pads. Go short leg.
That's good. I just love how Holder is giving the ball air. He's trying to entice the drive from Chanderpaul. I think Chanderpaul is so disciplined. He's not going to play a naughty shot before lunch.
Oh, well.
Nice adjustment.
It was a good adjustment, but I thought he could have left that. He kind of pushed his bat at it and followed it which is a mistake you don't want to be making too often in 4-day cricket, first class cricket. 3 deliveries to go. So it seems to me that Leacock is going to be the next bowler in. See him getting warm there, cover. Just to bowl 1 over before lunch. Oh, that's a good delivery, a bit of bounce and turn.
Well, he threw Chanderpaul to it, and at this point in time, Chanderpaul has to be careful. He has to know exactly where his off stump is. There's no need to play at deliveries that you don't have to play at.
And long forward again to finish the over at the end of over number 26, 90 for 1. And Raymond Reefer is going to jump into short leg.
So let's see how this goes. 1 over to go. It promises to be explosive. Let's see. In fact, they're going for Leacock. At this point in time, and there you can see the lovely bridge that is being constructed here. It will replace a floating bridge, and that will then be dismantled and taken into different areas in Guyana where there are water courses, and will be used there. I was very happy that I was able to cross it before, next time we come it might be dismantled. It's a piece of history there, The bridge is not as old as David Harris.
Or Gerard Basso. It's going to be Leacock to finish. That should be the final over. I have a feeling that if Leacock can get through this over quickly, they'll try to sneak one more in.
Yeah,
they
it's
can
still
get
4
it done in
minutes.
2 or 3 minutes.
Yep.
But I think game awareness is important at this stage for Perez and Chanderpaul to understand that they could drag this over out. I'd like to see good afternoon to Guyana on the 19 fast bowler Joash Charles. He says that Gilbaka is one of the best fish to eat in the world.
Driving.
A bit too full from Leacock to start. Just a bit of a loosener. Perez 19 of 29 now. Got a feel for Matthew Nandu. On that dismissal, a ball that Nandu swore hit the ground before it went to the bowler.
Well, talking about Gilbaka, I'll get back to that with Joash just now.
Oh, good delivery, sliding on there. And Raymond Perez has walked all the way back to the square leg umpire.
Yes, I think I want to agree with him because Mahindra Dindial's dad brought us some the other night. It was perfect, wasn't it?
It was. Oh, Perez having a drive. Went straight to Matthew Ford there at cover. Just about 2 deliveries to go.
I think there was a funny story, Liam, when you were on the same flight after this delivery.
Oh, quick single from Perez, and Holder not able to get it quick enough to get the single.
Playing for Trinidad, was it on the 19 or was it on the 15 at the time? I think Dindial walked into the plane because the Guyana team was there. The Trinidad team was on the same flight, and Dindial, I was told, walked straight to you, and without knowing him, he said, "You are my cousin." Is that true?
Yeah, that would have been on the 15, yep. We always seem to have funny interactions on the plane because back in 2023, when we both played for Trinidad and Guyana under 19 respectively, I forgot my suitcase outside in the waiting area.
You always forget everything.
And when I was going back out of the plane to get it, I saw India walking in with it. Down the track, straight to McAllister, chance for run out.
So you have a good cousin. He took care of you.
Should be 1 delivery to go. Look at the time, 12:14 p.m.
Liam, you didn't tell me that you have Guyanese roots. I think your grandmom, I think, she was born in Zog, in Essequibo.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be able to pass through the area that she used to live. Here is Leacock again, finishes up the over.
Chandra Misir from Zog. That's lunch. And I depend on you with your Guyanese roots to provide me with a proper lunch. Let's quickly look at it. 31, not out to Tej Chandra Paul. He'll be happy. 36 to Matthew Nandu. He was enterprising. Raymond Perez is coming to the party. 20 not out. 97 for 1. And that is in response to the Barbadians 345. After a final word from Liam, we take a short break for lunch. Gil Baca, and we'll be back.
Yeah, it looks to me that Guyana definitely would feel like they won this session. And going into session number 2, these two, Chandler Paul and Raymond Perez, would want to build on this. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back after lunch with more.
with 507 first-class matches, 796 innings, 63 times not out, through 36,212 runs, a high score of 322 at an average of 49.4, with 114 centuries and 162 half centuries. That is the man, the great Sir Vivian Richards, a legend of the game of cricket. This is the Cricket West Indies, the West Indies Championships 2025, where legends are made, and there's probably no one greater than the great Sir Vivian Richards. Of course, good afternoon to all the viewers in Antigua. And of course, there's that game going on at Coolidge in Antigua, but you are viewing the Providence National Stadium here in beautiful Georgetown, Guyana. The sun is out in all its glory. And with the umpires, Lyndon Rajkumar and Nigel Duguid on the field, followed by the Barbados Pride and the batters for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, we are ready for session number 2 on day number 2. We had a bit of a delayed start this morning. There was some torrential rain this morning, but once we got going and the rain blew away with that easterly, northeasterly wind, it's been sunshine, sunshine, and more sunshine. Where we stand, 346 in their first innings, the Barbados Pride, top score from Matthew Ford, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, in reply, got to lunch at 92 for 1. Matthew Nandu, the only batter out so far, 27 overs bowled in that first innings, that first session. Javid Leacock would have finished the bowling just before lunch. Chime Holder with ball in hand, and a slip in play, a forward short leg, backward point, extra cover and cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket, fine leg, and a mid-on. The signal from umpire Rajkumar. Let's play, gentlemen. It is session number 2 on day 2 of this encounter between the Pride and the Harpy Eagles, and we are away. And in the commentary seat next to me, the local lad, Sean Devers. Good afternoon, Sean.
Yeah, good afternoon, and good afternoon to the island of Antigua, 365 beaches. Good afternoon to James Trotman there in Antigua and all my friends there. Glorious sunshine continued to prevail after lunch. We've had glorious sunshine all the time since the play started. A slight delay because of some drizzles, but this is a fantastic drying ground, as we all know, and Guyana fighting on.
365 beaches in Antigua. I've been to none yet. Have you been to any?
Yeah, I've been to like 5.
That's 5 more than me. You probably would have 5 more runs than me as well. A nice bit of flight from Holder, and we're on the way. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are on the way with the first run off the bat in session number 2. And I know you were asking me during the lunch interval about those 2 sixes that Matthew Nandu had hit. And we know for sure one was off the bowling of Jair McAllister. And what have you seen from Matthew Nandu, though? He's had his stints with the academy. He's gone to India on that batting academy tour, whatever you want to call it. Of course, one of the initiatives, one of the great initiatives from Cricket West Indies. Down the leg side. What have you seen from Nandu? You being from Guyana, you all would have seen Nandu come up in the ranks.
Yeah, I think he's got tremendous promise. Former West Indies under-19 player, actually born in Canada. And he looked cautious, then he started to put his foot on the gas, and he was contentiously out. He indicated that it was a bomb ball. Looking at the replay, I'm not too sure. It might be a bomb ball.
Just 1 run in the first over from Holder, and a 93 for 1 at the end of that first over after lunch.
But when he was out at 61 for 1, He made 36, 3 fours, 2 sixes, 58 balls. The Perez looked to attack. He played some impetuous shots to begin his innings, but one square drive was a classy shot. But this partnership is important because they've taken the score to the 92 for 2 with Chandrapal on 31 and Perez on 20 by lunch. So this session is important to see if they can press on, especially Chandrapal, who needs to get 100.
Matthew Ford then from the media center. They're just drifting a little bit down the leg side into the mid-wicket gap, and the first run off of the bat. The second run for Tejnari Chandrapal after lunch. And with 28 overs already completed, it's going to be interesting to see as the ball gets older, gets a little bit more scuffed up. Matthew Ford, we know, can be an exponent of good swing bowling. We see him do it with the white ball so often. And now with the red ball that always swings more than the white ball, he should be able, with the assistance of that breeze as well. Just a little bit too short. A chance of a catch is in fact dropped and through the hands into the boundary now.
That was a great effort though. It was a chance, but he made a little bit of height, and he's not the tallest man fielding there at gully, and the ball just pierced through his hands and went for 4. But another iffy shot from Perez. He likes to field bat and ball, but he's got to be careful. He's got to be cautious and hit the bad balls away. Can't go after everything.
I tell you, one of the legends of the game fielded at the gully position, and it would not have passed him. The big bird in Joel Ghana. You got not many past the big bird in that gully position. Just holding a length is a Ford, so the breeze, as we can see from our position, is quite strong. The Barbados and Guyana flags on the opposite side of the field, blowing ferociously in the wind, in the breeze.
And the coconut tree, the leaves on the coconut palms, they're also blowing.
So the breeze, you know, is quite strong. You can see it in the players' jerseys as well. But Ford not yet pitching the ball up, and I think if he wants to get that swing, just like that, to pitch the ball up a little bit more, and that breeze is going to help that in swing to the right-handed Perez, who's moved on to 24 from 38 deliveries. Tejnari Chandrapal, 33 from 85.
Perez had a good last match to give Guyana the victory at the CCC ground last year's tournament in 3 days. But he's looked circumspect now to the bowling of Ford, who's played 8 one-day
Beautiful
international
delivery.
matches. Yes, that's
Beautiful
a good
delivery from Ford. He's gone short, and incrementally in this over, Sean, he's began to pitch the ball up a little further. He's found the length now, almost squaring up Ramon Perez.
Perez is being severely tested here by Ford.
That is part and parcel of the red ball format. Here's that length again.
That one came back, but well judged there. Not close enough to challenge the off stump. Not close enough to force the batsman to play. And all is well. That ends well for Perez and Guyana. As the over comes to an end, it's 98 for 1.
Of course, Machinandu getting to 36, as Sean mentioned. And there's still 248 runs adrift on first innings, and that first innings score is going to be very, very important. This year's edition, the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championships, the reintroduction of first innings points, and I think it's a wonderful reintroduction by Cricket West Indies. Come back to it, hold up. It's a wonderful reintroduction. I remember growing up and first class cricket in the region. you would have had all the international players like the Courtney Walsh, the Brian Lara, the Curtly Ambrose, and sometimes because you would have had all our international batters in particular batting on probably some flat pitches like the Guayana Park, a lot of the games ended in draws, but teams were able to earn points nonetheless.
Yeah, for us was 16 points, then it brought down to 12 points. Before this year, no points. But this year, you got back points. Very good system from the West Indies Cricket Board, well, CWI.
A bit shorter here from Holder, and it renders well for the teams when they are batting, especially those who have to bat second. It gives you more impetus.
Yeah, because you look at the scoreboard, you know what you're going to have to do to get first innings points. That's the first thing, and then after that you look to win.
And you and I spoke about it briefly yesterday. Going into the final round of matches in last year's edition, although Guyana had already set themselves up to be defending champions, end of another over, maiden over from Holder. Although the Guyana Harpy Eagles were more or less champions by the end of the penultimate round, there were about 3 teams that were so closely poised that any one of them could have just slid into second place. And even the Leewards had an outside chance of catching Guyana going into that last round.
And if the game hadn't been washed out at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, and Barbados had won that match, Barbados would have won the title.
Barbados as well, as Ford continues. There's an edge. Where's it gone? It's dropped short. So Matthew Ford is on the prowl here, and he's getting into a nice rhythm.
And Pires continued to have his problems with the ball going away. We've seen him edge a ball just short of slips down to the third man boundary for 4. We've seen him slice the ball, looking to hit it much squarer than it ended up, another boundary. And Pires seems to be backing away when he plays those shots.
Almost like he's afraid of the delivery.
Not in total control, and brings the single, rotates the strike, brings Chandrapal back into strike.
Of course, I mentioned Liam and I were speaking in the first session about Tejnarayan Chandrapal, and we talk about legends made, and his dad definitely a legend of the game. Over 10,000 test match runs.
Yeah, only second to Brian Lara in the West Indies in terms of test runs and test entries.
And one of the things we were chatting about, the fact that Tejnarayan will never, and you and Inderjeet had mentioned it in the morning period as well, Tejnarayan is never going to be his dad. And we can never expect him to be his dad.
And if you do that, you put pressure on him.
And that's what Liam and I were chatting about, the mental aspect of the game, because I'm sure that it's in the back of his mind, because you as much as players would tell you that they don't study, they don't take on the noise or the media reports or the statistics, you hear it, and it's always going to be there on your mind. And I think Chandrapal, more so than anybody else in the Guyana Harpy Eagles team for sure, he got that first bite of the cherry getting into international cricket. Did well in his first couple of series, and then he started to just tail away a bit, and it's difficult from a mental perspective, difficult to put it out of your mind. But that's one of the things you want to see from Chandrapal, because his dad was, I think, for me, at least in my era, being able to watch the game live. I didn't have the honor of seeing Sir Vivian bat live or Sir Gary bat live, but Chandrapal was the most mentally strong batter that I had ever seen.
Yeah, 500 minutes, 3 times unbeaten. That shows supreme concentration from the left-hander. And that same thing happened to Mally Richards in his young career. He was compared to the great Sir Vivian Richards.
91 for 1 at the end of another over, creeping up on that 100-run mark, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, so those are things that put pressure on the sons of great players. See Sachin Tendulkar's son. There are lots of players who are not as great as their father. And some, like Sean Pollock, he's outstanding.
That's the comparison that I could not remember this morning. Nice flight from Chaim Holder, almost into the hands of the forward short leg.
Well, I think that carried, but let's see on the replay.
Yeah, just getting up a
That
little
would
too
have been a
quickly.
reflex catch. Had to be a
Yeah.
reflex catch. I saw Bacchus, Lambert, Logie at forward short. They take catches like that.
And you call another legend of the game, the great Augustine Gus Logie. In my opinion, he was the greatest fielder. Everyone talks about Sir Roger Harper and John T. Rhodes, Herschel Gibbs. All these are great fielders, but for me, there's none other like Augustine Gus Logie.
You ever saw Fowd Bacchus field and Keith Atherton? And
I saw Keith
Clayton
Atherton.
Lambert?
I saw Keith Atherton. I saw Clayton Lambert. I did not see Bacchus, at least not live.
Yeah, Fowd Bacchus was a wonderful fielder at forward short leg and in the covers.
A leg slip has now been put into place, and this one, was there an edge on that just went past Richards, who's keeping for Barbados? Making some things happen here is Chaim Holder. Loud call of no. Straight to the other Holder, who's at mid-on. We talk so much about these legends of the game, and as I termed it with Liam earlier, the bloodline of West Indian cricket. And I was telling someone recently back in Trinidad that bloodline of cricket, it may have been a sport started in England, but the bloodline of West Indian cricket, the legends of the game have impacted even now the evolution with all the shorter formats.
Yeah, West Indies, the way they played even in Test cricket was an enjoyable, entertaining. And even when West Indies lost the series in Australia 6-1, Frank Royal and his team was on a motorcade.
Another maiden over, 99 for 1.
Yes, and that shows how they love the style of the West Indians. And I believe, and some people disagree with me, that all the West Indian players, including Larry Gomes in that era, could have dominated T20 cricket.
And of course, that's why I call those stats of the great Sir Vivian Richards. I was telling someone back in Trinidad that he was playing T20 cricket before any of us were born. Matthew Ford has changed his angle, going round the wicket now to the left-hander. In his previous spell, his previous over, he stayed over the wicket, and now trying to attack the stumps and the pads. He does have two slips in play, and the gully.
Chandrapal has this peculiar way of leaving alone, giving the impression that the ball is beating him. But he's well in control. Takes the bat to the left side.
You must forgive me. That's something that his dad did.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get away from those comparisons of him and his dad. But there's that old saying: "Apple doesn't fall far from the tree."
I remember a game in Barbados at the Cave Hill campus ground. When Shiv was batting, the ploy was to bowl outside the off stump wide, and let him play a shot at the ball. They bowled for an hour. Shiv didn't play any shot. The bowling team got frustrated instead of Shiv.
Just a little bit too wide from Ford. And again, with the breeze, when you're bowling around the wicket, there are two trends of thought. You're attacking the pads and the stumps, so you bring more than one option of getting a batter out. And then, of course, with your slips in play, mentioned in the first session, Kemar Roach, one of the best to ever do it. Go round the wicket and just get the ball angling in, holding its line, leaving the batter.
Ford has had a tremendous debut game so far, especially with the bat. And he's looked probably the best of the fast bowlers, even McAllister, who's a bit quicker than him.
Yeah, he's definitely just under 3 runs to the over economy rate. Going wide on the crease, trying to accentuate that angle in. Tejnarain Chanderpaul up to the task. A shot there of Raymond Reefer. I almost said Floyd Reefer, but it is Raymond Reefer, who's positioned himself at a short cover. They're still in a catching position in and around all the action. And we mentioned yesterday, we spoke about looking at Savory and the fact that Kemar Savory is in his first stint as captain for the Harpy Eagles. End of another Matthew Ford over, and it remains 99 for 1, another maiden over. And as much as we would look at the captaincy, of course we expect Tevin Imlach to come back into the team by the second round of matches. Raymond Reefer as well, his captaincy is going to be under a bit of scrutiny. Maybe when the test captain Craig Brathwaite is back, and if he so chooses to play, he may very well take the reins of the Barbados Pride. We already know what Craig Brathwaite gives. We've seen him regional and international level. But the other captains, generous flight, a low full toss. There's Reefer again. Players like a Raymond Reefer, like a Kemar Savory, like a Brian Charles for Trinidad and Tobago.
And more importantly, Imlach comes back, he's going to be the keeper. And Savory's got to play as a batter.
And what we're going to be looking for throughout the tournament, how they go as captains.
I was very impressed last year with the work of Imlach. Had a broken, fractured finger, and so he didn't keep in all the matches, and Savory got the chance to keep. He's now made his debut for the West Indies as a keeper, and did quite a fine job behind the stumps.
Floyd Reefer showing here his intent already as captain, keeping the slip and the leg gully in place,
Yeah,
with the forward short leg,
yeah,
and a short mid-wicket. Flicked away, but there is a fine leg in place. Should only be one. Javed Leacock down there at a fine leg.
And those were the fields you saw Lance Gibbs bowl to right-handers, and Sobers was at the leg gully position taking all the catches.
My uncle always talks about that. He never saw anyone better in that leg gully, what they call the forbs. He's feeling in the forbs, right up under the batter. You got nothing past the great Sir Garfield Sobers. 100 on the board with that single in the over. Another over ticks by, so 100 for 1 now, Guyana Harpy Eagles. Still 246 runs adrift on first innings, and if not for anything else, they are hunting first innings points here, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That is their first modus operandi.
They need 347 to get that. First innings points in the bag. Reefer comes from good pedigree.
Matthew Ford continuing from the media centre end, pitching up on this occasion. And to the right-hander, he's seemingly a little bit more comfortable here, is Matthew Ford. And one of the things we'll see with Matthew Ford as well throughout his bowling spells is the fact that he's going to use the crease as well. He's going to go a little wider onto the popping crease. He's going to come in a little closer to the stumps, and he's definitely going to make the batters think. And not too long before, I think he will probably even employ some of his white ball skills in bowling some of those slower deliveries and variations. It's something that in the red ball format, even at international level, you hear the talk from many commentators that maybe, just maybe, we should be seeing a lot more of those variations in the red ball format than we actually do.
Well, we're talking about Barbados versus Guyana. Now, Bajan first got the art of bowling a slow ball, Franklin Stevenson. He was a great exponent of the slow ball, and he bowled it in first-class cricket also.
And as the Cricket West Indies Championship 2025 continue to roll on, the game in the Brian Lara Cricket Academy just getting underway. So Trinidad and Tobago have progressed to 326 for 2. Just a couple overs in to the start of play there, moving on from 303 overnight. The Volcanoes, the Windward Islands Volcanoes across there in St. Vincent, in their home encounter against the Scorpions. Scorpions bowled out for 337. Windward's in a bit of trouble, 83 for 4, 21 overs into their first innings. So they're still adrift on first innings as well. The West Indies Academy as well, losing 4 wickets. They're 66 for 4 out there at Coolidge. And that's in reply for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 358 on first innings. And here, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, with one delivery to go in the Matthew Ford over 100 for 1. Still adrift on the first innings.
And this partnership beginning to look ominous because it's now 10 away from a fifth partnership. And both batters are looking quite good, apart from the few shots played by Perez.
So the end of another over, watchful from Perez. It is 101 for 1, 35 overs into their innings. And I will slide out of the commentary booth and allow Liam Mamchan to come into the commentary position. Young under 19 player from Trinidad and Tobago.
So we're back here at Teacher and Chandler Paul. A quick single into the onside. And, looking at the change in stipulations in the match, T was now going to be at 2:55, 15 minutes later because of the delayed start. And the close of play is going to be at 5:25 p.m. In the air and over the top, Raymond Perez is getting into his work now. 4 runs as I welcome Indrajit Prasad with me.
Hello
Looking
to
shot.
you, Liam. Now just look at this, tossed up to right into the slot, and he's the kind of player who's going to go after those delivery. Nobody on the boundary, and he scaled the ropes for a maximum. Good looking shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Not going all the way. A couple of bounces actually. It looked like it was going all the way as he hit it well, but just one bounce into the boundary for 4.
Yes, outfox us as well.
Here is Holder. And that's a line he needs to bowl with the field that Raymond Reefer has given to him. It's a 6-3 leg-sided field with a leg slip a short leg, short mid-wicket catching, mid-wicket right behind him, mid-on, and a deep backward square. So that's the line he needs to bowl. He's gone over the top again, and Raymond Perez is really turning it up here against Shame Holder. Back to back, in fact, second boundary in the over.
Yes, and this is good for the challenge for both teams here. Chaim Holder has been rather consistent, but now that Raymond Perez just beginning to get into his groove, he's going to go after those bowling once he's given the luxury with the extra cover on the boundary brought in, or even the long off. This is the kind of player that he is.
He's an exciting batsman to watch. He's now equal Tejran Chanderpaul's score, and he's been there for just under half of the amount of deliveries. 62 deliveries he's faced. Chanderpaul, the same score, 34 for 103. And this is well played again, because there are two fielders in catching positions there, and he splits the gap nicely and gets a single.
And that was because Liam, his foot movement was excellent, then got inside the line of delivery, picked the bounce nicely and turned it away. So he kept it down, mindful that there is that leg slip in position.
He's not bowled bad Holder into his 13th over now, 1 for 29, 10 runs of this over only. There he is to finish, and a good delivery to finish off for Chanderpaul, equal to the task at the end of over number 36. It's 110 for 1, and I think it's just a matter of time before we see a change. Will Holder may come off on this end, and we may see Javed Leacock maybe.
Yes, just the lone over for the leg spinner that cost him 2 runs, and that was just before the session for lunch. Maybe for the benefit of our viewers and listeners, Liam, if we turn back to day number 1, Barbados Pride 346, not a huge total.
Driving again nicely. He stood tall there and threw his hands at it. It's going to run into the boundary for 4 now. And Raymond Perez continues to flow nicely after lunch.
Yes, and here again, as we look on the replay there, just waiting on the deliveries, not looking to force it, waited on it, drove through the offside, through the covers. Very pleasant looking shot, and he's looking much more aggressive. He's the kind of player that will stand tall out on the middle there, whether he's on the back foot, whether he's going on the front foot. Not too much bending of the knees, but that was a perfect cover drive.
Oh, that's a good delivery, a good comeback from Matthew Ford. Just touching down and beating Raymond Perez outside the off stump. And unable to get the edge, unfortunately, for Matthew Ford, but a good comeback.
Yes, and well played too by Raymond Perez. It was a good delivery, some extra pace when you compare it with the previous delivery. The bounce was good that he wanted here. Matthew Ford.
Here he is again. And short outside the off stump, cut away nicely, and Perez continues to score very easily off the pair of Ford and Shame Holder, in fact.
And Matthew Ford took a little bit of a fall there on the pitch, just not getting the balance right. Was striving for the extra pace, banged it into the pitch, and Perez got nicely on top of it and opening the face down through the covers once again and scoring 2. So he's looking much more freer now, and this partnership continues to trouble Barbados Pride. 336 in their first innings, 46 rather, competitive total. And this time good judgment shown by the right-hander Raymond Perez. There were quite a few half centuries. Matthew Ford 82 of 91 balls, Jonathan Drake 70, Zachary McCaskey 64, and then the holder in tandem, Chimar and Chaim with 29 and 35. All very valuable contributions to that 346.
Yeah, it took an entire team to get to that total. They did well. It's 4-0. Perez squaring up a bit there. Maybe just straightening a bit from Matthew Ford. But Yeah, it took a total team effort to get them to that 346. I thought some guys got starts, as you mentioned, like McCaskey, guys you expect to be a bit more dominant at this level. He got to 64 and played a loose shot and got out. Matthew Ford on first class debut, getting to 82. He was excellent as well. And some really handy contributions, as you mentioned there, from both the holders. And 346, Barbados would, as this one's cut away straight to point, Barbados would think that they probably left about 50 runs out there. They could have gotten to 400 quite easily.
Yes, I agree, especially the way that Matthew Ford and the two holders played at the end. They were eyeing that 400 runs. The first 5 wickets for the Pride, they scored 182. At that stage, you felt if Guyana had gotten another wicket, well, then it would have been more trouble for the Pride. But their last 5 wickets rallied to the party, 164 runs. I think they did a splendid job there to see them to that 346.
Yeah, it's the way that cricket has progressed now. There's no real out-and-out bowlers anymore. Everybody has to be able to handle themselves with the bat. And Guyana were unable to... Hello. Good delivery there. Yeah. Barbados were unable to just get to 400. I think they just missed the mark on that occasion.
And I'll get your opinion on the right arm off spinner that made his debut for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Richie Loknot picking up 4 wickets. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, he looked good, and I think he emulated good first-class cricket bowling. He was not afraid to give the ball air, and in that way he was able to pick up wickets.
Yes, the veteran Pramal, a little bit on the expensive side, but still managed to pick up 2.
Using his feet there, Chanderpaul, getting to the pitch of that.
Yes, and sometimes you can throw the bowler off his rhythm. He came down at the right time, wasn't too early, judged it nicely, took it at the top of the pad. And he's going to be the rock Liam.
Yeah, he's got to be the one that everybody bats around as this one hit down to Holder. Yeah, he's got to be the one that everybody who comes in looks to bat around and score runs around him. He's going to be the man that's going to want to bat the entire innings if he can. And he's looked completely in control. I don't think he's played a loose shot all day. And that is why he's so good at what he does.
Exactly. He's on 34 and he's not going to be bothered at all. Immense powers of concentration. That is what he's blessed with.
And, you don't want to necessarily compare him to his dad or
not at
what
all.
his dad did, because he is his own player at the end of the day. But you can see you can certainly see the similarities between the way that they think about the game more than anything, the way that they approach batting. Because Shimran Chanderpaul, if you didn't want to get him out, if you didn't want to get out, you couldn't get him out. He could bat for all 5 days.
Yes, I agree with you. He was in his own world. You know, he went across the world, played his game, played the way Shivnarayan Chanderpaul wanted, and the spectators stuck to him. They love him so much wherever he played. Now he has his son out in the middle. They're 2 different kind of players. While Shiv was stubborn, this is stubborn as well. So the comparison can be made there. But the ability to get off strike, I think that's a difference between the 2 of them.
Yeah, something that he probably needs to work on a bit more. I think he bats a lot of dot deliveries. And if he could learn to rotate the strike a bit more, he could get himself some more runs as well. This one hit straight to cover misfield from Matthew Ford. But straight to Leacock at mid-off, no run.
We're seeing a change of bowling here with Matthew Ford being replaced by Raymond Reefer coming in from the top end. Reefer, the skipper of the team, no doubt has lots of experience playing in Guyana. He knows these pitches at the National Stadium very well. And I like the field here that Raymond Reefer's inserted to defend that 346.
Yeah, he's been attacking.
Yes.
He's not taken his foot off the gas in terms of trying to pick up wickets, as this one is short. Reefer just the one over in the first session before he brought Shima Holder back from that end, that media center end. He has returned now, and he looks like he's going to change up the angle a bit. He's going to go around the wicket.
Yes. And I think the plan here is to bowl those short deliveries, rising just about the line of the off stump. Then you bring the backward point and the short cover and the gully into play. So you might very well find some more of that.
Here he is again. On this one a bit fuller, trying to use the angle, get the ball back into the stumps of Perez. But Perez has really looked good this morning. He started off shaky with Shimar Holder coming back from that media center end and bowling quite a fiery spell. Couple outside edges, beat the edge a few times, some sharp short deliveries as well. At that point in time, Perez looked like he was a walking wicket.
Yes.
But I think after those first 3 overs or 4 overs of Holder, he's come back out and he's looked really good.
And I think he's the perfect foil here for Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, because he's the one that can pick up the boundaries, work the ball around the singles and the twos, while Tej is building his innings. Perez, 41 from 73 balls. Had a difficult period, like Liam mentioned this morning. Just beginning to blossom nicely, Perez.
So here is Rifa again. And yeah, you speak about the kind of partnership this brings, and I think this is exactly what Guyana need more often than not. You got to have guys that can bat different routes around someone like a Chanderpaul, who's going to sit down and hold the end and bat an entire day. You've got to have guys like Perez on your team, because even before, and it worried me a bit when I saw Chanderpaul and Nandu coming out to bat together, because Nandu does also have the ability to bat. That one rising a bit there. But Nandu does have the ability to bat similar to the way that Chanderpaul bats. And I think it was a problem even at the West Indies team that, Chanderpaul and Craig Brathwaite, when they opened the batting together, they were quite similar. So runs were a bit of an issue.
Yes, openers are different kinds of cricketers. You go back to the beautiful years of West Indies cricket, and you mentioned the names Greenidge and Haynes. They were different players, but they were superb. They were meant to open that batting. They had guts. They knew how to build innings. They knew how to bat long out in the middle. And, Gordon Greenidge on the back foot, square cutting fast bowlers around the world. Desmond Haynes, they used to call him the hammer. These guys were cut out to open the batting.
Off back foot now with Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul, his dad, would want to see his son in the runs a bit more this season. He mentioned just averaged 24 with a high score of 57 last season. And that is in no way a representation of how good Tejnarayan Chanderpaul can be.
And he's looking very dangerous out in the middle. Not that he's going to take the bowling apart to all parts of the ground, but when he is in this frame of mind, it's very difficult to dislodge him. Look, everything is coming out from the meat of the bat, and almost everything that he's doing is so correct. Just stretching forward, killing the spin, judging the length nicely. The line, he picks it up very early.
Pulled away and into the boundary for 4. The short leg fielder was taking evasive action there. And Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, he is going to put away those bad deliveries.
And this is how it should be done. You've been waiting, playing every ball on its merit. That's the way Tej plays. He gets one that was a little bit shorter, went deep in the crease on the back foot, and nobody out there at mid-wicket on the boundary chose his opportunity and scored.
He had a decent test record as well, Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, before getting the axe from the West Indies setup. He played,
especially his tour to Australia. He came under real fire there. Didn't score big, but did look the part as a new kid on the block.
Yeah, he averaged 32 in his 10 tests so far. And high score of 207, a 1/2 century, 1 double century as well. And that first class double hundred, and he got that test double hundred. He got still his highest first class score, and I think one of his many goals in his mind for this season might be to get past that. Because if he's gonna bat this long, he needs to produce massive scores.
Yes, certainly. I saw him play a big innings as well as Diego Martin in Trinidad and Tobago. I think it was against Jamaica. He scored a fine 180 odd runs in that game and played pretty well. I remember young Tage at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago in a regional one-day game coming up against the like of Gabriel. Gabriel then was real quick, smacked him on the helmet, bits and pieces of the helmet all along the ground, got up on his feet, and the very next delivery that Gabriel bowled on to him was short. He went on the back foot and punched him through the covers for four. You know, it tells about his guts.
Yeah, that's something that you need to have as a test cricketer, as a first class cricketer. That sort of mental toughness that we spoke about. You know, the ability to get hit a few times and still come back and face the next ball and continue to, you know, fight for your country, for your team, whichever team it may be that he plays for at the point in time. And I think in terms of that, he's got it. But now Raymond Perez is facing up to Rifa.
Oh, that was a closer line delivery, but he's showing impeccable judgment here. Raymond Perez plant the left leg down the track, kept his eyes on the ball, and judged the little swing well too. Raymond Rifa, not a tear-away fast bowler, but he's a smart bowler, a good all-rounder, very handy with the bat, and good with the ball too. And some in-swing once again, but it was far too wide to bother the right-hander. And sometimes you will tend to go at the strength of the batter. He knows that Perez loves the cover drive, especially on the back foot and taking it up or driving through extra cover. So you want to feed him sometimes at his sweet spot, and sometimes there is where you're most vulnerable as well.
Yeah, your biggest strength could also be your biggest weakness, as Rifa's in again, and just back off a length. Raymond Perez equal to the task. 226 required. They trail by 226, I should say. So 120 for one. And at this point in time, we've got to think that Guyana would feel like they have the upper hand.
Well, they should feel, and that should be a good feeling for them. On the other hand, Barbados Pride will tell themselves, we are not yet out of this whatsoever.
I think they'll look for a couple of quick wickets here as Perez drives nicely down the ground with no run.
Has to be mindful here, though, Raymond Perez. You don't want to get tentatively onto the front foot, especially with the ball coming back. Nothing was wrong with the shot, but there was a little bit of a hesitation there from the right-hander. But he has looked good since those early little jitters. And it's always nice to see a right-hander driving through the offside, coming to the challenge of the bowler who is going to pitch up. But Raymond Rifa just dropping that ball on a good length.
A bit fuller this time, but McAllister does the fielding at short mid-on at the end of over number 41, 120 for one. The time now just 1:42 p.m. Reminder to the fans at home, tea has now been moved to 2:55. So we started back here at, I believe, 12:45 or 12:55. So tea is going to be at 2:55 because of that 15-minute delay that we had earlier this morning.
Yes, you want to make up for time. At one time it was looking a little bit ugly, maybe around 20 minutes ago. Overcast condition towards the northeastern part of the ground, but no immediate threat. The good thing though is that we're having a lovely strong wind coming in from the Atlantic Ocean, and that is actually driving the clouds higher and further away from the stadium. At lunch, it was 92 for the loss of 1, the Guyana Harpy Eagle. 27 overs sent down in that period, with Tage on 31, Perez on 20. They were still 252 runs away from Barbados Pride, 346 for 4 innings.
We see a
And
change
they-
in bowling now. Shame Holder is going to be replaced. And just as we thought, it was just about a matter of time
Yes.
before we saw young Javid Leacock. Just the one over directly before lunch. He bowled the last over before lunch, and he's now back into the attack from the presidential suite end. And overpitched a bit, looking to give the ball air, so you can't blame him. Leg spinners always tend to take a bit of time to get themselves in a rhythm. And when they get into a rhythm, they're such a dangerous asset to have in any team.
Yes, I do agree with you. So here's a youngster given an opportunity to prove his worth. He's in the second over, right? I think he just had a lone over previously.
Yep, into his second now. And I think if he can get some good deliveries trailing away from Raymond Perez, he could cause him some problems here, because Perez likes to feel bat on ball. He's going to play at most of those deliveries. If he could get a couple to just spin past that outside edge, he could really put Perez in some trouble and get the breakthrough that Barbados need. You see again, it was flighted, and Perez waited on it and played it nicely. But there is a deep cover out there.
Will take a little time to settle down here, Leacock. I like the look of the first couple of deliveries. Nicely tossing it up, and sometimes you can be full. Should not be bothered here, Leacock. You just try to see where most the batter is vulnerable to your kind of bowling. Good use of the feet by Tajanarain Chandapal, making it into a full toss. Maybe look to hit it a little bit too hard there. If he had delayed the shot to the right of the umpired square leg, could have gotten 2 or even a boundary. But picked out the fielder coming in from deep mid-wicket.
The field here for Leacock, mid-off, just hanging half and half really. Deep cover on a deep mid-wicket. This one driven nicely again. So Perez starting to put the motor along a bit. He's scoring quite freely.
Yes, and good use of the feet as well. What Leacock will be thinking here as he changes the angle, he's going to come around the wicket now with a slipper and a forward short leg. And a backward point and short extra cover.
This could cause a bit of problems with the angle, as Chandapal is hit it straight back to the bowler, and he is given Tajanarain Chandapal. He goes, and the leg spinner Javid Leacock gets the breakthrough for Barbados. A soft dismissal.
Was it the googly or was it the pure leg spinner? Well, that one didn't spun too much. I think it was the googly. Spun away just a trifle out Fox Tajanarain Chandapal. That's a huge wicket to get. And Leacock, he's ecstatic along with all the Pride players. Look at that one. Just wasn't the real leg spinner. Prod it forward there, Tage. And the edge was found and the catch taken.
It seemed like it was bat on to pad, and then it just
Yes.
lobbed up, an easy catch in the end for Javid Leacock. And that's what leg spinners bring to the game. They're going to come in and create opportunities and pick up wickets. They're aggressive and attacking bowlers. And that is the end of Chandapal. In at number 4, it's Kevlon Anderson. And he's someone I have a lot of time for, a really good cricketer.
Yes, and when you look at Kevlon Anderson as he walks out into the middle there, many who have seen him bat over the years will compare him to those olden days of West Indian cricketers. That is what he brings out in the middle. You're going to see when he takes his stands or when he looks to play the drives. They say it brings back memory. I'm not certain, but there must be some merit in what the older generation are saying.
Yeah, I can see that. And now he walks to the middle. He's not going to face up. It's going to be Shamar Holder. Seems to be replacing Raymond Rifa from the media center end. I'm actually not sure. It actually might be Rifa still. Yeah, it's going to be Raymond Rifa to continue. Kevlon Anderson not on strike, as I mentioned. Raymond Perez is going to face up. He is on 43.
Not a bad average for Kevlon Anderson. He's averaging 39.13 in first class cricket. This is his 15th match, 861 runs, the highest of 153, 2 centuries and 5 half centuries. So other than his youthfulness, he's gotten some good experience as well.
Yeah, another product of the West Indies Academy that I played there. A Yorker length delivery, Raymond Perez opening the face and placing it to point. Yeah, he's gotten some good experience with the West Indies Academy. Would have gone on a few tours with them. Would have played a lot of games over in Antigua. Obviously, there was that 3-team series a few years ago. I believe it was 2023 early, where he scored some runs. He would have captained one of the teams as well. So he is definitely one for the future. And it's a stage like this where you want to see him elevate and get himself into that next level.
I agree with you, and especially at the beginning of a new season, you always want to ensure that you get some runs if you're a frontline batter, or you get wickets if bowling is your art. So you stamp an authority for the rest of the matches to come. Your name is there, and this is what you want to see. I think the time has come. Yes, we keep talking about talent, but that talent will now have to be turned into good performances consistently. Oh, this is good cricket that we are watching at the moment. Raymond Reefer is working on something here. That's the reason why he's maintaining that 2 slips and the gully, the short cover and the wide mid-off. Those men are in catching position. So too the short forward square. So he's maintaining this nagging line and length just outside the line of the off stump or at the top of the off stump.
Well, yes, excellent, and good captaincy as well, because now we see a change. He's been so disciplined on that line. He's not really straight from that line on and about off stump, maybe fourth stump as well. He's taken the fine leg out. So Shima Holden now comes into a short mid wicket or a forward square leg, and he's thrown an extra fielder onto the offside. So 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, extra cover, short cover, and a mid off, all on the offside. And Perez still not shying away. He's playing at those deliveries because of the angle as well. He has to play. So this is good from Raymond Reefer.
Yes, this is smart. Very often in the Caribbean we see some captains, they're just reactive, but here we are having somebody with a lot of experience, very proactive, giving Raymond Perez the opportunity to go for the drives, bringing in that short extra cover in a good catching position too.
Oh, inside edge, and Raymond Reefer concedes 2 more runs. He's bowled 23 deliveries, 21 of which have been dot balls.
Yes, and that delivery was straight. Perez wasn't looking for the ferocious shot. He just jammed down on it with a good angle of the face of the bat, down towards backward square, and he picks up 2. Now with this kind of field, you just cannot afford to stray on middle stump or down the leg side. A little tickle can bring you a boundary. You want to maintain this good rhythm on the line of the off stump or just outside the line of the off stump. No doubt if you're looking for a Yorker and getting a delivery full on middle stump, that too is fine.
Here comes Reefer again. And finishes off with a dot at the end of 43, 126 for 2. And on that note, I'd like to say good afternoon to all our viewers around the world who are logged on live on Windies Cricket. We see there's some viewers from all different parts, mostly Guyana and Barbados at this point in time, but I see some people around from Nepal, from Bulgaria, not the places that you would
Alaska and
expect.
Greenland as well. They might
Yep.
very well be watching. They're Guyanese and Bajans out there, you know.
Yep. Caribbean all over the world.
Yes, so true.
Chavi Leacock is going to continue from the presidential suite end, just picking up the big wicket of Tej Chandapol. And you know it's disappointing because Tej would have batted almost a day and a half, or a half a day I should say, sorry. and he only got himself to 38 runs because of the way he bats. And if you're going to bat that long, you want to at least have 60 or 70. I think that's where he falls short a little bit. It's either he doesn't get out and gets a big 100, or he gets out very, very. You almost feel like he should have had about 30 or 40 more than he got.
Well, he batted like the way we know Tejran Chandapal bat. He looked solid, looked sound, technically correct while he was out in the middle. And look, this was a good-looking delivery, one that's floated up nicely. And Anderson coming forward, didn't get it in the meat of the bat, maybe slower through the air. He's a very good batter of spin, Anderson. So this is going to be, you know, top-class competition that we're witnessing out in the middle.
Driving nicely there. Kevlin Anderson, he has also played some club cricket over in Trinidad and Tobago. He played for Presal. I remember he came in and scored, I think, 200s in 2 games, in the two-day games.
He's a lovely player to watch.
He looks to score runs, and that's what I like to see with him. He's always on the go and looking to see where he can sneak runs. And at a young age, he's already captained the Harpy Eagles in this competition back in 2024. So it shows that, you know, they see something in him. They see some leadership role in him.
Yes, he's a very good cricketer. He thinks the game. And this was well played by Raymond Perez. Not afraid to go deep into the crease on the back foot. Once he kept the eyes on the ball, played it off the pitch nicely, down through mid-wicket, and he collects a single. So you have 2 right-handers out in the middle here. Makes it a little bit easier on both on the bowlers.
Yeah, a little bit. It definitely helps the fielders as well. And also it gives Leacock a chance to work some plans, as this one is quickly onto the back foot, Kevlin Anderson, and pulls this one away for 4. His first boundary.
Yes, very fleet-footed there, Kevlin Anderson, to bring the over to an end. Look at this one, very quick onto the back foot, and picked the field beautifully too, and gets the boundary. Good timing, great placement.
Well, just a quick rundown of the scorecard so far as we get to the first drinks break of the session. Tejran Chandapal, he got out for 40. Raymond Perez is out there, he's on 46. Matthew Nandu got out earlier for 36. And Kevlin Anderson, new to the crease, he's on 5. So at the end of over number 44, it's 132 for 2. And we take a short break as we have drinks.
132 for 2 now. The Guyana Harpy Eagles still trailing by 214 runs on first innings. Innings run rate of exactly 3 to the over. Raymond Perez eyeing up a half century, just a 1 shot away. And it will be the big burly figure of Jair McAllister from the media center to get us underway after drinks. Going full immediately. Good diving stop. Raymond Reefer at the mid-on. All this seems to be in the business. And the CWI West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made. McAllister operating here with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, and an extra cover. Really short one. That's too easy for Perez. Just looks at it go by. There's a little bit of evidence of something I mentioned in Jair McAllister's first spell. It just seems to be falling over just a tad in his delivery stride, and upon delivery, by far one of the faster bowlers in the West Indies Championship. This time he gets right on the stumps, right in where he wants to get it. That's where you want to be. You want to be attacking the stumps, give yourself all opportunities to get the batters out. And it would be a prized wicket, you would think. Perez has soldiered on. He's faced 94 deliveries. And of course, in this format, it's all about batting time and being very selective. Full, looking for that Yorker. Straight to Javed Leacock, who prized out that wicket earlier. A wonderful caught and bowl by Javed Leacock of Tej Narain Chandapol. Got him coming forward and pushing the ball back. Comfortable catch in the end for Leacock. But the wicket of Perez here, then Barbados will feel that they're right in the game here. Swinging out of the way nicely is Perez. Of course, does have a fine leg in place for that miscued pull shot. Forward short leg. Standing quite deep. Owed to the fact that Jair McAllister bowls that much quicker. Maiden over from Jair McAllister to start us off after drinks. 132 now, 4-2. It is Javed Leacock from the Presidential Suites end. Pried out that wicket of Tej Narain Chandapol just before the drinks interval. Three overs, 1 for 12. Javed Leacock. And Raymond Reefer continuing with that attacking field. Easily a crowd catch that one. Short extra cover in play and the slip and forward short leg. 3 men close in, looking for that catch. Sweeping, and it will run away into the boundary now. So just straying slightly, Javed Leacock down the leg side, and Kevlon Anderson up to the task. Getting across, in fact, and covering any perceived spin of the ball, placing it well fine in front of that mid-wicket fielder. That fielder now has now been moved more into a square leg position rather than deep mid-wicket. Nice flight and attempt at the wrong on, the googly. Going nice and close in front of the stumps is Javed Leacock. And he himself, we mentioned earlier that Matthew Ford is one who likes to use the crease. He will go into the popping crease, he will go closer to the wicket. And here you see Javed Leacock got nice and close into the stumps the previous delivery, and now he's back to almost where he would usually bowl. Nice shot of our commentary position. You can see even from that shot, the sun is out in all its glory. Our producer Aiden, just behind me, is Sean Devers, pulling up all the stats and going through all the history notes. 136 for 2, the Harpy Eagles. Still trailing on first innings by 210 runs. And the other side of that camera is our boss man, Vinod Mamchan. He's deserted me in the commentary booth, in the commentary seats, to work the camera. A true all-rounder of production, Vinod Mamchan. Jerry McAllister then, from the media center end, with now 3 slips. That third slip just a little bit wider, probably at the 4th slip position. Nice pace, a loud appeal. The finger goes up, and there you go. Jerry McAllister has his man, and it is a prized wicket of Raymond Perez, who is was on 46, persisting with some short pitch deliveries here. And Perez again, as he was doing earlier in the day to Matthew Ford, just a kind of fending at the delivery, hanging the bat out there, and the edge found. So he goes for 46. Now 136 for 3. The fall of that wicket will bring the man Kemal Savory, the skipper, the Guyanese skipper, the Harpy Eagles skipper, to the middle. And he has a bit of a job to do here, just to steady the ship with Kevlon Anderson. And now he's abandoned the camera, and I get the opportunity to tell him good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vinod.
Thanks a lot there, Gerard. Of course, just as I was coming in, one of my favorite players on the Guyana team, Perez, decides to desert me. I thought that he was good for 100 today. Perez has something in him, Gerard. I obviously have been looking at him for a while, and he came into this Guyana team on the back of absolutely no big performances this season. He has been struggling. But I always thought that there was something with Perez, and you can see he came today, he delivered.
Jerry McAllister on the prowl now, around the wicket. Driven nice and firmly, and you don't have to ask any questions. This outfield is lightning fast. The skipper announcing his presence.
think Kimal will want to be the savior of Guyana. And that would make our man Fuad Tonkabonka very happy. Good guy, Fuad Tonkabonka.
You can hear his voice even up here where we are.
Fuad would like that shot.
This is good from Raymond Reefer. So many times captains just seem to follow the ball. And he may have thought for a moment of putting someone out there.
Too short, harmlessly goes over the batsman's head. So two relatively new batsmen in there at the moment. This is the time for Barbados to seize the initiative. Look to jump in, get a wicket or two again, and then you can put Guyana on the back foot. For Guyana though, Kevlon Anderson, he of course has the experience. Kevlon Anderson has been doing well, and of course the skipper Savory would want to show that his team can depend on him, and so both of them will be looking for a partnership. Time is not of the essence here, so they just have to bat each ball on its merit.
Fended and just over the head of the forward short leg.
No, Savory needs to be careful here, Gerard. That was not required. He seems to be one of those players who probably Sean Davis can, when he comes on, he will be able to go more into that. But he seems to be one of those plucky little batsmen who just likes to get on with it. Has to play situational cricket here now.
I mentioned that in the last stint that the red ball format is more about batting time and you have to be very selective.
Yeah, obviously, you don't want to disappoint Fuad Tonkabonka. That's good. Good delivery coming back in. Jai McAllister, I like his wool crate. You know, he's a guy, you will see 1 for 27 in about 5 overs and you will tend to think, well, you know, he's being plastered. That really don't represent the effect that he has had in the game so far.
He's still a bit of a work in progress as Jai McAllister. But he definitely is one of the quicker bowlers that we have going around the region. End of the McAllister over. It's 141 for 3 now.
So McAllister is getting the ball to deviate into the right-hander. Started a bit too wide on that occasion though.
I want to ask you a question.
You always do.
That I asked Liam earlier. And I'll tell you one thing, the caveat in the question. Sir Vivian Richards is disqualified from being an answer. This is the West Indies Championships where legends are made.
Yep.
Who is your legend of legends through West Indies cricket? And so Vivian Richards cannot be an answer. Meanwhile, Javed Leacock is in the attack with a slip and a forward short leg still in play. Short mid-on.
Legends of legends. I'll tell you who. Ooh, that's big turn. Muralitaran like turn there.
Again, attempting that a wrong on.
Leacock got that to turn more than the many roundabouts in Barbados. Every 2 step you make in Barbados, there's a roundabout. That one went right around the roundabout. Tell you something though, Guyanese are pretty adept at playing spin bowling. Divas will tell you that because when Divas played for Guyana, he just couldn't out these Guyanese batsmen. They're very good at spin. But Leacock has had an impression and has made an impression here, and a significant one.
Yeah, he continues to. He was very good through the season last year for Barbados. Himself and Zishan Motara have always been in and amongst the wickets. Motara has now moved on to play for CCC. There's a bit of a false start here. A little bit of byplay as well. Anderson chipping down. Just to let the bowler know he's there. And Javed Leacock, one of the few leg spinners we have in the regional game.
I like him though, he's attacking. Normally leg spinners are attacking, but because the advent of the T20 cricket now, you find leg spinners trying to be too economical, and they take it into the 4-day play, the first class play. This is runs here, down the ground, and that's 4. Holder will have to trudge after that one. What a good shot there from Kevlin Anderson.
Yeah, overpitched a bit, but also nicely coming forward and just guiding it really into that gap.
So you see the leg spinners, they like to go fast and flat. Samuel Badri type. This is why Samuel Badri was so successful in the white ball format and never really played much of the red ball format. He did make his debut for Trinidad and Tobago as a batsman. I keep telling people that. Samuel Badri made his debut for Trinidad and Tobago in first class cricket as a batsman. He had scored 100 in the annual Jerry Gomez North-South Classic and was drafted into that Trinidad and Tobago team as a batsman. Oh, how quickly Sam forgot how to bat.
There's another legend of the game you call there, Jerry Gomez.
Yep, but my legend of legends is Sir Curtly Elcon Linwall Ambrose.
146 for 3 now. And a couple of wickets, McAllister, Chime Holder and Javed Leacock, the ones taking the wickets so far. Still trailing on first innings by now 200 runs. And of course, Guyana Harpy Eagles, defending champions, they will know that first innings points are on the table. And it can prove very important to get those first innings points.
So I had Malcolm Marshall and also in my thoughts, Marshall and Ambrose. But I was swayed towards Curtly because he's a dear friend.
I figured as much. I
say a very good afternoon to the big man.
Yeah, another Antiguan.
Yes.
We started off the session giving the stats of Sir Vivian Richards. Come back to it. Would you believe that Sir Vivian Richards, his first class record is 36,000 plus runs. First class cricket.
He has more runs than money I have in the bank. No, I didn't say Sean Devers. He has more. I said me.
Again, a very pleasant good afternoon to those in Antigua.
Of course, it's a very special good afternoon to our very own Marley Richards, the son of Sir Viv, who is one of our Cricket 360 commentators out there in Antigua. Yeah, a good man. Driving through the gap, runs here. Savory will savor that as it rolls across the ropes.
Yeah, definitely savory indeed. Just trickling into the rope. And again, pressing forward nicely. Similar to that first boundary he got. Just a nothing ball almost from Jair McAllister. Evidence once again of the pristine outfield at Providence National Stadium. Speaking of Antigua, at Coolidge, the academy struggling in their home encounter against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They are now 113 for 6. Chasing first innings points, 358 of course from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yep. Here's the big man from the north. Too short. It goes harmlessly over the head of Savory, who allowed it to go by and then rehearsed a massive pull into the orange stand. I want to say good afternoon to Lenny Archibald, man with Guyanese roots, a very dear friend of mine, a Cricket 360 man as well. Out there, he says, in icy New York. And Lenny is one of those stodgy batsmen. He'll give you a nice 40 in about 3 days with no rain interruption. But you can depend on him. You know Lenny, man. Come on, Basso.
150 on the board now with the boundary. Almost like an action replay with Jai McAllister. He overpitched, he got hit for a boundary, the next one short, and then he's now found his length here.
So 150 is up, and just speaking about 360 men, there's another Cricket 360 commentator we have in Barbados, Andy Payne, top golfer. They say when Andy Payne reaches close to the golf course, Tiger Woods quivers.
But you don't play golf. You are friends with Sir Vivian Richards, who plays golf. So Andy Roberts, I believe, does play golf. Curtly Ambrose plays musical instruments and basketball.
This is better, but expect Savory to fight. He's just jumping into action and slashing it down to the boundary for forward backward point.
He definitely outthought Jerry McAllister there, expected it, and off of his feet playing the shot. That makes it that much more a joy to watch.
I'll tell you something. If I were Jai, I would be encouraged by that. Although it was short, he did pitch it up more to actually get Savory playing a shot, as opposed to Savory just allowing it to go over his head.
So this over proving to be a bit expensive from McAllister here.
That's a 4. I hear that I was reliably informed there's a big party in Oystins tonight. And I'll give you more details after this delivery. You can go across. Edged! They say fortune favors the brave.
And this is why it's good on Raymond Reefer. He's continued to have those slips in play. Even with the boundaries being hit so easily, he could have taken out the slip, and an opportunity created just out of the reach of the man at second slip. So a very expensive over here from Jerry McAllister. 12 runs from it, and now Harpy Eagles are 158 for 3.
I tell you something, Gerald, I was saying that there's a big party in Oystins. Everyone in Barbados and surroundings are invited to celebrate the 41st birthday of David Fitzpatrick MacDonald Lord Harris. And for RSVP, you can contact Keith Holder.
Another Holder.
And if you fail to get on to Keith Holder, Philo Wallace.
Javed Leacock continues.
This is exciting cricket here. I'm enjoying this cricket. Ooh! Umpire Raj Kumar, who prides himself to be a bodybuilder, is unmoved.
The perfect leg spinner's delivery. Pitching on middle and turning. The only thing he didn't do was get the edge of the bat.
Umpire Raj Kumar stood as firm as the Honorable Mia Motley there. With conviction, he said, not all.
Good stop by Leacock.
I saw the legendary Sir Clive today. He has to be careful here, Anderson. He's closing the face on those deliveries pretty quickly. And he has been glued to the cricket. And this is good. During the lunch break, sweeping and sweeping well. The scorer pulls out his pencil and etches a 4 next to Anderson's name.
He swept one earlier, but put it in front of square. This time he's gone finer as Anderson.
And you know the virtues of using the sweep shot to nullify good spin bowling.
Good use of his feet to get that front foot forward. And then, of course, using his wrist to roll over the ball. Keep it down all along the carpet, as it's called.
You'll remember Brian Lara when he decimated the Sri Lankan attack. Sweeping Muralidharan left, right and center. It was as if Brian was batting on a different track. And on his return home after scoring over 500 runs in a very short, I think it was a 3-match series in Sri Lanka, he was approached by a vacuum company to be their spokesperson. Clipped away, looking for 2 hits. It's weighted. And they get it. You feel it for poor Holder there running in. In fact, it's McAllister.
McAllister just seemed to be a bit laboured in getting to the ball. Of course, he's been bowling from the other end. I remember that series where Brian Lara, in fact, it was over 600 runs he scored in 3 test matches.
You know, you get the feeling with Leacock bowling, something is about to happen. He and McAllister, and you get the feeling as well with Savory batting, runs are going to come or he's going to get out. Exciting regional cricket. This is what you're seeing here. Again, waited. Anderson wants 2. McAllister is quicker onto this one. He heard Basil said that he was laboring.
Also, he was not right back on the ropes this time, so he was a little bit closer to the ball. End of another over, 165 now for 3.
So 165 for 3, as Basil said. And let's like on that note to say a very good afternoon to a friend of mine, Roddy Eswick. Good old Roddy.
This is entertaining cricket. It is quite nail-biting. The West Indies Championship 2025. Dare I ask what these gentlemen had for lunch? It will be Jerry McAllister from the media center end to continue. Sputtering of fans here at the Providence National Stadium. So 50 overs in the day's play already gone. We're expecting to have 93 to make up for those few overs lost yesterday due to rain. So 43 overs in the day's play. 181 runs adrift on first innings, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Kevlon Anderson looking to attack, 20 from 23. Kimo Savory, the skipper, is on 18 from 11. Reads almost like a T20 score, that. And Jerry McAllister and Javid Leacock fighting for the pride. As Inderjeet sits in the chair next to me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, my friend. Enjoying Guyana?
So far,
Yes.
I told you guys time and time again, the land of many waters, I did not expect it from the sky. Short again from McAllister, but too short. Can't trouble the batters there. The land of many waters, at some point I'm going to get the opportunity to go across the rivers.
You only heard about the land of... Yes, only land of many waters. I'll tell you the beauties a little bit after this delivery. It's a good-looking drive once again, but not forceful enough. I think he played well within himself. It's known as the land of beautiful women and handsome men.
Then I would feel right at home. No, but I was telling the guys, I think I was telling you guys yesterday afternoon when we came over here as well, it has a very familiar feel over here. And I'm one that believes there's more that brings us together than divides us, especially in the Caribbean. Short again. And cricket, lovely cricket, always unites us in the Caribbean. And wonderful to see this year, after all the travails of COVID and post-COVID, that we can now return to the West Indies Championships, going across the islands. Jamaica is going to get the chance to play at home. Dominica is going to get the chance to see some cricket. St. Kitts will get the chance next week. St. Lucia will get some cricket later in the tournament.
Yes, absolutely. So, and I'm particularly happy that the cricket can be spread to different parts of the region. It presents an opportunity, you know, to showcase the talents wherever they are. That's brilliantly taken by the keeper. Acrobatically saved down the leg side. Brings back memory of Jeff Dujan. He was such a fantastic wicket keeper.
He was. Of course, my favorite wicket keeper is David Williams. And Richards is a little shorter.
David Williams, that very tall guy, right?
Yeah. I tell him that all the time. I ask him, I ask him when we see him around, because he's involved with the national team and through the age group back home in Trinidad. And I ask him all the time, who was taller, yourself or Augustin Gus Logie?
Well, he was taller than Gus when Gus was feeling a short leg. He had to bend down, right?
Yeah, where legends are made. And we talk about this tournament. Legends going to be born out of this tournament.
Well, that's the expectation. It presents an opportunity for many of our young players and those who knocked on the doors of West Indies selection panel, for them too to continue to do what they are doing. Each team will be playing how many? 7 matches across the region?
7 rounds, because we
Right.
now have 8 teams as opposed to just the 6 territorial teams.
Exactly. And it's off to a very, very good start as well.
165 for 3 at the end of the McAllister over. I made an over from Jerry McAllister, and I will have to continue this conversation with you later in the afternoon. I'm going to take my leave and have some of your wonderful Guyanese lunch. I haven't had my lunch yet.
Yes, I know that the two of us will be having a full stint at some time during the 4 days. But you look at Tejan Chandapal, he made a splendid 40, batted for quite a while out in the middle, but got a beautiful delivery from the leg spinner Lee Cock. And he just played down, I think, the wrong line of the delivery, the faintest of edge onto pad, and he was caught by the bowler himself. So Basua's lefty is going to have some lunch, and I've been joined by my countryman all the way from Essequibo. I don't want to say Cinderella County, because these Cinderellas in Essequibo, I understand they're wearing high heel shoes and so on this day. Hello to you, Andy Ramnarayan. How are you doing, my brother?
Thank you very much, Indy, and let me say hello to everyone who is tuned into the live broadcast. It's a pleasure being here alongside you, Indy.
Thank you so much. I like what you have seen so far.
Well, I am pretty much happy to see the response from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, putting up a very strong fight to overcome this total posted by the Barbados Pride.
Leacock continues to wheel away his leg spin. That's a forcing shot onto the front foot. The fielder gives up the chase, and that's going to go to wide longer for 4. What a pleasant shot by the left-hander. Your countryman from Essequibo, the skipper of the Harpies Eagle, that's Savory, almost saying, welcome to the commentary box, Andy.
Yes, my pores are raising here to sit here and look at Himal Savory, my countryman, also the player of my club from the Essequibo Coast Rising Star. What an excellent shot that was there.
Yes, and he has played some fine-looking cover drives. That one actually took the cake. Very pleasant shot, not too much of power. Timing, placement, smart cricket. And Savory, he's gone on to 22 from 13 and looks real good.
Yes, indeed. A lot of responsibility on young Savory's shoulder. Given the opportunity to lead this pretty young Guyana Harpy Eagles team in this 2025 regional championship. And so far, I think he is up for the challenge.
Yes, I think he's up for it. Good looking on drive here too. Getting to the pitch of the delivery nicely. Down towards long on and gets the single. You mentioned Rising Star. That's your club in Essequibo. How things with your club?
Well, at the moment, we are trying to regroup for the new year. We had a bad season due to the weather, and currently our ground is under development work. Kudos to the government of Guyana. We've been investing a lot in community ground, so our ground is one of it under that development.
Well, that's very, very good to hear. What's the size of your club in terms of membership?
Well, overall membership for our club is just about 40.
A nice place to start. 40, not a bad number.
Sure.
That's a good delivery. Nicely flighted, teasing delivery from Leacock to bring the over to an end. It's 170 for the loss of 3. Let's talk Essequibo cricket here. Andy, recently you guys, through the Essequibo Cricket Board and the area committees, had the pathway on the 15 tournament. How good was that?
Yes, I must say that was a very good program, and kudos to the sponsors who came on board. And I think this is something that is very much needed for Essequibo cricket. We must say hats off to the current president, Mr. Dilip Singh. He's been working very hard and his team to ensure sponsorship is back to Essequibo cricket, to develop it from the grassroots level. And I think that is where all these future stars coming from Essequibo and even onto the Guyana level at this junior and senior level would come.
Yes, and just in case our viewers and listeners, you hear the name Essequibo. Guyana is actually divided into 3 counties. That's the largest of our county. 5/8 of Guyana's territory. So it's huge, and there's something happening real good in Essequibo. Lots of our players are coming through the ranks, representing our country. One is even captain of the Harpy Eagles, our senior team. We're speaking of Kemal Savory. Chimar Holder is back in the attack. Oh, that's a lovely drive. It hits the stump. Maybe if it has missed the stump, that would have gone pretty close down towards a straight boundary. 170 here for the loss of 3 wickets. Yes, we've been talking about Essequibo, but that's a huge county. The geography in managing all these area, cricketers, the different villages and so on. How you guys manage?
Most definitely, I think Essequibo being the largest of the 3 counties in terms of the geographic location, and as you rightly mentioned, how do we manage? It is divided by many rivers, lakes, and it's not easy to manage cricket, especially on the Essequibo coast. It calls for a lot of resource, both financial and human resource, and as you know, it's just a few of the business persons would want to give back and pump in their resources into cricket in Essequibo.
I agree with you. Cooperate, assistance is vital, especially in sports. It's a nice way in giving back to communities, counties, your country as a whole. Chimar Holder, still 2 slips a gully. There's backward point, an extra cover, and a wide mid-off. Good looking shot, but straight to the fielder at extra cover. Tell us about the academies in Essequibo. I know that the Guyana Cricket Board has opened quite a few academies down there.
Well, in the to be honest with you, the academy is a very good program that was rolled out by the Guyana Cricket Board in collaboration with the Essequibo Cricket Board. But to say to you how many of those academies are actually up and running, I would be doing injustice if I mentioned that on here. But there are a few that are functioning, but to give you the exact number at this time.
Nicely turned away down towards the boundary at the backward square. The return will come in and they'll go back and complete 2 very pleasant shot. 2 more to the score. Well, things will take some time. You don't expect it to kick off with all blaze of glory at the beginning. The thing is, once you have a good start, it can always pick up. There might be hiccups here and there, but the mere thing is that you're having academies. They will someday come into full running.
Yes.
Oh, that was in the air, but to the left of the fielder down at extra cover and runs pretty close towards the boundary. And the return will come in. A shot, the ball hung a little bit in the air. There was an air of danger there.
Yes, Anderson looking pretty good out in the middle, but he just needs to concentrate and focus. I think the batting will depend a lot here between this partnership between Anderson and Savory to see how far they could take this first innings total for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to overcome that first innings from the Barbados Pride.
Yes, and a good partnership is building up. Another drive. That was a slow ball by Chimar Holder to bring the over to an end. It's 175 for the loss of 3. Matthew Ford, when Pride batted, 82 from 91. Jonathan Drake, 70. Zachary McCaskey made 64. 4 for 69, Richie Loknot, the off-spinner. Ali Mohammed, 2 for 37. Pamal, 2 for 87. In response, Perez, a fine hand, didn't last there for the half century, went on 46. Tage supported pretty well. Nandu looked good while he was there, but since then all 3 they have returned to the pavilion. Yes, we'll be talking a little bit about Essequibo cricket. Something great is happening there with your stadium. Anna Regina.
Oh yes, I am so excited and just can't wait to see that stadium opening and the first ball to be put down there. What a feeling that would be, Indy.
Yes, we are all looking forward for that. And who knows, maybe Andy Ramnarain may be sitting at the side of Inderjeet Prasad and some of our local commentators here to call the first ball.
Well, I'm just waiting. God spare life. That will be such a great opportunity for me, Indy.
Yes, and it's a massive infrastructural development in Guyana as far as sports and general things happening here. Palmyra up in Berbice, that's up, that's taking nice shape. Linden almost on the completion. Great things are happening. There's a private investor at Hampton Court as well. That's a good delivery onto the back foot and chopping down Savory on it at the last moment.
Yes, I think he adjusted and played that ball very well there.
Was there any point in Savory young career, maybe when he was a teenager, get back to this, that you felt here is going to be a national player for Guyana?
Well, Indy, I think I'm so lucky just to be here and be live on air, looking at Savory batting, the captain of this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. In my first stint as a coach, Savory was part of that team at under 15 representing Esquivo, and he was the vice captain of that team. We played Berbice right here at the National Stadium. In those days, it was 2 days cricket.
Yes, and so the coach is here watching his youngster perform out in the middle. Congratulations. That's a nice feeling. I can just imagine that feeling. And all Esquivo and Guyana has for this youngster. He's someone that works very, very hard on his cricket. I'll give you a chance, Andy. Do some commentaries.
Indy, I can tell you, I'm so excited sitting here looking at Savory bat, but I will hand back that ball of commentary to you because I
almost felt you were saying back to master control.
No.
Yeah, so Leacock. Not a good delivery. And this is what you want your spinner to do as a coach, to bring the batter onto the front foot. But he plays well, very compact in defense there, the left-hander.
Yes, and I think this is something most of the spinners would work on, especially on a track like this, coming into the second day after lunch, try to get the batters coming on the front foot. And we heard Pomal mention about this before the match.
Yes, and good-looking drive to the left of the fielder at extra cover, and they get the single. One more to the score at the end of the over. It's 175 for the loss of 3. Now, not only Kemal Savory is in the Harpy Eagle, but there's another Essequibian guy here. Anthony Adams has been on the scene for about 16 years now.
Yes, I must say to you, you mentioned about the hard work Kemal Savory has been putting in. Anthony Adams is the man who actually set the tone for being an individual who is very determined and putting in a lot of hard work. And I think Kemal Savory was one of those persons very close alongside him. They were training partners, and happy to see both of them in the team here together.
Yes, Chimar Holder, 1 for 34. He begins his 17th over here. Good delivery, but very solid and compact in defense there, Kemal Savory. Playing it nicely down towards wide mid-off. Can't score, but the ball left the bat nicely. That will tell you that his eyesight is real good out in the middle, and he's just blossoming nicely here at the National Stadium. So it's the Harpy Eagles against Barbados Pride. First round action, 2025.
Very good single there, Indy. And this is what you want to see.
Yes,
played 4 days cricket.
Played it with very soft hands, knew exactly where the fielder was, and the communication between the two is excellent.
The young batter, Kevlon Anderson.
No ball actually.
Oh yes, the no ball.
Yes, you were talking about Kevlon.
Kevlon Anderson is one of the youngsters I would have worked with from the under 15 level as well, at the regional level. And this youngster I'm very, very impressed with. And happy to see him moving up the ladder at this stage now, and he's actually delivering for his country. A lot of the batting now would depend on this young man to take it on for a couple of years.
Well, he should. With that talent that he possesses, you don't want to see a wasted talent. You want to see somebody convert that into a successful career.
And
Down the leg side.
I could share a little story with you.
Go right ahead.
When Kevlon was in camp at under 15, when we were playing home in Guyana, I did some interview with each of the players. And Kevlon was one of the players who said to me, "Manage, I want to play tests." And I said, "Okay, fine." This is where it starts. And every time Kevlon had an opportunity, he was on his tablet just looking at the game of cricket or playing the game of cricket. And happy to see him converting what he actually loved and practicing mentally, and he's out in the middle performing.
Well, so far he has gone through the ranks at the under 15 level. Did he play under 17 cricket as well?
Yes, he played under 17, under 19 for West Indies as well. So he came through the ranks.
Yes, and today he's playing for his national side. So he keeps his ambition, do the basic things right, and it can definitely happen to him. He's such a terrific talent, lovely batsman. He's aggressive. He can score runs. He picks the gaps, pays his innings nicely. Has a big century at regional level, 153. That's enough for motivation for him. And it's nice to see him growing all the time. Andy, tell me about some of those youngsters that are coming through as Equivo Cricket.
Well, a few of them currently in this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. And we have Raymond Perez, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yes.
Both were part of that World Cup team. We have 5 Guyanese who were part of that World Cup team. Unfortunately, we had Joshua Prasad who lost his mom and had to come back home. Raymond Perez, he had an ankle injury, did not get to play in the tournament. We had Bhaskar Yadram. I think Bhaskar has migrated, he is now in the US.
Yes. He plays Major League Cricket in the US.
Yes. So a lot of talent and young players would have come through the ranks in the lovely looking shot there from Anderson.
And beautifully fielded down at short cover as well. 178 for the loss of 3 wickets. And that has come off 55 overs. The scoring rate is not bad at all. Look at Jair McAllister, 1 for 39. Tame Holder, 1 for 34. Javed Leacock, 1 for 33. Those are the 3 wicket takers for the Barbados Pride team. And it's always a very high interest whenever Guyana and Barbados, despite its franchise cricket, it's home to the 2 countries. Whenever they play, there's an air of expectation. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be competitive.
Definitely. Growing up as a little boy, I always liked to listen to radio commentary when Barbados and Guyana is playing. I could remember those days of Carl Hooper, Keith Temple, Shivnarine Chandrapal, batting at the famous Kensington Oval.
Leacock, the leg spinner, continues. That's a drive down towards wide long off, and they'll get a single.
And oh yes, don't forget the fast bowlers from Barbados. Every time the commentators said that
Tell
one,
me about some of them.
that one just whistled past. You know, I was so just imagining what that ball was doing and so on. Those were some of the days I was so in love with cricket. And I shared this on air with you. Going to secondary school, I was suspended for 3 days and given half a dozen whipping for taking a transistor radio and having it in class, disturbing class, listening to cricket.
Oh, wow. And you never regretted that?
Never.
Well, we all did those things. I'll tell you about myself with my little Philip black and red transistor radio. We used to get our head teacher listening to cricket because he loved the cricket. You know, sometimes we'll stop class and he will ensure us to listen to radio. The good old days of radio.
Definitely. And more so, my radio was seized. And at the end of the term, before I could have received my report card, I had to take my parents. And that was the most fear I had, knowing that I would have to take my parents, that I would have committed an offense.
Who was your head teacher? You mind share his name with us? Let us speak to him.
She was a female.
Oh, there's so many females that just love cricket. 179 for the loss of 3. It's coming forward. If I tell you, I had one of the best regional education officer ever. He was the vice president of the Barbados Cricket Board, Mr. Randolph Mitchell. He's still alive. That man used to give me no pay leave from teaching to go and do cricket commentaries. Fortunate fella me. Turn nicely into the onside, down through forward square. They should challenge the arm of the fielder. They will, and they'll go back and complete 2 runs. If it's 2 weeks, if it's 3 weeks leave, I will get that no pay, go and do my cricket commentaries, and he will have the radio inside of his office at Fort Wellington. Open it, and all staff members could have listened their boy do cricket commentaries. So I was fortunate. I'm sorry for you. Leacock to Anderson. Good delivery onto the front foot, smothering the spin. Played down on the onside of the pitch. Good battle going on here between bat and ball. It's very keen out in the middle. You can feel the tension from here. That's a good delivery. That's the googly. Came back, but not viciously. Just a little bit of a turn off the pitch. But the intention there was good.
Yes, and this would be a period where these two batters would need to apply themselves during this very tricky session. It's coming very close to the tea time, and the sun is out. The moisture is drying out from the wicket, so and the spinner will be coming into effect here.
Yes, 181 for the loss of 3. And I think the pitch has played pretty well so far. It's not a one-sided kind of a pitch. Has presented everything good for batting. Once you put your head down, the bowlers can get something out of it as well. Kudos to, I think it's Habib, the chief curator here at the National Stadium. He and his team, they have done a fantastic job. And I spoke to him and he was telling me that this pitch that they've prepared for this game is perhaps the best of those out in the middle.
Okay, and so far justifying that. First inning score of 346. That is.
Yes. And some good knocks in that 346 as well. I think there were 3 half centuries.
And in what I have observed with this first run of this tournament this year, I don't know if it's because of the Kookaburra ball, a lot of runs would have scored in the first day in all 3 of the matches I would have played so far.
Well, that delivery was right up there to the left-hander, and in the gentleman style, Savory picked it up and tossed it back to the bowler. You would have done that sometime when you play cricket?
I never.
You don't trust the opposition?
I don't.
Yes, sometimes you're afraid, sometimes you do it, sometimes the opposing team make an appeal for handling the ball,
Exactly.
and you're just given out. It's still a gentleman's game in many quarters of this world. Appeal for a catch at the wicket. Pride there celebrating. Umpire Nigel Duguid is not going to have any of that whatsoever. We shall surely monitor that on our replay. So look at it. Down the leg. Didn't take anything whatsoever from the bat there. But the movement of the ball.
Exactly.
Yes, took it away down the leg side. And once again, good keeping here by Richards. And immediately went up with the appeal. Savory, he survived. He knew he didn't had a touch there. But Chimar Holder, he's in a very good spell. None for 40. He's in his 12th over. Ball from the bottom end this morning. That's the southern end. Then switched to the northern end. Had a little break. Continues from that end. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Perhaps the quickest ball he has delivered so far in this innings, Chimar Holder. Close to the off stump and had a good carry to the keeper as well.
I think that's the best delivery I would have saw so far in this inning. An excellent delivery there from the fast bowler.
Yes, and our dear friend from Trinidad and Tobago, Vinod Mamchan, our producer, I'll tell you what he said to me just now. Oh, that's a gorgeous looking shot. Might very well come back for the 2 here. True forward square. Return comes in. Can't prevent the second run. And another a no ball. Well, I wonder which was it. Vinod said the previous was an egg ball. This one is a no ball. You saying it's a kookaburra ball. Yes, it's a ball game.
It's a cricket ball.
Yes. Why do you think that a lot of runs being scored, a reason given maybe of the kookaburra ball? What's the feeling?
I've been following cricket, and there are certain things I like to get into the fine details about. I think this kookaburra ball that is being made in Australia, it's a very high quality, and I don't know if it's because of the type of leather that is being used to produce this ball, but definitely something with the kookaburra ball, both batsman and bowler, it has been justifying itself.
Well, the first two rounds of this year for the championship, they're using that very ball there. Normally, we use the juke ball in the West Indies.
Yes, and I think the juke ball is being produced in England.
Yes, so right about that. Looking for a single here and nicely sent back by Kevlon Anderson, Kemal Savory. There was never going to be a single there. The score is kept on 184 for the loss of 3. And then they have the GS ball that is used in India. And according to those that have studied the ball, those balls actually, they get roughed up very quickly, so it presents a better opportunity for the spinners. But we've seen India producing some of the best fast bowlers in the world now.
Yes. We mentioned about the ball. I think the day-night matches in this 4-day tournament would be the pink ball.
Well, he has taken a blow there on the right wrist, and he's just ringing it. Badly misjudged that one. It kicked from short of a good length. Couldn't get the batter inside the line, but it's taken on the glove. He's some agony. A good delivery to bring the over to an end with the score now on 184 for the loss of 3. So that's T on the second day's play, replying to the 346 made by the Pride, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 184 for 3. Savory's on 29. Kevlon Anderson is on 26. We'll take a break. Do join us in another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, good afternoon once again, and welcome to sunlit Providence Stadium here, about 10 minutes away from the capital, Georgetown, where we greet you with the news that Guyana have progressed to 184 for 3 at the tea break. Anderson on 26 and Savory on 29. They were 92 for 2 at lunch with Chandrapal on 31 and Perez on 20. They began the day needing 347 for first innings points, and Chandrapal was caught off the bowling of Leacock, the leg spinner, for 40. Nandu was caught and bowled controversially off the bowling of off-spinner Holder. He was 36, and it was 61 for 1. And the last wicket to fall was Perez, caught behind off the pacer McAllister, and he made 46, 136 for 3. Since then, these two have joined forces, and they've taken the score now. There's a good partnership building between these two. Holder starting the bowling just after tea. Saw a good spell from Leacock, the leg spinner. Both Trinidadians, both Barbadians looking to flight the ball, bowling a lot slower and getting a turn on this pitch. I've got with me the former West Indies player and Guyana captain, Leon Johnson. Good afternoon, Leon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Sean.
Yeah, what you been up to these days?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Just parenting and working. Obviously, after finished playing cricket, I transitioned into business. So yeah, that's taken up a lot of my time, along with, as I said, parenting.
So you still hoping to play some club cricket for GCC?
Yeah, I am. Actually, I am still not allowed to play second team cricket. I think I have to serve I wouldn't say a ban. I was debarred for 2 years, so that ban will be up on the 1st of April 2025. So yeah, we do play 2-day cricket as well, but at this point in time, 2-day cricket, yeah, it's out of the question for me. So I would like to play more 1-day cricket, limited over cricket for my club.
Holder.
Yeah.
And this is cut away by Savory. So that's the first runs after the tea break. And Savory goes now to 29. Anderson on 27, 185 for 3. Partnership now 50.
50, yeah. I think obviously Guyana's 2 better batters over the last couple of seasons at the crease. Very important partnership for them. Having seen a bit of the game, I think it's an easy pace track.
Yeah.
I think Barbados scored very freely yesterday, and also the top 3 batters, 2 40s and a 36, shows that no real demons in the pitch.
Do you think the Guyanese batters, well, most of the batters in the region get starts and fail to carry on? What's the reason for that?
You're saying if I think? I mean, does the statistics show that?
Yes.
It does. Maybe a lack of concentration. I think probably concentrating a bit better with see guys kicking on from getting 30s and 40s and maybe 60s and 70s to getting big hundreds.
Well, Savory has gotten 2 50s so far and 2 hundreds.
200s, yeah.
And
good
of course,
conversion rate.
Yeah, and similar with Anderson.
Yeah, correct.
And Anderson is just 24. Savory from the county of Essequibo. He's 28.
Yeah.
And when Imlak comes back, you think he should become the keeper still, or he should play as a batsman?
Look, I know last year Imlak was away as well for the start of the tournament, and when he came back, Savory kept wicket. But looking at Imlak at the series in Pakistan, his glove work was excellent. and I don't see any reason why he shouldn't keep wicket.
Well, Holder continues from the northern end, the mediocent end, the Atlantic Ocean end,
Yeah.
the
You know,
seawall end.
this is actually my first time doing comments or commentary per se, Sean.
Holder. And this is back of a length.
Yeah.
No ball.
It's easy when we play the game. Sometimes you sit in the changing room and you do commentary yourself. You'd be hold in from the northern end bowls, the savory back. You know, but it's not that easy when you get up here. Thoughts seem to forsake you.
Even when you were the captain, Smith had a no ball problem. That's continued last
he
year,
didn't, actually.
and this is continuing this year. Why do you think fast bowlers bowl no ball in matches? Not practicing enough?
No, I think sometimes they overstride, Sean. Obviously looking for an extra bit of pace sometimes, put a little bit more effort in, and they overstep the line. It happens.
As a captain, what would you want the bowler to focus on in nets? His technique, away swing, out swing?
In the nets?
Do they focus on where their foot lands in the nets?
Yes. Majority of the fast balls that I know, because they always ask the coaches or anyone around, just check and see where I'm landing. Check and see where I'm landing.
Holders in bowls, and that's tucked off the hip.
So it's something they do focus on, and you know, you don't want to cultivate bad habits in the nets, because the same way you practice is the same way you would play. So, you know, just try and be disciplined in the nets. Practice exactly the way that you want to play.
What are the conditions that's suitable best for batting?
For batting? In general, Sean? Or is
Yeah,
that a general
what do
question?
you enjoy most conditions in bat to bat?
Obviously, a flat pitch, void of much grass, and hot sunshine like this. That's
yesterday Guyana bowled in overcast conditions.
Yeah, which is not bad.
Outside the
sometimes
line
you
of
could-
the off stump, no shot play there by Anderson. Yes, yesterday Guyana bowled in the overcast conditions where the
Correct.
ball would swing a little bit more.
It should.
And today now, even though the game started 50 minutes late because of overnight and early morning showers, the sun came out in all its glory. For a brief period there was overcast conditions. How do you think the bowlers would operate in these conditions, which is most likely the normal conditions? You hardly have overcast days in the Caribbean.
I think especially in these conditions, you just have to be disciplined. All right. As I said, there's not much demon in the pitch, actually in the pitch here. And day 2, from my experience, is usually the best day for batting at Providence. Day 2, all the moisture is out. There's usually some moisture there on day 1. It would have probably had
Nice shot by
two rollers put on it by the time on day 2, and it becomes much better for batting on day 2 and the first 2 sessions in day 3.
So that's the end of another over, 188 for 3. How important is this partnership to Guyana getting that 347 runs?
Yeah, Sean, it's very important, and I think it's not just getting to 347, look, because you don't have first innings points.
Yes, you
anymore.
have first innings points back this year.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, this year the rule has changed.
100%. Okay, sorry about that. Well, I don't think 347 should be their main goal. I mean, it should be the first objective to get to 347. But I think you have to look to bat once here, Sean. You have to look to bat once. Barbados putting 346 on the board. At 188 for 3, you have to think that you want to get close to 450, even pushing 500. And I said these are probably Guyana's 2 best batters over the last 2 seasons in terms of aggregate of runs, and they've gotten good starts. And it's important that they carry on. You see a sweep there from Savory down to the back of the
Yeah,
square.
Savory sweeps as Holder continues. They
Yeah.
both holders bowling in tandem now.
Yeah, correct. And they're very good players of pace and spin, which is good. I think they complement each other well. Left right combination, they complement each other well. I think they've had a couple of good partnerships together over the last couple of seasons as well. So they bat well together.
Holder in bowls, sighted delivery on the off stump,
Yeah.
off driven out towards McAllister at mid off, and there's no run. Small crowd here, nice sunny weather.
Yeah.
This time he on
See
drives and he
Nice.
runs with the shot.
Indeed. I
Most
think
times when you on drive, you go with the shot and they get a single. So good rotation in the strike.
Correct. As I said, it's very important with the left-right combination that they bat as long as they could.
And if
You would know as a bowler, Sean, or a former bowler, that bowling to left and right-handers at the same time is not easy.
yeah, you
especially
want
they
to
keep
bowl.
picking you off
Yeah, you
for
want to bowl
singles.
to one batter
Yeah.
at a time.
Correct.
Set him up.
Correct.
Especially if it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, your lines will be different.
Exactly.
And if one is
Right,
tall
and
and,
he-
one is short, your length would
And
be
you
different too.
notice that holder here is bowling on both sides of the wicket, mean over and round.
Yeah.
So he's changing constantly.
He's going around the wicket now
Yeah.
to the left-handed Savory. And Savory
Nice.
pushes
Not a
it into
single.
the offside.
Yeah, I think
This is good batting.
This is very intelligent batting. Yeah, as I said, they bat well together. They run well. They call well. So very important partnership for Guyana.
And if you were now the Barbadian captain,
Mhm.
what will you do to try and break this partnership?
You see, they're in. They're set. They both got starts.
The total now 191 for 3.
Yeah, Sean, going back to your question. They're both set and batting well. Obviously, just about being patient. All right. I think probably I would try and bowl on one side of the wicket. All right, bowl on one side of the wicket and play under patience. Their 60 overs have gone, 3 runs and over. Probably try and dry up their runs a little bit, and then hope for them to make a mistake.
The last couple of seasons, Guyana played exclusively with Guyanese players in their team. It's a franchise, so you
Yeah.
can get overseas players. When I say overseas, I don't mean international overseas, like
Correct.
Trinidadians,
Yeah.
Jamaicans, and so on. What's your thoughts on the introduction by the cricket board of this tournament, the franchise tournament? What are the benefits?
Yeah, very good concept, especially in terms of having other players from different territories. I mean, it was a major benefit to us. We've seen a player like Raymond Reefer who came to Guyana and did very well and was a big part of all the success that we had in red ball cricket and even white ball cricket per se. He was a top performer, and I think he also pushed a lot of the guys to get better. A lot of the other all-rounders who were now coming into the setup at that time, like the Kemo Paws and the Shepherd. Chris Barnwell was around, and those guys, Scherf in Rutherford, and these guys were now coming around. So they were all vying for places, all right. And I think he, with his performances and that, guys looked up to him, and he pushed guys to get better.
I shot again, but straight towards the field at mid-on.
Good piece of fielding.
Yeah,
there
good
by
tumble in
McAllister.
save by McAllister.
Yeah.
And
I think Holder's just lost his length a bit. He's bowled 4 very full balls here. You're about to say, Sean.
yeah, there's 2 slips, a gully,
Yeah.
backward point, cover, mid-off. What line should he bowl if you were the captain? What would you tell him to bowl? With what line? What would you want him to do with a field like this?
I think it's very outside bias field. 3 on the leg side, so probably just about off stump, a foot outside off stump. You're always in business if you bowl just about off stump on any kind of surface actually, because the ball could either come in a bit with the angle or hold its line.
So Holder continues and bowls, and
Yeah, saying Sean.
Savory pushes it into the onside. Again, there's no run.
Correct. Yeah, I just think with the line that Holder is bowling, he probably could lose one of the men on the offside. Maybe a slip or the backward point, and bring him over to the leg side if he's going to attack the stumps a bit more.
And this
As
is
you
down
say.
the leg side. It's a no
Yeah.
ball also.
Yeah, I think he has in this over, the plan is obviously to bowl a bit straighter, but I don't think he has a field set for it. For that.
So Guyana move up to 191 for 3 with that no
92
ball.
for 3.
Yeah, the 191 say 92.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's been good, Sean, is the scoring rate in this game thus far. Barbados scoring at about 4 runs and over yesterday. Guyana three and a bit today. Uncharacteristic of Providence surface. So every plays up to mid off.
Yeah, that's the
Captain Reefer does the fielding. It's good to see Raymond as well in a leadership role, leadership capacity. I think he has a good cricket brain, and the relatively young Barbados side. I think he has a lot to offer to not just Barbados cricket, but the development of Barbados West Indies cricket as well.
Yeah, well, back here at Providence, this is a short delivery from Holder, turned away into the onside. So important partnership continues to build.
Yes. Good batting again there by Anderson. Waiting on the ball, letting it spin and just tucking it away for an easy single on the leg side.
What do you think made you such a successful captain at the regional level?
Sean, you asked me that question about 100 times already.
Well, this is the first time I'm asking you live on
On what?
on YouTube, on commentary.
A number of things, Sean. A number of things. Experience is one. Having good players and players who are willing to I don't want to say follow per se. Right? I don't want to say follow, but players that buy into a system or an idea, Having a good environment as well in our setup was key. Players always had the
Nice delivery. Yes.
freedom to be themselves, right? Freedoms to be themselves and express themselves. So yeah, those little things helped our performances on the field.
Guyana's won 7 of the 9 seasons
Yeah.
in the franchise tournament so far.
Correct. Good shot from Savory.
Yeah, nice shot. Played it against the spin, but was in total control and hit it over mid-on.
Yeah,
And
correct.
it goes for 4.
I think there's a clear plan here by these two batters, Sean, to probably get the majority of runs. I don't know if it's off the spinners or off of Holder, but they're picking him off quite easily at this end.
The off-spinner Holder you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot that there's Holder bowling at the other end.
Yeah, Chimar Holder, the
Shamar
fast
Holder,
bowler.
Correct.
And
Off of
Chiam.
Chime Holder.
Chiam.
Alexis.
Chiam Holder.
Alexis or Lex as he's usually called by his teammates.
Lexus.
No, Lex. They usually
Lex.
call him Lex, yes.
So that's the end of another over. It's 197 now for the loss of 3, and Guyana's partnership continuing to grow.
Correct. I think you're about to see a change. Will we? No. Holder will come again. Looked like Matthew Ford was giving the umpire's cap to take up proceedings from the northern end.
So 3 half centuries by Barbados, and good contributions towards the end from both holders in the 20s. One made 30, helped the Barbados side to end the day with 346. You think that's a good score in a day because of the type of cricket that's evolved now?
Yeah, that's a very good score, Sean. Again, I always look at the conditions here, and the conditions haven't changed much over the last 5-6 years. Tend to play the same way. 347 is a lot of runs in a day. That's just my opinion. 347 is a lot. In 80 overs.
So you think T20 cricket has anything to do with the evolution or the improvement of run rates in 4-day and Test cricket?
Yes, it has. It has a big part to play in the evolution. Guys are much braver now because they practice.
Nice
It's a good
shot. Turns it
Very
into
good
the
shot.
onside, and that's going to be 4. All the fielder will do is chase it to retrieve the ball from the boundary, and Anderson goes into the 30s
Excellent shot.
with that shot,
Correct.
and the 100 comes up.
Again,
The
Sean,
200 comes up.
I think there's a clear plan to bowl straight at the stumps here, but you need to have the field to support it. Especially if you're going to bowl a line to Anderson, he's going to pick you off all day if you don't have protection.
How good a
Having said
batsman?
that is a very good shot from Anderson.
How good a batsman is young Anderson, in your estimation?
My opinion, very good. He's been very good throughout age group cricket. It took a while to transition into senior cricket. But as you said,
Nice short ball. Anderson
ball.
easily under it, and
yeah,
refer
Well
for
played.
some reason appeals.
yeah, I think he played that well. Got his hands down and evaded it very well. I would say that was a very good short ball from hold on this docile surface. Good effort to bend your back and get it up there.
Yeah, you were
That always-
talking about Anderson.
Yeah, I said he took a while to transition into the senior team. I think at the time, he would have been competing with.
Oh my dear, he's just short of the man at short
Yeah.
mid wicket there.
Yeah, I think he got a bit ahead of himself there. The bat got out in front. But yeah, I said he was competing with guys like Vishal Singh and Shiv Narayan Chandrapal and myself and all those guys in the middle order, Reefer and that. So it took him a while to get into the team. But when he got in, he took his chance. He took them well. He said he's got 3 first-class centuries already in less than
Nice
20
delivery
games.
again, just leaving the right-handed Anderson. What did you think he did wrong in that situation there?
Which
For that
situation?
that delivery?
I just think that his hands came away a bit from his body. It's not replay here, but from looking with the naked
look
eye,
at the replay. You can see the replay.
yeah, I think his hands just got away from him a bit. But that's much better. That was a ball in the corridor of uncertainty, as they call it, just outside the line of Boston, and his hands just went away a little bit.
So Chandrapal 40, Nandu 36, Perez
Yes,
46.
46.
The batters out.
Yeah,
And,
just a bit from a fan,
Mhm.
being a fan perspective of being a fan. Those 3 starts there. Yeah, look, I think one of them, or 2 of them at least, should have carried on or still be batting now.
Yeah,
I'm putting
I agree. Not enough batsmen
Yeah.
are the conversion rate of many of our present batters are not what you expected it to be.
Yeah.
They get 50s, they reach 70s, they don't convert to hundreds. And a 50 at this level is like a 20 at the international level,
Are you sure about that?
or less.
I'm just asking if you're sure.
No,
How do you judge?
that's swept away. Holder straying on the line of the leg stump. And a free hit almost for.
Yes. Good run in there as well. I think
For
the
Savory.
guys have.
And those are buys. He missed it altogether.
Yeah.
How big is the gap with West Indies cricket and the international level?
You're asking me a lot of difficult questions, Sean.
That's why you're here. To
Yeah.
answer difficult questions.
I thought I was there to do some comments.
Yes, you could still do your comments. Nice shot.
Good
and
running
good
again.
running. Excellent running between the two. As you say, they've got good communication between the two.
Correct. I think I'll be a good batter and leave alone the question you asked me just now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're playing 2020 cricket though.
Pardon me?
We're playing 2020 cricket. Still
A
wanna
wide is
leave
still a
alone?
wide is still a wide. A wide is still a wide in any cricket that you play.
So Holder pushes the man at the forward mid-wicket position for the back.
Yeah.
And the man from the long leg now comes to a deep backward square. And he bowls on the line of the leg stump, but too full or too fast for the batsman to be attempting to play a shot, a lofted shot in that area. And they get a single, so again rotation
Yeah,
in the
and
strike.
it's been excellent. It's been excellent to watch, actually. I think Holder is under a bit of pressure here, bowling to the left-right combination who keep picking him off for 3-4 runs every over. And most of them are in singles. Played by Savory.
Slip. Seal it off.
How do you think Savory did on his first day leading Guyana yesterday?
I
Sean?
think he did a good job, a reasonably good job. I don't think Guyana bowled as well as they could have. They bowled too many bad balls and allowed the
mix-up.
batters to score more runs than they should have, even
Yeah.
though they batted well, especially the debutant Ford. He's primarily a bowling all-rounder, and he got 80 something. And so I believe that Luke Knott was the best bowler. The way he bowled slow, he bowled good speeds, flighted the ball. Nice shot.
Good shot.
Gets a single. So the over is completed again. At the end of the over, it's 205 for 3. Yes, I believe.
5 runs off the over again.
Yeah, I believe that his captaincy was iffy 50-50.
Okay. I was just asking for your opinion because you would have obviously seen all of the game. I was here for a bit yesterday.
And it's not his fault that the bowlers bowl too many bad balls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I think there's not much you could do in terms of a bowler's execution as a captain. I think if you have the correct field set for what they want to bowl, there's nothing much you could do with them in terms of the bowler executing.
All right, so I will leave you in the next over.
So will I. Thanks for having me here, Sean.
Yeah, you're most welcome, and you're free to come back again.
Yeah. Thanks
Now
for the
you've got-
invitation.
Now you've got settled in. You've played a
Yeah.
few balls.
I'll go work on my skills and come back.
Ford is back, and first delivery
Yeah.
is pushed into the offside.
Good to see Matthew Ford as well playing first class cricket now.
Yeah, played
Or-
8 one-day internationals.
Correct.
Primarily a
Top
white
team.
ball bowler.
Yes, he is.
This
Well,
is-
sorry, he's played primarily white ball cricket in CPL and for West Indies or what's not. But it's good to see him here playing red ball cricket for Barbados.
yeah, too short.
Too short.
And pulled
Cracking
away.
shot.
That's a disdainful shot down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
And even though we had rain last night and this
Yeah.
morning, this outfield is tremendously fast,
Yeah.
tremendously good for drying. The fastest drying outfield maybe in international cricket.
In the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember in, what year was that? 2011, where it rained for almost 4 days straight we were playing against England A, and we were still able to get some cricket once that rain eased up.
I was telling the guys about when Sarwan took us out. We was accustomed to playing at border. That was the first test match here, 2008 against Sri Lanka. And there was flooding around, and the water was on the ground,
Yeah.
and the match started on time. And West
Definitely.
Indies unfortunately lost.
Yeah, great facilities here at Providence.
Yeah, excellent facilities. The drainage is superb.
It is. I would never have a bad word to say about Providence. It's been good to me. So, great facilities here at Providence.
And
I see Matthew Ford making a change. He comes round the wicket. Same field and place. Balls.
And the last team to beat Guyana at Providence was Barbados in
2020.
2020.
2020, yeah.
Yeah.
Pink ball game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were absolutely walloped by Barbados in that game. I remember that's the first season that we have lost in the professional league, as in not win the championship. Along the leg side.
Richard's trying his best to get it, but it passed through his gloves. Good effort though.
Yeah, good run in again by Anderson and Savory. 2 runs. And very good batting here, Sean. I think these are the two that really need to get stuck in and get big scores. Love to see 2 batters get 100 in the same innings.
Yeah, Savory on 43, 7 away from his 50.
Forward up to cover. Only Cox.
So nice
Very
breeze blowing across the ground. The Guyana flag, the golden
Barbados.
arrowhead, and the Barbados flag, the broken trident.
What is it called? The broken trident?
Yeah, fluttering in the breeze.
Okay.
Those are the only flags in the Caribbean with names.
Okay. Savory.
That's a
Correct.
lovely
Yeah,
shot. Crashed away, backward point, down to the boundary for 4. Short and wide, and Savory was on top of it, and he moves now to his 50,
No, it was on
No, 45.
47. I think.
47. So that's the end of the over. There's going to be a double change.
Well, hello there once again, and certainly at 216 for the loss of 3, we're watching good competitive regional 4-day cricket, and I'm particularly happy with what I'm seeing, because what this does, it sets this match up nicely to go right into 4-day and maybe right to the close of 4 days, and this is what you want to see. good batting, good bowling, and we have seen that thus far. Harpy Eagles, they feel that they can really chase down that 346 made by the Barbados Pride. On the other hand, the Pride, these boys are bowling pretty well. We haven't seen too many loose delivery. On the other hand, almost every loose delivery were hit away down towards the boundary. Hello to you, Liam. Good competitive stuff out in the middle.
Yeah, it's been good so far, and you're right about that. It's a competitive game, and it's just good cricket all around. As Kevin Anderson pulls out the reverse sweep, that's a beautiful shot, and he is going to get another boundary. He moves on to 38.
What great improvisation.
Found the gap perfectly. Look at it again.
Yes, and off the blade of the bat as well. Perfect reverse sweeper, you will say. He's not one of those guys who will play this kind of shot consistently. So seeing him playing this one here, a little bit surprised to me, but he has come off trumps with it.
Yeah, perfect execution, as you rightfully said. And he is going to use that against the spinners now. Pulled away this time, it was short. And Kevin Anderson was onto it in a flash once again. And he picks up 4 more runs. And it's something we spoke about earlier, how quickly he got back onto his back foot.
Yes, he's very nimble on those legs. Well, we come from a dancing history in the Caribbean. All across the region, we dance in the street, in the backyards, in the clubs, wedding house parties. You must be able to dance out in the middle. And this is what Kevlon is doing. Good exhibition of what good batting is.
Yeah, definitely. He races on to 42 now. And shows the discipline of the man. He just hit 2 boundaries. And got a good delivery from Holder on this occasion and was equal to it, got forward and defended it nicely.
You like dancing, Liam?
Can't say I'm the best of dancers. I wouldn't say I don't like it though. Look at his sweep, but it was a safe option because the ball hit him way outside the off stump. You can actually see all 3 stumps and the wicket keeper behind him there. So
yes.
Still a good execution.
Yeah, 224 for the loss of 3. I think what he missed there was the length of the ball. Normally you sweep on length, so he was outfoxed by the bowler who dropped it a little bit shorter. That's the reason why he missed it. But he did the right thing. The pad was planted way outside the line of the off stumper. So I'm just asking you to look on the screen. You know that fella you're seeing on the screen in the middle?
I know the guy in the red. I'm not sure what the guy in the middle.
Thanks to our cameraman, Matthew. Yes, he has done a fine job.
Kimmel Savory now, he is on 49. 1 away from yet another first class half century. And what a start he's had to captaincy. His first game as captain.
Yes, and Savory has been a very, very hard work. And the main thing is that he loves what he does out on the cricket field. That when you like what you're doing, you're not working. You're actually enjoying it whatsoever. He's on 49, and this is steered away. Doesn't beat the slip cordon.
Yeah, good work from the man on point there. And it looks like Shane Holder, he has been working hard today, 22 overs, and now doing some work at point. But yeah, you're right about Savory. He's a hard worker, and he's been at it for some time. He's into now his 12th first class match. He's played 22 list day games. He's had to wait his turn at 28 years of age. 2 first class centuries to go along with 2 half centuries. He's going to look for his 3rd here. And there it is. That's 50 for Kimo Savory. The Guyanese captain wears the badge proudly. And he's going to raise his bat now. What a knock it's been. He's come out and played with real intent.
Yes, well deserved by Kemal Savory, a captain for the first time for the Guyana Harpy Eagles here. And the first round, he has made that count with a brilliant half century. Very solid from the very delivery that he faced against McAllister, that he drove through the offside field through extra cover for 4. Tells the story of what the innings might very well be like. Compact, solid, aggressive when it needs to be, rotated the strike nicely. Congratulations to the Guyanese skipper.
The 3rd first class half century, and here is Ford. flicked away from Anderson, and it's just beautiful. Bit of wrist work, and it's going to run very close to the boundary. Raymond Reefer's giving chase. I thought he could have done a bit better there, but it runs into the ropes now for 4.
Yes, Reefer actually lumbered after that one, give up very early, which he should not have done. I know the sun is hot out in the middle, supping the energy, but you need to replenish that with some juice, some water, and maybe some other stuff. I think if he had chased after it viciously, maybe like somebody like Obadeli Thompson, one of the famous sprinters of Barbados, he would have gotten that one, but he just gave up early. Good looking shot, 4 runs.
Kevin Anderson as well. Similar record to Kimon Savory actually. He's played 2 games more, but also is looking for his 3rd half century. Does have 2 centuries as well, an average of just under 40. So it shows his ability. It shows what he's capable of, and what you want to see is him taking a step further.
Yes, I do agree with you. So one has got the half century, 50 runs, 67 balls, 8 fours. That's Kemal Savory. Anderson, he is smelling another half century at this level. 5 so far.
Down the leg side.
And just straying a little there, Matthew Ford, none for 44. He's in his 12th over. He started the bowling for the Harpy Eagles this morning. Didn't bowl bad at all. His first spell, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. At lunch, he just had 1 additional over, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. That over costing him 10. And he's been back. 2 slips, a gully. There's backward point, a cover, and a wide mid-off. Anderson on 46. And he's very careful here, allowing a delivery to go by outside the line of the off stump. The 67th over in the Harpy Eagles innings has been completed. It's 229 for the loss of 3. And it was good to have Leon Johnson, former West Indian Test player and the Guyana Jaguars skipper, very, very successful when he led the Guyana Jaguars. Leon Johnson coming to speak on Cricket 360. Absolutely splendid. You would have seen a lot of Leon as a youngster growing up.
Yeah, I think ever since I began watching first class cricket and following, all of these guys, Leon Johnson would have been one of the mainstays in the Guyanese team. And there's not much better first class players than Leon Johnson. Did play for the West Indies as well, but I think at regional level he was such a good batsman and a good leader as well. One of the most successful captains in the professional cricket league.
Yes. Some people felt some are born leaders. Some people felt that it was ordinary men through hard work who achieve greatness. Whatever it was, Leon Johnson can always hold his head high and say, he was one of the best in the region as far as leadership is concerned.
So if you look at the drive again, and Matthew Jones collects the ball. He is at short cover just on the field right now.
And Liam, having scored a half century in the previous over, what do you do now?
I think it's time to reset. If I'm Kimon Savory, the job is not halfway done yet. They still trail by. Oh, that's a good shot. It's down the leg side. And they should run into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and celebrating his half century with a good looking shot, not afraid at all to play the sweep shot. And I am particularly happy to see both these boys, Savory and Anderson, the way they have played the spinners. It's very refreshing, not afraid to use their feet. Chandapal and Nandu as well. So far too often we see spinners dominating regional cricket, not by real big spin. I'm not taking anything away from our spinners. But batsmen struggle against the spin over the years.
Yeah, definitely. Some good drift on this one from Shame Holder. Just shaping it back in to Kimon Savory.
And you called it so well. I like the drift there. That's nice. And that is exactly what he did.
When he's doing that, he becomes a bit more dangerous if he could get one to turn after drifting.
And this is what you call confidence, and knew exactly how he's going to defend that ball. Very mindful of the silly point right into his face there, Kemal Savory. But when you spend time out in the middle, this is what happens to you. It becomes much more easy. You concentrate. Self-belief comes into reckoning.
I look back now at the hard work that Tate Chandler-Paul would have done early on, and the way he got out was just too soft for me for a player of his caliber. Because you look at Savory and Anderson now, and you don't see them getting out anytime today or even tomorrow. They look so comfortable. This one's up and over, and over the rope, 6 runs. Kemal Savory is enjoying himself here at Providence.
That's a great shot, getting under the ball there and spanking it over long off. Great shot. From the time he went onto the back foot, you know he was going to get under the ball, and it's, you know, sailed over the ropes. That's a magnificent cricketing shot. 103 partnership between these two, and Savory and Anderson. Magnificent off 135 balls. Great partnership.
Yeah, phenomenal. And after losing Raymond Perez, when he and all was pretty set and he looked like he was going to get some runs, yeah, it's good to see that these two have now taken over the mantle and put on a big partnership here.
Yes, the job is not done. That's the idea out in the middle. You've started it and you're beginning to blossom. But right on to the end of today, that should be the thought between the two of them. They're seasoned campaigners, they're experienced, and they have started beautifully. You just don't want to throw it away. And if they're following what's happening in the region, understand it's reigning centuries in Trinidad and Tobago. Jid Guli, a magnificent 100, and so too the veteran, that's Jason Mohammed, a fine 100 by him too.
Yeah, he picked up his 14th first-class century today. Jid Guli getting his 3rd. And just recently we had a trial game in Trinidad to pick the team for this first round. And Jason Mohammed scored a double 100 on the same wicket in Brian Lawrence Cricket Academy. So yeah, it shows that, it's a quick single here. Brilliant from Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah, he was the man watching the ball, going to the fielder and judge the pace of that delivery to perfection and getting the single in the process.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that Jason Mohammed scored 230 odd in the North-South Classic to pick the team. And there's been a lot of questions asked about Jason Mohammed's selection, and it baffles me really because there's no one who's been more consistent for Trinidad and Tobago than Jason Mohammed. So, you know, I was glad to see him start the season well with 100 and just maybe shut up some of those people who have been questioning his selection. You need that bit of experience when you're missing your captain Joshua Da Silva, your West Indian batsman Amir Jangu, and both of your West Indies fast bowlers as well. You need some experience.
Yes, he has done well. Looking for a quick single here, and they will definitely get it. That's good running between the wickets with all the fielders in a cluster there, and that was heading almost straight to the mid-on. They managed a single because he paced the shot nicely. And sometimes when you tend to hit the ball too hard, you might look good, go straight to the fielder. There's nothing in the scorebook for you.
You can see he was just weighted nicely, as you said. Didn't try to hit too hard, didn't try to push at it too much. Just try to place it and get that quick singles. Excellent running between the wickets between these two.
And good judgment this time, allowing one to go by into the gloves of the keeper. The thing is this, with some of our cricketers who are in the 30s, maybe 33, 34, 35, 36, if these guys are still scoring runs at the regional level, the West Indies is not the richest place where you could just go and pick 11 as fast as possible. There must be some thinking. We have not been that big-time competitors for the last 2-3 decades on the regional stage. That's the reason why it's so important. Once our cricketers at that age continues to score runs, it's their career. They're making money as well, and the youngsters can learn from them. It's not a case where they're not scoring runs. It's a case where these guys continue to score.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point when it comes to the guys like Sami Purmol and Jason Mohammed. A lot of people might want them out the team now to get youngsters in. But at the end of the day, you can learn from these guys, and if these guys are performing to the best of their ability still, there's no reason to get rid of them. Straight to the man. No run for Anderson. Closing in on a half century.
Yes, and has looked good so far, Kevlon Anderson. And both himself and the left-handed Savory, his skipper, has been very attractive here. Just want to remind all our listeners and viewers at lunch, it was 92 for 1, 27 overs sent down in that session. Tage then was on 31, Perez was on 20. The lone casualty was Matthew Nandu. He was given out when on 36. The over's been completed here. It's 241 for the loss of 3. And at lunch they were still 252 runs away from Pride 346. Tage was caught and bowled by Leacock for 40. And he faced 119 balls, 6 fours. It was 2 for 124 in that session too. Raymond Perez was caught at the wicket of McAllister for 46, 3 for 136. At T, it was 184 for 3 with Anderson on 26, Savory on 29. Identical number of runs scored in that part. 92, 2 wickets off 30 overs. Still 162 behind. These two of them are still locked in this vital partnership for the Harpy Eagles.
So a change in bowling here. Shame Holder is going to get a rest from the Presidential Street end, and we're going to see Mr. Utility, Kevin Wickham. I've seen Kevin Wickham wicket keep for Barbados. I've seen him bowl off spin. I've seen him bowl leg spin. And now we're going to see him bowl some medium pace.
Yes, the man is a truly all-round personality and a fine batsman as well.
Oh, pulled away from Savory and loose now for Wickham to start not getting the connection that he would have liked.
Let's say that he says to the umpire, that's umpire Rajkumar, that I'm going to bowl some right arm off spin. And suppose he runs in and bowl a medium fast delivery. I guess that's no problem whatsoever. I was going to say the ball didn't turn.
On the back foot again, not Savory seems to be timing the ball so well. He's on 61. This partnership well over 100 now. And they, as you mentioned, would want to take it to the end and get down to the end of the day's play without losing another wicket.
Pitched up and driven. Got it low down on the bat. The timing was a little bit off, but the intention there was to beat the short extra cover. He did not. And sometimes some cricketers, they do have what you call a golden arm. You try all you could have, you try something differently, and you never know. What Savory needs to do, continue to concentrate.
Oh, this is good from Kevin Wickham. He's on a spot, bowling to his field. And it's so interesting to see a guy like Kevin Wickham bowl everything. He's bowled everything he could bowl with his right arm. The only thing we've not seen him do yet is bowl with his left arm.
And maybe we'll see him one of these days, you never know.
Yeah, I don't doubt that we've seen Tej Chandapal do it just recently in the Super 50. Bowled some with his right arm and then with his left. We've seen Kamindu Mendes, obviously, from Sri Lanka. He's done it recently.
Yes, some people are blessed in different ways.
Yep.
And Kevin Wickham here, he did not trouble the scorers. Will love to get among the wickets. Teasing line there, hoping that Savory would have gone for the drive. He did not. Better sense prevailed. It's 241 for the loss of 3.
Have a look there, Jason Mohammed. His century celebration as well as Jed Gully.
Why the finger there?
I think
It's a trademark?
No, he just got past Darren Ganga.
Oh.
So he's now got the most regional centuries for Trinidad and Tobago.
Congratulations to him, and that's 15.
Yeah,
Thanks, Vinod.
And then you look around, and Jermaine Blackwood would have scored 100 yesterday.
Mhm.
He got his 9th first-class century.
And Jermaine Blackwood is 33 years old.
Yeah, he's still, I don't think he's old by any stretch of the imagination. And he's also, in that process, he got his 8,000th first-class run. So, I mean, there's no real complaints about Jermaine Blackwood. I thought he was decent for the West Indies for some time, but maybe it was time to get some Some new legs in. That's
Oh.
a beautiful shot there from Kevlon Anderson. And that should take him very close to his 50. He's going to look for the third. And he gets there. And that's 50 for Kevlon Anderson. With a beautiful drive, he gets his third first-class half-century.
Well,
Well played.
actually, that's going to be his sixth. Brilliantly played by Kevlon Anderson. Had 5 previously and looked the part. He played some spanking drives. Lovely sweep shot by Kevlon Anderson. And he's going to cherish this. He must move on from here, Kevlon. Sorry, a mistake.
A really good looking way to get to a half century as well. He pushed it nicely through the covers. And Jam McAllister had some work to do. But he gets to 50, and both of these batsmen really well set. And their eyes should be on 100.
I agree with you, Liam. Played well, and he will know that here is an opportunity to bat very, very deep. Go to the close of play, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the ideal situation for Guyana at this stage. I think for Barbados, they would be looking to pick up a wicket or two before the end of the day's play. They've tried everything, and to their credit, they've not done much wrong in terms of their bowling. I think it's been really good batting from Guyana. I think Chanderpaul and Nandu did excellently to get that shine off the new ball, and then Nandu got out to something that maybe wasn't out. It was a bit of a 50-50, definitely something to talk about. And then Chanderpaul got himself out quite soft, to be honest, after fighting hard for his 38. And Raymond Perez got out quite soft as well, flashing at one outside the off stump from McAllister. But once again, he himself got a good start.
That's brilliantly bowled, Liam. A touchdown, left the left-hander. Maybe give him the benefit of the doubt that he would have pulled the bat inside the line. But Reefer just teasing him outside the line of the off stump there. That was a brilliant delivery. Get it more often in that position.
If Reefer could get a bit more of that, he could be really dangerous. He's into his 6th over. He's used himself sparingly. Just 8 runs conceded. No wicket just yet. There he is again. And oh, that's a lovely looking drive there from Savory. Straight to the man. But he just seems to be hitting everything off the middle.
And he looks such a different player from the last season, Kemal Savory. He has come here, a lot of confidence, played his shots, gets into good position. And that is the hallmark of good batting.
You look at the batsman to come, still Richie Lucknott. I'm interested to see how he's going to go on his debut. There is Ronaldo Ali Mohammed as well, an aggressive low order batsman. After that, it's the bowlers, Sami Pumal, Niall Smith, Isaiah Thorne, Anthony Adams as well.
That's the reason why, Liam, this partnership is of vital importance. 5 front line. You have Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who I think will be the next to walk in the middle. If one of these gets out, he's a very, very good all-rounder. But this is the cream of the crop. We've witnessed 3 departed. The 2 others are here out in the middle. The onus is on them now with this start to make it count. As we're looking actually on the screen there, the red stand here at the National Stadium at Providence. Just a few spectators there sitting in.
I think if I could count properly, it's
2?
about, I see 3 down at
3.
the bottom.
Yes.
2 up top there, probably about 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I see 2 more on
7,
the top.
8,
Yeah,
9.
8.
That's right.
More for
These are
gathering.
die-hard fans.
Yep. Gone are the days we see the Pakistans for Test cricket, unless it's India and Australia playing. So a lot of sold out days in that Sydney Test back in early January.
Yeah, the good old days of West Indies cricket when we dominated the world. We attracted people through the gates regardless of the gate price. They used to come from near, come from far.
Oh, that's a lovely shot there from Anderson, but straight to the man there at cover. It's been easy for them out there. I don't think they've been troubled by much. And it's a good wicket here at Providence. It's not always like this. It's for batsmen. And, we spoke about the toss and how important it was that Reefer won the toss and chose to bat. Outside edge, and a good effort there from Matthew Ford. Did not go to hand, and he did well just to pull it in.
Yeah, that went into the turf there. No chance for him. But certainly that's a wake-up delivery. Short of a good length here from Kevin Wickham. Had some pace on it too. And he's showing us here that he's a good medium-fast bowler too.
Yeah, he can do it all. We spoke about the toss, as I was saying, and Reefer would have talked about not wanting to battle last, but this wicket seems to be holding up quite well. Pulled away from Kevin Anderson, but straight to the man down at fine leg, Shimar Holder. And I think I've been very impressed with Shimar Holder today.
Oh,
he's
certainly.
not got a wicket yet, but he's been excellent.
Yes, he has bowled his heart out. I like the line he bowled, the length he bowled. They were all excellent. But maybe on another day he would have gotten a few wickets. But give compliments to these two. Brilliant playing. 245 for the loss of 3. The Harpy Eagles. Savory 61 from 85. Kevlon Anderson 51 from 83.
Speaking of centuries as well, Jason Mohammed, as we mentioned, got to his 14th first-class century. He's now gone past 5,000 first-class runs as well. And a good delivery from Wickham to Savory there. And he's also now moved on to 150 with 15 fours. And we'd like to thank our statistician, Mr. Philip Spooner. Well, you know a bit
yes, Philip, a wonderful gentleman. And it's, he's listening, he's watching the cricket. That's Mr. Cricketer.
Pulled away from Savory, high in the air. This could be the chance. And it's gone just short of Javid Leacock down that fine leg. And how many times have we seen the part-timer come in and create something like that?
Yes, and that was always on the card. He was testing the patience here of Kemal Savory, a few short delivery. This one he got it the way he wanted it. Savory could not resist playing that hook shot. He's lucky to stay out in the middle. For his sake and the Harpy Eagle, hope that he learned from this mistake. But Kevin Wickham almost got his man.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a wake-up call for Kemal Savory. He knows that. Let's have a look at it again. It seems to just bounce a bit more than he expected. He didn't take into consideration that Wickham is a bit taller, so he might get a little bit of bounce. And on this occasion, Savory lives to see another day. He moves on now to 62, and he's going to retain the strike as Raymond Reefer runs into bowl from the media center end again. Oh, chance of a run out there because the ball hit Reefer's hand and ricocheted onto the stumps, but Anderson was safe in his crease.
So he has brought a variety of deliveries, Kevin Wickham, in that last over that he bowled. 2, I think, were pitched up deliveries. Then short of a length, banged one. It got the extra pace and almost got Savory. Raymond Reefer continues from the northern end of the ground. Was lined with the middle and leg stump and played nicely by Anderson into the onside field. Can't score. You look at the offside field here. There are 2 slips, but they're miles apart each other. The gully, the square cover, the extra cover, the wide mid-off, the mid-on. And also there is a forward square and long leg. That will tell you where he is, right out on that white ropes. Shadows just beginning to lengthen here at the National Stadium at Providence.
It's Reefer again, And Anderson drives, and that's a beautiful shot. Hold the pose, not a man move. Kevlin Anderson brings up the 250 for the Harpy Eagles in style.
Yes, good looking on drive, pitched up delivery, and with him set out in the middle, got it in the meat of the bat. And once again, not the flamboyance of looking to burst the ball into 2 or into 4. Great timing. And it didn't actually left the ground. It whistled all the way on the grass and touched the rope. Fine looking shot.
Pose for the cameras around, and that shot might be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow. Kevlin Anderson has looked good. And this one keeping a bit low on this occasion. Anderson equal to the task. 250 up for Guyana, as we mentioned. They now trail by 95.
Yes, and very quietly out in the middle, they are etching away at that 346 with still 7 wickets standing. They have brought it down below now 3 figures, and that's good to see.
Here is Reefer again. And Anderson flicks and flicks well. This one could very well be another boundary, and it is. Matthew Ford gives up the chase very early. And Kevlin Anderson moves on to 59. And he's been all wrist work today. Wrist work and timing, and that's what he's done well.
Yes, I agree with you. That was a very pleasant shot. The hallmark of good batting. The fielders, with the exception of the long leg, they're all close to the batter. So once you miss your length or you miss your line and it's in that corridor where you can score, Kevlon, neither Kemal Savory, they're going to miss out on this one. So they are playing every ball on its merit, getting the occasional singles, and they're scoring the boundaries.
Good delivery to finish from Rifa at the end of 73. 255 for 3. And with just about an hour left until the end of the day's play. We should be approaching the drinks break anytime soon now. Might be after this over. But Guyana would really want to keep these 2 batsmen out there for as long as they possibly can. They face the same amount of deliveries. Anderson on 59, Savory on 63.
And I think it was the famous philosopher Khalil Gibran who coined the phrase, the greatest mistake man has ever made is to give up. And over the years that the Harpy titles, the Harpy Eagles would have won the 7 titles, they showed great determination. They never give up, even if it comes to the last person batting or bowling. They believe in themselves, they can get it done. And many times.
And he's put it down. Well, the chance coming for Kevin Wickham, and Richards cannot hold on to it. Savory lives to fight another day.
Wow. Did it go straight into the gloves?
Yeah, it did, but it was low to the left. Never easy as a wicketkeeper. The ball didn't get up, and Kemal Savory would consider himself lucky here. Let's have a look at it again. Straight into the glove, and straight out as well.
Well, he flung himself there, Liam, to the left and lost control. Savory has to be mindful. You cannot underestimate Wickham. He has this deceptive pace about him, and I think he was undone for pace in that previous delivery. He's a tall boy, Kevin Wickham. Hits the pitch a little bit hard there and getting the results too. He had a chance, he dodged a bullet. Will he make it count?
I think there's no better time to score 100 than now. And this time left, but you can see Kevin Wickham getting that ball to swing. It swung after it passed Savory, but he's getting some late swing. And that is also going to be something to note for Kemal Savory. But good bowling from Wickham.
Absolutely so. Maybe just having a little bit roughness on that outside portion of the ball.
There he is again. Right on spot, and Savory can't score easily off Wickham. You look at his figures, 2.4 overs now, and he's only conceded 2 runs.
Yes, he has impressed so far, the medium fast bowler. Some quick deliveries. He's touching down nicely, so he understands that if he's going to get wicket, there is a corridor on that pitch where you need to hit more often, and with his ability to swing the ball back into the left-handers.
Oh, driving Savory, McAllister got a hand to it, and they pick up an easy single in the end. Savory looking to play his shot still. He's still brave, and you've got to admire that about him.
Well, that was right up there, actually, on the half volley. Perfect drive and brilliant work done by Reefer down at that short extra cover region, knocking it nicely down. Saved the boundary. Once that had gone past him, it would have gone away.
Well, here's Wickham again. Down the leg side, and Kevin Anderson falling over a bit when he played that shot. But nothing to consider at the end. At the end of over number 74, 256 for 3. The partnership moving on now to 120. And we've got to say Barbados need a wicket here to get themselves back into this game.
Yes, and the Harpy Eagles were telling themselves, boys, preserve your wicket out in the middle there. We do not want to lose anymore. But it's a great fighting match. They say catches win matches, and that can never ever be wrong. You put down catch, you open up the whole doors for a batter to score 100 against you. You know, so that's the reason why fielding is so much important for your team. You save a run, you save a 2-run, pick up your catches when they come. You never know what can happen. You toil and you toil and you toil. A catch comes, you floor it. So great fielders will always make a difference.
So it's going to be Raymond Reefer to continue from the media centre end. Matthew Jones has come on the field. I think Wickham has just come off an over.
I think he's gone in the dressing room to vent his feeling there. Calming himself a little.
Here is Reefer from the media centre end. Good looking shot there.
And Liam, this year we're having first innings points. So this is what makes this 2 first innings for both teams, for Barbados Pride, for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, such importance in somebody getting that first innings points, because you never know what can happen.
I think you look at the way that this pitch has flattened out and become easy. How it has become easy for batsmen. Barbados would really be disappointed in those runs that they left out there, because when Matthew Ford got out, it was right after Shane Holder got out. So I thought at that stage was where Matthew Ford needed to realize that, okay, I'm the senior batsman here, I'm on 82, I need to try to get to the end of the day. But he continued to play the way that he was playing, which is not also wrong, because he was playing quite well, and he got out.
Yes.
And Jimar Holder came in and had his say, but it wasn't enough in the end to get them to 350 or even 400.
That's another good delivery. Well played this time by Kimal Savory. Getting right on top of it, opening the face, keeping it down. It goes down towards that second slip area. Can't score, but he will feel comfortable that he's reading Raymond Reefer well. Now there is just one fielder on the boundary, and that's the long leg. Other than that, if it was a T20 or a one-day match, you would have said all are inside that 30-yard circle.
Yeah, slip on a gully, backward point, extra cover, short cover, mid on, short mid wicket, and that deep fine leg that you mentioned. So here is Reefer again. In the air from Savory, that's a beautiful shot from Kemal Savory, and it whistles into the boundary for 4. On the up.
Well, that is what good batsmen will do. The field is in, it's inside his arc, and he went after it. That's good batting, lovely looking shot by Kemal Savory. That's going to add some more pressure to the equation. At some time, though, Reefer will have to just play the game in accordance with what is required out in the middle. He wants wicket, he has an attacking field. but you should be able to, you know, save those boundary areas where you have been exposed to. So it's sometimes you're cut in half. Should I have all-out aggression? Should I be a little bit more conservative? That is what will very well go through his mind.
One delivery to go, and after this we're going to have a double change. We welcome Chad Basu and Vinod Manchan to the come box, and we have to wait until the end of the over. And straight to mid-off. So at the end of over number 75, Guyana sitting pretty at 260 for 3. We'll have a short break as the guys have some refreshments out there. That brings us to the end of the first hour of play in the final session. And after this, Guyana will be back.
So thanks for staying with us. We're back here at Providence Stadium in the beautiful Guyana, and the score at the moment 260 for 3. Guyana responding really well to that 345 made by Barbados. And across in Trinidad and Tobago early on today, double centuries. When I say double century, twin centuries for Jason Mohammed and Jid Guli. Jason Mohammed has now become the highest scorer of centuries, first class centuries for Trinidad and Tobago at the regional level. And he recorded his 14th first class century in his 101st match. And in the process, he reached the landmark of 5,000 first class runs. And now he has moved to 150. TNT latest score I have is 464 for 4. Thanks to our resident statistician, Philip Spooner, for providing us with that information. Spooner, of course, is a Bible when it comes to cricket. You would have heard of the Wisden Bible. But there's one in Barbados called Phil Spooner, a good man. Thank you, brother, for that information. Jason Mohammed, you would have seen earlier on when he celebrated his century, he showed the number 1. And a lot of people wanted to know why. And Spooner has been able to clarify that. Jason Mohammed has now scored the most first-class centuries for Trinidad and Tobago at regional level. Remember, a test century is a first-class century. So that right has gone to Brian Lara a long time. But now in regional cricket, Jason Mohammed is a star. As I say, a very good afternoon to the young man, Gerard Basso.
Hello, Vinod. Hello, everyone. And, with 86 runs still adrift, the Harpy Eagles. First innings points back on the table in this year's edition of the regional championships. And definitely Jason Mohammed, one of those players that I really enjoy looking at. And
he's a top man.
I'm truly pleased. I think he just missed out in the latter part of last season, because he started the season last year with a century in St. Kitts.
Unbeaten at that.
And when I spoke with him after that century, the hope was that he would have gotten to another century to get to the 14 last season, and he just missed out. But it's a wonder to see him get there now.
Clipping this around. And you know what's ironic? The man who called for Jason Mohammed not to be included in the national team is Darren Ganga. Darren Ganga made that call publicly that these guys should make way for younger players. He has now taken that record from Darren Ganga.
Yeah, so there is a bit of something special in it.
Driving down the ground, beautiful. That is a thing of beauty.
We saw a couple of cover drives from the skipper earlier in the day, but Kevlon Anderson here is showing that he can play just as elegantly as his skipper who's on the other end.
Well,
264 for 3, the end of another over.
Played that down the ground and he just posed for the cameraman. I think I saw Akeem Green with the long lens downstairs.
This is one day you can't say what you usually say.
No, I normally say poses for the cameraman and realize there are none. But Akeem Green is downstairs there with a long lens doing human service, of course. And he would have gotten that perfectly.
So this is day 2 of the first round of the championships this year. Jermaine Blackwood's century yesterday. I just felt like the floodgates were open for batters in this tournament. And as much as we talk about Jason Mohammed, I'm utterly pleased to see Jid Guli get to a century as well.
Yeah, Jid has reformed his game. He's now a more tempered batsman.
And I remember doing some commentary last year on one of Trinidad's games, and I said I've gotten so accustomed in the 6 months leading up to regionals last year. I saw Jid Guli play T10, T20, T20, T10, T20, T10. He even scored a century in a T10 encounter in Tobago.
He has reformed his game nicely. And Javid Leacock is going to continue. He's bowling from the northern end.
And I guess there's a friend of mine who always says that once you're a batter and you can adjust your game no matter the format.
Sweeping and sweeping fine. That's a fine shot. He'll now kiss the boundary ropes.
Javid Leacock just straying in line, and that's a bit too easy for a batter who's already faced 100 deliveries and already on 68. Kimo Savory. He was struck on the arm just before the tea interval. Doesn't seem to be in too much of a bother from that lash before tea.
Watchful. Watching that ball right onto the bat. Pressure kept up by Reefer. There's a man at bat pad still. Oh, he struck on the pad on the back leg, and of course essaying an appeal there was Leacock, but I think he pulled out knowing that the ball was spinning into him and it would have missed leg stump.
Yeah, copious amounts of spin from Javid Leacock. Sweeping fine again. The fine leg runs around and he's running around just to retrieve that young man at fine leg.
So Savory, there was a period of play where Savory, you could have seen, he would have lost concentration for a period of time. He seems to be back on track now. Jonathan Drakes can't prevent the boundary. It was struck way away from him. He did well to get close to it. So if you're on Baxter's Road on a Thursday evening, you would not be too happy with Guyana responding strongly. 272 for 3.
With Kimo Savory on 76 and Kevlon Anderson on 63. I want to hasten to say they're eyeing up centuries, but I'm very afraid of that thing called the commentator's curse. I don't want Guyana to say it was my fault that they didn't get to their centuries. But they have played well. They have been watchful when they needed to be. And they've put away the bad balls and they've kept the scoreboard ticking over. And going generally around 3.5 runs to the over.
Well, early on you had asked me about my Legends of Legends and you said I could not choose Sir Viv. So this is slashed away to cover. And I then opted for CEL Ambrose. My good friend Lenny Archibald has sent to me that Ambrose's first class match was against Guyana and Border in 1986, and he got 2 wickets, that of Mark Harper and Mark Grenville. So he immediately set a mark.
Shot.
Down the ground. Majestic 4.
He's in the mood is Kevlon Anderson. Over pitched from Wickham. Just advancing 2 little steps forward. And up and over.
Struck
into the long off boundary.
Struck that with violence, didn't he? No, Trinidad. .276 for 3.
You mentioned the old Border ground, and I sat earlier thinking.
Oh, naughty, naughty.
I was thinking about the history of regional cricket and the different venues that we have had regional cricket. Of course, coming from Trinidad, I automatically thought about Guayakara Park. I heard Liam mention about the crowds. Tap down, just well stopped in the gully region. I heard him mention, the absence of fans now, but in yesteryear. And when he mentioned it, I remember having a conversation with Lendell Simmons during the Trinidad and Tobago trial match, and he was saying he remembers playing at Guayana Park, and you could not get a space to park your car, and you could not get a space to sit down. Unfortunately, I was too young to go to Guayana Park. My dad didn't want me around the crowd. I have, of course, been to test match cricket in the Queen's Park Oval many a time, and there will be lines around the corner.
Yes, the Oval normally reach around 4 a.m. and you have to wait until 11 a.m. Test matches those days used to start at 11 a.m. So you would start and you'll reach in the Oval by 4, 5 a.m. Oh, what is he doing here? He's looking to give it away, Kevlon Anderson. Let's have a look at that again. Look at this, Gerard.
You used the word naughty earlier. That one was inexplicable.
I don't think Coach Hercules will be too happy with that.
276 now for 3.
So wicket to Leacock, Chem Holder, and of course Jai McAllister. But I've been particularly impressed with Holder. Jima Holder.
Yeah, he's not only bowled with good pace, but he's bowled with good control. Jai McAllister, on the other hand, has been a little bit wayward from times, even bowling at a full tilt. We may yet see them in a couple of overs. New ball due after 80 overs.
Young man Leacock continues from the far end, which is the northern end of this ground. Still another 15 overs to go after this. Don't think we might get in all of those. Leacock has attacked. He has attacked the Guyanese batsmen.
I don't think 1 for 41 in 8.5 overs really reflects how well he's bowled today. And he's been able to get the ball to spin, and he's used his googly when he needed to. He's used it quite regularly. He's changed his angle from time to time. He's used the crease well. Javid Leacock going wide on occasions, coming close into the stumps on occasions, and just keeping the batters guessing. That's what you would want from a wrist spinner, not too much predictability. There, a bit of turn again from Leacock.
Too high though to interest Anderson. Of course, Anderson would have in the back of his mind the naughty shots he tried to play in the last over.
Yeah, I think inexplicable really is the word, because he seems so calm now. End of another over. 277 for 3.
So Savory is there on 77, and with him Anderson 67. Raymond Perez got a 46 early on. So Wickham is going to continue. He's going to continue to nag these batsmen. It's on and about that fourth stump.
Raymond Reefer just changing the field a bit, taking the short mid-wicket out, sending the man at point back to the boundary, just about on the boundary. That man at mid-wicket has been moved into extra cover, short extra cover, and the man at fine leg goes into short mid-wicket. So searching for that wicket is Raymond Reefer. It's getting to that point where Savory and Anderson are that comfortable. You think it's not too long before they overhaul the first innings of the Pride.
So I think the ideal thing with this wicket taking, offering grip for the spinners, the ideal thing for Guyana will be to bat and bat and bat. Look to bat once on this track and leave Barbados to bat last. When I say last, you leave a great enough deficit for them that it will be just survival. This is what you want going into that final day. The wicket is already turning. Even from yesterday, the ball was really turning on this trip. It remains a very good batting track. So we're seeing runs, and this is one. You want to see runs in regional cricket. We haven't been seeing a lot of that. So this is sliced away.
All the chatter last year about the games not going the full 4 days, batters not carrying on to get the big scores. Of course, kudos must be given to the creator at Providence. It is a very good cricket wicket, you would call it. Something in it for the bowlers, something in it for the batters. And a pristine outfield that you get value for your shots, and the fielders can feel comfortable chasing after the ball.
Driving protection out there in the form of holder, is it? And that's one more. So Guyana will be hoping that these two can close up shop, so to speak, with 14 overs to go, or more accurately, let's say about 29 minutes.
Do you take the new ball when it's due, given that there is a spin in the track?
I think it's after this delivery. I think there's value in it. I'll tell you why. McAllister has gotten a bit of a rest, and Holder has gotten a bit of a rest in Stee as well. It's good that you take it because nothing is happening here. You take it and let these guys take a nice final burst before the end of the play. There's the red cherry that goes into the pocket of umpire Raj Kumar.
279 now for 3. 80 overs completed, and the new ball is due. It is up to Raymond Reefer and his bowlers whether he wants to take it immediately. Still 67 runs ahead, the Barbados Pride. He's going to continue with Javid Leacock from the media center end. So it doesn't seem he's going to be taking it this over. Of course, usually when you have a seamer, you may bowl him 2 deliveries in the over just to get the rhythm and then give him the new ball, but he's opted for spin. This one flicked and into wide open spaces, but just one. The field that long on doing well to prevent the second.
So it's been a wonderful partnership between these two.
This partnership, when the skipper Savory came to the wicket, they were still more than 200 runs adrift, or just about 200 runs adrift on first innings. And they've managed to cut into that lead. They could have easily been 5 wickets down and still adrift on first innings, and their lower order under pressure. And that pressure could have created a situation where Guyana may have been so far adrift that they may have lost on first innings today, but they have batted well. They have batted for the better part of 2 sessions. So just easy runs coming now for the Harpy Eagles. Almost like an air of expectancy, just going through the motions, expecting that the seamers are going to come back in for their final burst before the close of play in just under half an hour's time.
I think I'm looking at Savory, and he seems to have changed his approach a bit as it's winding down to the end of play today. 70 to Anderson and 79 to Savory. Everyone has gotten runs here, Jared.
Yeah, starts from their top order, Chanderpaul, Nandu and Perez. They'll all be a bit disappointed that they didn't carry on after getting into the 30s and 40s respectively. 282 for 3 now. And just as we've spoken about, here is one of those seamers coming into the attack from the Presidential Suites end.
So it's going to be Holder from the southern end. Chima Holder, none for 50. Doesn't really represent how well he has bowled. If figures were ever deceiving, that is deceiving.
Yeah. There was that spell in the second session that he just seemed to make something happen every delivery. Of course, he bowled from the opposite end in that session.
A bit of drop for Archer in him.
I hadn't noticed it until you said that.
You don't notice many things until I tell you, Jared.
That's not true. That's not true.
You know you're at the Providence Stadium, right? Or didn't you notice that?
I knew that all along. Yeah, but there's plenty to like about Shamar Holder. And after going through some injury concerns and troubles,
Short, not really getting up.
after going through those injury troubles, and to see him back to full fitness, whatever that looks like for a fast bowler, and to see him at full throttle here today,
It was really refreshing. Just after lunch, you know, when you have your fare, you tend to nod your head. But on this occasion, you're really nodding your head in approval of a really good spell by a young fast bowler.
I was telling Liam in the lunch break that himself along with Shamar Springer, two of the younger bowlers I always liked. They both went through that process of having to deal with injuries and then come back into the game. Similar built when you look at them. Slender, tall young men.
Oh, good delivery. That one came in with the angle.
There you go.
Savory will tell you that he played inside the line. I don't think he'll be 100% truthful with that if he tells you that. So the artificial light starting to take effect here in Guyana.
Pulled into the gap. There's a man at fine leg will come around and cut it off, but not before they complete a couple of runs.
Kind of showing that they're a good batting team. Oh, that's good. That's good. Watchful though. End of the over. 285 for 3. And our guy Lenny is at it again. You know, we have our statisticians in different parts of the world, and in a very icy New York, he sends us some more information that the highest partnership for the 4th wicket at this ground in first class cricket is 239 by Ryan Hines, who's actually the assistant coach here for Barbados, and Kevin Stout. That's 239 in April 2009. So we are going to exit the seat now, and up next we have Liam Mamchan, and coming with him, Inderjeet Prasad. Youthful pair of Inderjeet and Liam.
Thank you very much, Vinod. And this could be a little bit tricky here this afternoon, just losing the sunshine a little. Cool condition. It simply means that the batters will have to continue to keep their concentration. You do not want to lapse in that whatsoever. Hello to you, Liam.
Hello to you. And just about 8 overs left in today's play. This one put away to the leg side. Anderson's going to look for 2. And this is excellent running from these two. And Kevlon Anderson, he now moves on to 73. Kimmo Savory supporting him well on 81. And what a partnership this has been for the Harpy Eagles.
Fantastic partnership between these two. And certainly they continue to blossom nicely. Matured. Great knock so far. Good partnership. And I think Barbados Pride will have to try something differently like they're doing at the moment.
Oh, nicely played again from Anderson. There's a lot of runs on the outfield. A couple of guys out on the boundary, which opens up the run scoring for Kevlon Anderson.
And you look at him there, Leon, onto the back foot, very, very quick. Good wristy shot. He's very strong there too. We saw him flicking, and now we see him riding it well through the cover region and picking up two.
Yeah, definitely. And you spoke just a moment ago about how tricky this period is going to be. And I don't think you want to see these batsmen take any unnecessary risk at this stage of the game. They're well set to get past this 346 that Barbados put on. They're going at about 3.5 runs on over, so it's not bad. And you want to go into tomorrow with these two set batsmen. You don't want to give Barbados a sniff late in the afternoon here.
Not at all. And Raymond Reefer looking to McAllister to ensure that he picks up a wicket. He's running in hard here. And a bumper, that was expected. At some time it had to come with the energy level that yet a good little bit of a rest. He's a big boy. He's very pacey. Sometimes I believe that he just needed a little longer spell.
Yeah, I think the way that Captain Raymond Reefer has used him throughout this innings is in short bursts. Come in, bowl 3 or 4 fast overs and then get a rest, recover, and then come in late in the afternoon just as he is now and give me a quick spell. Flicked away from Kevlin Anderson once again. Good wrist work from Anderson, and he moves on to 76 at the end of over number 83. Guyana move on now to 290 for 3.
Yes, and talking about McAllister, I will love to see him given an extended spell, maybe 5 overs, 6 overs. He's a youngster. He's a strong boy. You want to ensure that he gets into a nice rhythm. Sometimes fast bowler will take 2 overs, then he bowl 3, pull him out of the attack. My humble opinion, give him a little chance. He is spacey, and if he's your fastest bowler on the team, give him that opportunity. And going back to opening the bowling as well with Matthew Ford, I thought he would have given the new ball to his fastest man. That wasn't the case. But you never know what the game plan might be out in the middle.
We look at by Rajkumar there, just taking the note into his book. The new ball has been signaled, so Barbados have decided to get the new ball into the hands of their most dangerous bowler to me all day, Shamar Holder. 53 overs, done for 16, but that does not reflect how well he's bowled today.
Splendid bowling. I said it oftentimes. I like what I've seen of this youngster. And that's the reason why you give them 2 overs or an over each to warm up, and you give them the new ball. This could be some testing time for both Guyanese. But so far, they look the part, and they will have to talk to each other, get back into that groove, maybe take your guard and bat again. You're batting for the close of play. You're just not closing up shop. You're looking for singles. The occasional bad one come, well, then you'll be looking for the boundaries. And with the new ball, 2 slips and a gully.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and especially at this late hour, Kevlin Anderson and Kimo Savory would have grown accustomed to the those deliveries that just aren't swinging around. It's just coming onto the bat nicely and it's stopping a bit. The ball is a bit harder now and it's going to swing around. Neither of these batsmen are recognized openers, so they're not going to be too accustomed to facing the new ball. So it's going to be a good challenge for them here, and I think Barbados would know that they could try to sneak 1 or 2 wickets in here before the end of the day. 10 overs left in the day's play.
That was a good delivery, but Anderson played it well. He actually took that ball maybe around the waist area and steered it away down towards the gully. So he read it nicely off the pitch. Holder none for 53, and sometimes you give of your best. And when you look at the scorecard, you see there's a 0 in that wicket column against your name. Can be depressing. Sometimes life is hard, but give him credit. He has bowled splendidly here.
Driving, and a man out there at the point boundary allows just a single. Score now 291 for 3. Kevin Anderson 1 to 77. And they deserve, both of these batsmen deserve 100.
That was a fluent shot through the cover region. Just getting a single for it. Didn't look to hit it hard once again. Just pushing it into the offside field. Maybe the timing was a little bit off as well. You can see Kemal Savory walking away there. And no doubt talking to himself as he raises the bat in the air. He knows how important is it for him to stay there.
Here is Hula again. Pitch up delivery, and that's a beautiful shot. Kemal Savory put it in the museum. What a shot that was.
Yeah, glorious looking on drive for 4. Reach to the delivery. Look at this. Body position in the perfect place. Opening up that front leg and on driving for 4. Pleasant shot.
Yeah, 4 runs added to his total. He moves on to 85, closing in on 100. And Kemal Savory has been
very possible can have it this afternoon. Whether that's the mindset is another story. Quick single here. Good run in between the wicket, and he had to urge on Anderson to go for that single, but from the time it left the bat, he knew he wanted one. That's good cricket.
Well, so far, because of the light, the umpires have decided that they're going to take the extra half an hour to try to get the overs in. There's 9 overs after this. The fast bowler's in operation, so it's going to take a bit of time, probably around 45 minutes or so. 45 minutes, about there. So here is Shima Holder again. Good delivery, and Kevin Anderson. Look at that. He's held the pose.
Yeah, he's a poster boy, you know. Kevlon Anderson held it for a while, and no doubt that might be the shot that the cameramen around the ground looking for this afternoon to put in the photo in the newspapers, maybe on Facebook as well. You'll never know, but he held it, celebrated the moment, felt comfortable.
This has been excellent from these two. It's been a toil for Barbados today. They've not had anything handed to them. As Jai McAllister is going to continue from the media center end. The fast bowler. He is going to be looking to make something happen here for the Barbados Pride. 2 6 and a gully in for him. Raymond Simmons on the field as a sub right now. He's down at fine leg. Shema Holder found mid wicket. A middle and a middle off cover, and a man down at the point. Here comes Jai McAllister. And just pushed into the leg side. Good batting again.
Yes, and that was played with soft hands, giving himself the opportunity to come back and collect too. Down towards the short backward square region. Easy looking shot there by the left-hander Kemal Savory. And with the lights on, added time to the play, he's gone to how much? 86?
88 now.
88. The 12 runs is very much possible this afternoon.
Yeah, I think he would know with the ball new. There's going to have some. It's going to be easier for him to find the boundary. The ball is a bit harder. He will definitely be looking to get to 100 this afternoon. I think more importantly, he's going to play balls on merit as he's left that one. Yeah, I think he's going to play balls on merit more than anything. I don't think that 100 is going to play too much on his mind this afternoon. As much as if it were me out there, I'd want to get to 100 just to get that out of my head for tomorrow. You don't want to go to sleep tonight back at the hotel on your 97, 98, 99.
You'll be dreaming that the entire night what you're going to come back and do on the second day. At the same time too, you want to ensure that you preserve your wicket. Nothing reckless. You called it right. Play every ball on its merit.
Oh, chasing a wide one there. An appeal that I think is a bat hit the ground. And that's what that noise was.
Where did that shot comes from? Yeah, that was wide outside the line of the off stump there. And good to see Anderson calling his man down, maybe just saying to him, Where did that come from, guy? Just settle down, give yourself a little tap and concentrate. It was a nothing shot. The only thing could have happened there, an edge. For his sake, it wasn't found. Beginning to get a little bit jittery.
Well played again. This time down to Simmons at fine leg for a single. 89 now. Guyana Harpy Eagles now closing in just one away from 300. They trail by 46 runs. Or is it 47? 47 runs. 78 fours in this match so far between the both innings.
And that's a high percentage of boundary.
10 sixes as well.
Yes.
Matthew Nandu hit a couple this morning before he got out. And some big blows from Shima Holder and Matthew Ford as well. Here is McAllister. Oh, beautiful. That is beautiful from Kevlon Anderson. Don't run, Kevlon. What are you doing? That's 4 runs.
Yes, just spoil it there, right hand. Great timing, and we've seen quite a few shots like that. Just walking into the shot, picking up the line beautifully, and the length as well, and flicked it away. True forward square, top class cricket shot.
And his wrist work has been nothing short of phenomenal today. And I keep saying Kevlon Anderson is someone I have a lot of time for, and he is the future of West Indies cricket, and he continues to show why. I mean, you look at the way he scored his runs, the way he's approached his innings, and the areas that he's found to score runs off as well. He has been almost perfect today.
Yes, superb innings we're watching.
Oh, what a shot! And, well, I thought he should have left that one alone. Raymond Rifa is going to be disappointed that he couldn't complete the catch, but they pick up 2 runs. He tried to get it a bit more over the slip cord in there. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too low for him to get under that delivery. At the last moment he decided to play it. It kept low, maybe a little bit higher. It would have been the perfect shot. And lucky to survive. And we always say sometimes you need a little bit of luck.
Definitely with that one there, you're right about it. It was short, but it didn't get up. And he saw the length and he tried to leave. But it shows his presence of mind to realize that the ball is going to keep low. He had to get some bat on it, and he was able to pick up 2 runs. So he moves on now to 83. Savory on the other end on 89. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles have taken the deficit down to just 41 now, as they move on to 305 for 3 at the end of 85.
Yes, and those clouds tell the story of the rain that is setting up in the distance.
I don't think so. I think we'll be fine for the rest of the afternoon.
Just it's not going to fall.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this game plays out, because you look at the forecast over the past few days. They said that it's going to have a lot of rain, but we've yet to see that rain come out and really affect the game. And you look at the amount of runs scored, and we're pretty much at the end of day 2 now. Is there going to be a result in this one?
Well, I think there might very well be a result. If the Harpy Eagles can continue to bat this way, and let's say just only 3 wickets have fallen so far, and they can put on a 100 lead against the Barbados Pride, I think match is going to be on for them.
Well left there from Savory. I felt like he was a bit tempted to try to hit that one over the slip cord.
Yes, because like I said, 305 for the loss of 3. The thinking is that they will get past that 346 unless something dramatic happen where the Harpy Eagles are put on the back foot. You get wickets in a cluster. That's the Pride. Well, then we can safely say if the 2 of them bat out this evening and come back tomorrow, they can very well have a very handy lead. Now, Holder is giving all that he can give here at the National Stadium at Providence. He's running in, he's thinking, he's trying to get the in-swinger going for him, now and again trying to get the out-swinger, trying to get the ball straight to the stumps on occasion. So he's presenting some difficulties, thinking all the time.
It's been an unlucky day for him, to say the least. There he is again. And Severy looking for the quick single. Raymond Rifa fires in the throw. But this is excellent running between the wickets between Kevlin Anderson and the Kimo Severy. It's been like this all day. They've been right on spot in terms of their communication.
And Rifa has to be a little bit careful here. Where is he placing himself? Is he in a position to save a single there? Maybe looking for a catch in that position. You'll never know. If he can just come in a little, can very well save a single.
Here's Holder again. Worked nicely into the onside, and that should run into the boundary for 4. Kevlin Anderson continues to put on a batting clinic here at the National Stadium.
Well, you have to watch that on the replay again. Look, this is a perfect cricket shot. Hung on the back foot, pivoted nicely, and just turned the wrist on it. And that sped away through the backward square region for another classical boundary by this talented Guyanese. Lovely looking shot.
13 away now from a third first class century. And you see the planes off in the distance. Driving again nicely, but straight to the fielder at cover, Shame Holder. In fact, it's Jonathan Drakes. So at the end of over number 86, 310 for 3. Guyana in a really comfortable position now.
Yes, and with the harder ball, brand new ball, relatively it's going to go quicker to the boundary, like we've seen. All timing Savory and the right-handed Kevlin Anderson. 310 for the loss of 3. He's on 90 Savory. Anderson on 87. Perez made 46. Holder. That's the off spinner. He has
Shame
picked up
Holder.
a wicket, right? Shame Holder. Jair McAllister. He's yet to pick up a wicket in this game. Bowled with some good pace as well. He has bowled how many? 9 overs? He actually picked up one, I beg your pardon. 1 for 53. And late in the afternoon to have your speedster coming back with a brand new ball in his hand. You know, you feel that cherry give you some confidence. You want to run in and bowl as hard as possible.
See Chima Holder into that position now for a forward square leg, and that tells me that there's going to be some short stuff from Jair McAllister, because there is a man down at fine leg as well.
Nothing to lose if we see some real short, quick deliveries coming to Savory. Test him. We see the bumper used sparingly, but not the kind of pitch that will encourage that too. But when you're a fast bowler, you expect they're going to put a few there. Regardless of the nature of the pitch, if you're good enough, you're going to get something out of it.
There it is, and that one was way too short in my opinion. It's not going to bother him. That one pitched closer to McAllister than it did to Savory.
Yes, just damaging the seam a little, maybe taking out some of that lacquer that is placed on the Kookaburra ball too.
And that one was really short, but it also didn't get up as much as we expected for where it pitched. Six overs to go in the day's play after this one. Shorter again, and Savory. It seems to just be holding up in the wicket when he goes short, and it's become very easy for Savory and Kevlin Anderson. We saw McAllister try the short ball in the previous over with Anderson, and he tried to get out of the way, realized it kept low, and just kind of uppercut it through the slip cordon.
Yeah, that previous delivery, he had everything behind the line of it, wasn't bothered whatsoever. Sound and solid.
Flashes wide at that one, and that's racing to the boundary. That's 4 more. Keemon Savory moves on to 94 now.
That's a great shot, Liam. Half volley just outside the line of the off stump, and the left hander looked so sweet as he played that shot. Power, timing, grace, and it just sped across this lightning fast outfield and down to the boundary for 4.
You look at this top 5 and you look at all the runs scored. Nandu got 35, Chandapol 38, Perez 46, and then you've got these two. Who does 7M Lack come in for in the next game? Good single there for Savory. He moves on now to 95. 5 runs away from his third first-class century.
Yes, and I think once Tevin comes back, he's definitely going to be in the side. Kevin Sinclair, once he's back, might very well play too. Godakesh Moti. So there are changes, and that's good. When the barrel is real high, you know, it gives the selectors a headache.
Yeah, the competition for places is going to be stiff, and because you can't drop Lucknow after this debut that he picked up 4.
Well, will you still play him when Kevin Sinclair is back?
That's the other thing. It's such a tough team to pick. And how are
Yes.
you going to tell Kevin Sinclair that he's just come back from a West Indies tour, he has to sit down?
Exactly.
Anderson thought about leaving that one, but still played. And one bounce into the gully fielder at the end of over number 87. It's 3:15 for 3. The Harpy Eagles trail by 31. And 6 overs left in the day's play. Do they get the job done? The umpires are actually having a bit of a meeting in the middle. We see the third umpire coming in. I'm not sure if they're going to be testing light or what exactly is going to happen.
Well, the lights are on here. I'm not too certain if we're having the full effect at the moment of those lights. Will take some time to boot up, as they will say. But we can safely say it's 315 for the loss of 3. So some discussion going on there. All 3 umpires that are officiating in this game, they're out in the middle. Will they be... What's going on there? Are they taking the bails off? But in this kind of scenario, they're no longer the days when you will consult with captains.
No, I think they're testing light. I think
Oh.
the light meter's out. And they put it onto the stumps.
Yes. Well, they're doing their work, the umpires, because that meter must be reading at a certain stage to say the light is good, the match can continue, and everything.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to continue. The
Yes.
bails are going back on, and third umpire, Mr. Mukui, is going to come off now. In fact, no, they're testing the other side now.
Well, I wonder if the two sides disagree with each other now, Liam. One is saying it's good, and the other is saying that.
I think once any side disagrees, that
Yes.
they're going to have to call play. So we'll just have to wait and see. See if he's going to want to bat out the rest of the day with 5 runs to get to 100. He doesn't want to go into the hotel tonight and think about all the times or all the ways he could score 5 runs in the morning.
Yes, and I think the safety of the players are always of vital importance. Some of our friends there from Essequibo.
You see Josh Charles, former Guyana under 19 fast bowler. He would have played back in 2023 when I played for Trinidad and Tobago under 19 as well. And next to him, to his right, is the father of Mafendra Dindial. And look at that, they've called play. So that's going to be all from today. Light has allowed the Guyana Harpy Eagles to get in early.
Well, with the artificial lights on, I'm afraid the only reason why that light meter is going to say it's not safe for the players, it's because the lights here are not fully booted up, and there's some cloud cover at the top as well. It's a little bit surprising to me, but the umpires are the bosses out in the middle, and they're the ones who made that decision. Like I said earlier, the safety of the players, will take precedence over any other thing. 315 for the loss of 3, and play has been called on the second day here.
Card for today. It's been a day of runs once again for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've been completely on top of their proceedings from the very first ball today. Just looking at the scorecard in terms of the batsmen. Tejan Chandapal, he got 40 years caught on bowl. Javid Leacock, he faced 119 deliveries, 6 fours. Matthew Nandu, he was caught on bowl. Shame Holder, for 36 or 54. He had 3 fours and 2 sixes. And the thing about Matthew Nandu's wicket, it was a bit of a touch and go one. He thought it was a bomb ball, and that's something that they're gonna have some conversations about. Raymond Perez.
Liam, if I may just take a pin here, he thought. I mean, lots of spectators who listening to us and viewing, reading their comments, they felt that the way the ball left the bat, it could have been only hitting the ground. But then the umpire, Nigel Dugid, who had a clear view, I think, of it, he was the one who confirmed that it was a clean catch, whether or not it was so. But we have to go by what the umpires are saying.
Yep, you're right about that. Raymond Perez, he was caught. Demario Richards, Buljai McAllister for 46 of 98. He hit 7 fours. He looked really good before he got out. And the current stand, Kevlin Anderson, 87 not out of 125, 14 fours. And Kimo Savory, the wicketkeeper captain, he is stuck on 95. He's going to have a long night tonight. Is he going to sleep? I don't know. 95 not out of 135 at 14 fours under 6. Their partnership has now gone on to 179. They're closing in on a 200-run partnership. The bowlers for Barbados, I'm not sure if you're going to want to have a look at that in there.
Yes, certainly. Matthew Ford, who began the bowling, did not pick up a wicket. He had 12 overs and 4 maidens. Chimar Hold, on the other hand, none for 64 from 18 overs. He bowled splendidly. It was a pity he did not pick up a wicket. Give his heart out. The big fast bowler, McAllister, 10 overs, 1 for 56. Chaim Holder, the off spinner, 1 for 68 from 23 overs. Raymond Reefer, 8 overs, none for 21. Javid Leacock, the leg spinner, 10 overs, 1 for 45. Did look the part, floated the ball nicely, got some to turn. And Kevin Wickham, lively medium fast bowling, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Those were the bowlers used. Raymond Reefer threw everything at the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They survive and they're making great progress.
Yep, so that's going to be all for today's play. Guyana Harpy Eagles sitting pretty at 315 for 3. And when we come back tomorrow, the deficit will be 41 runs. Well, 31 runs, in fact. They'll look to get that as soon as possible and start to pile on the lead. So that's going to be all from us. We'll see you bright and early here at 10 o'clock tomorrow.